3 beasts were stamped permanent F rank, and Kieran Voss was judged even worse. Crownspire called him SOULBOUND, a Tamer candidate with supposedly no usable soul. Yet one abandoned salamander will evolve beyond the Academy's entire ranking chart. And the reason is not a legendary contract, bloodline cheat, or lucky system reward. Kieran never forces a single beast to obey him, even when survival demands power. Instead, he touches the memories everyone else wanted buried and lets them choose. That choice will crack Vareth's ranking system and put Apex Syndicate on his trail. That is today's story. Now rewind to the day Crownspire branded Kieran a failure. Crownspire Academy rises above Vareth's capital like a fortress built for legends. Its black towers carry statues of ancient tamers riding primordial beasts into war. For generations, graduating here meant status, money, and access to elite contracts. For Kieran Voss, graduation morning feels more like a public execution with uniforms. He stands among 100 candidates inside the Academy's residence hall. Crystal pylons circle the chamber, glowing whenever a human soul matches a beast. Rows of cages wait behind reinforced glass, each holding a certified Academy beast. Most are healthy, trained, and already ranked from D rank through rare B rank. One by one, students place their hands against the central soul prism. The prism reads compatibility, then opens the cage of the best matching beast. A blonde student named Lucas Vane steps forward, wearing a smug half-smile. Lucas comes from a wealthy Tamer family with 3 licensed hunters in Parliament. The soul prism flashes bright gold before his palm even settles completely. A red-maned stormhound slams against its gate, barking like it chose royalty. The examiner announces an 87% resonance rate, unusually high for rookies. The hall erupts, and Lucas drinks in the applause without pretending otherwise. He glances at Kieran afterward, making sure SOULBOUND saw the whole flex. Before Kieran takes his final shot, if Monster Evolution recaps are your thing, hit like and subscribe. Because this exam does not give him a beast. It sends him toward 3 nobody wanted. Kieran ignores him and rubs the scar hidden beneath his left glove. He has taken this exam 6 times across 3 years of Academy training. Every result has been the same ugly number staring back at him. 0.0 measurable soul resonance with every registered beast tested. Some instructors think his soul is damaged from birth or the Sundering's fallout. Others quietly call him soul dead, a person evolution itself forgot to include. Kieran never believed either explanation, but belief does not change a scoreboard. Candidate after candidate forms a contract while his turn keeps crawling closer. A nervous girl bonds with a moss stag and starts crying from relief. Another student gets rejected twice before a copper drake finally accepts him. Even failed matches create some response, a flicker, pulse, or defensive growl. Only Kieran produces absolute silence, which somehow feels worse than rejection. Instructor Mara Kell calls his name, and whispers ripple instantly through the hall. Kieran walks toward the prism while Lucas folds his arms near the front row. Mara tells him this is the final certification attempt allowed under Academy policy. Kieran already knows, because he read that sentence until sunrise last night. He presses his bare palm against the cold crystal and waits for anything. Nothing happens. No light travels through the prism, and no cage reacts behind the glass. Mara adjusts the calibration and orders the technicians to run a second sweep. The machine hums louder, scanning neural rhythm, soul pressure, and contract affinity. The result returns exactly the same, an empty bar beneath Kieran's name. Someone laughs in the back row before trying unsuccessfully to disguise it. Lucas does not bother disguising his reaction and mutters that even trash has stats. Mara shoots him a warning look, but the damage lands exactly as intended. Kieran keeps his hand on the prism for several seconds longer than necessary. He remembers being 12, watching his mother polish an old Tamer badge. He remembers promising that one day his own beast would stand beside him. He remembers every instructor saying hard work could compensate for weak talent. Apparently nobody planned for a student whose talent score refused to exist. Mara finally tells him to step away from the testing platform. Her voice stays professional, but pity makes the words cut even deeper. Under Crownspire rules, Kieran cannot graduate as a licensed combat tamer. He may apply for beast logistics, records management, or stable maintenance instead. Lucas whispers that sweeping cages sounds perfect for somebody with 0 aggro. This time several students laugh openly, and Kieran finally looks at him. He says Lucas should enjoy the hound while it still likes his personality. A few students choke back laughs, and Lucas's grin disappears for 1 second. It is a tiny win, but Kieran knows the bigger battle is already over. Mara hands him a black withdrawal seal marking his dismissal from combat training. The hall doors open, and Kieran walks out before anyone can offer sympathy. Rain hits the academy courtyard hard enough to blur the statues above him. Kieran stuffs the seal into his pocket and heads toward the south gate. He has no plan beyond leaving before the graduation ceremony begins at noon. That is when a metal clang echoes from a service corridor beneath the kennels. Kieran stops because the sound comes again, followed by a weak rasping hiss. The corridor is marked Restricted Disposal Wing, which immediately sounds like bad news. He should keep walking, but curiosity has always been his least practical trait. Kieran follows the noise downstairs, where the polished academy stone turns rough. The air smells of antiseptic, wet fur, old ash, and industrial cleaning solution. At the bottom, he finds cages lined beneath harsh white maintenance lights. These are not the beasts shown to applicants in the bright residence hall. Many have scars, missing limbs, damaged cores, or labels stamped rejected. Some are recovering before transfer to sanctuaries outside Crownspire's budget system. Others are scheduled for euthanasia because nobody will pay their upkeep. Kieran's jaw tightens as he reads the colored tags hanging from each door. A maintenance worker named Tomas Rook notices him and immediately starts complaining. Tomas says dismissed students are not supposed to wander inside disposal corridors. Kieran asks what made the noise, pretending he did not hear the first part. Tomas points toward the final cage without looking especially interested. Inside sits a salamander barely longer than Kieran's forearm, dark red and underweight. Half its tail is missing, ending in a knot of badly healed scar tissue. Its scales look dull, and every breath leaks a weak spark from its mouth. The cage label reads Ember, Fire Salamander, Permanent F rank, Contract Failure 6 times. A second warning underneath says Aggressive when handled near damaged tail region. Kieran crouches, and Ember immediately presses itself against the rear cage wall. Its eyes track his hands with the focus of something expecting pain. Tomas says the little guy has bitten 3 handlers and torched 1 clipboard. Kieran says destroying paperwork might be the beast's strongest documented skill. Tomas almost laughs, then remembers they are discussing an animal scheduled for death. He explains Ember was bred from a minor volcanic salamander line near Redfall. The clutch produced 8 healthy juveniles and 1 malformed runt with no tail flame. Without a tail flame, the species cannot regulate stored heat efficiently. That makes Ember weaker, slower, and prone to dangerous internal temperature spikes. In other words, the beast has a broken build before the tutorial even starts. Kieran hates how natural the joke feels because it sounds painfully familiar. Ember lets out another warning hiss when he shifts closer to the bars. Kieran stops moving and lowers his hand, instead of reaching through immediately. He tells Ember quietly that he is not here to test anything. The salamander obviously cannot understand every word, but its eyes stop darting. Kieran notices a thin metal restraint rubbing against the scar near its tail. He asks Tomas why the damaged area is still strapped so tightly. Tomas says veterinary staff use the brace to prevent reopening during stress episodes. Kieran points out the brace is clearly causing half those stress episodes itself. Tomas shrugs and says nobody wants to sedate an F rank twice daily. That answer makes Kieran angrier than Lucas's insults ever managed. Upstairs, he asks whether he can loosen the strap under staff supervision. Tomas refuses at first because Ember bites anyone touching that side. Kieran answers that getting bitten would still beat graduation morning by a mile. Tomas studies him, sighs, and unlocks the outer safety latch. He warns Kieran to pull back the second Ember flares its throat sac. Kieran kneels slowly and slides one hand through the narrow maintenance opening. Ember bears tiny black teeth and curls around its injured side. Kieran does not aim for the brace. He places his palm flat on the cage floor several inches away. For almost a minute, neither human nor beast moves anything except their eyes. Then Ember inches forward, suspicious enough to stop after every tiny step. Its nose touches the edge of Kieran's fingers. The world disappears. Heat slams through Kieran's skull like somebody opened a furnace behind his eyes. He tries to pull back, but his body no longer exists inside the sensation. Images replace the corridor, sharp enough to feel like stolen memories. He sees Ember as a hatchling buried beneath stronger siblings beneath warming lamps. Handlers lift the healthy salamanders first, while the runt keeps slipping underneath them. A breeder marks Ember's chart with a red defect symbol beside tail development. The scene changes, and an eager young tamer chooses Ember for cheap training credits. The boy pushes it through fire drills designed for beasts twice its size. Every failure earns a harder command. Another stimulant, another burst of forced heat. Kieran feels Ember's terror as its injured tail begins burning from inside. The young tamer keeps shouting because the contract mark says obedience should work. Then something tears. Pain explodes through Ember's body, and the memory becomes blinding white. Kieran hears a scream that might belong to the beast or himself. When vision returns, half the salamander's tail is gone across a scorched floor. The young tamer stares at the wound, not with horror, but disappointment. He tells an instructor the beast is useless and requests a replacement immediately. Ember is moved from clinic to kennel, then kennel to failed contract storage. Different hands keep grabbing it, measuring it, testing it, and returning it. Each time the cage closes, the same lesson becomes harder inside its mind. Humans only touch you when they want something your body cannot give. Then the memory buckles, and the soul thread pulls faintly in the opposite direction. Ember does not receive Kieran's past. Only broken impressions leak through the contact. A cold hospital room, a metal badge, and the silence of another failed prism. The fragments vanish before Ember can understand names, dates, or what they mean. What remains is simpler. Kieran knows exactly how abandonment feels. Ember answers with its own fear, and the two emotions overlap without permission. Neither sees the other's full story, yet the recognition between them is unmistakable. Kieran jerks his hand back and crashes onto the corridor floor. Tomas curses and grabs the emergency suppressant hanging beside the cage. Kieran tells him not to use it because Ember never attacked him. The salamander is still sitting near the open, eyes wider than before. Its throat sac glows once, then fades without producing a defensive flame. Tomas asks what happened, and Kieran genuinely has no useful answer. He says he saw something, but even that sounds completely insane aloud. Crownspire tested him for years, yet nobody ever mentioned memory transfer during contact. Tomas checks the corridor camera and confirms no contract mark appeared anywhere. Kieran's wrist remains bare, exactly like every other failed bonding attempt. Still, a faint silver thread seems to shimmer between his fingers and Ember. It vanishes whenever he looks directly at it, like light under moving water. Kieran asks when Ember is scheduled for transfer out of Crownspire. Tomas does not answer immediately, which tells him the situation is worse. The tag actually means disposal at sunset, not relocation to a sanctuary. Ember has too many failed contracts and too little market value to justify treatment. Kieran asks whether an unlicensed student can legally claim a rejected F rank. Tomas laughs once and says only a lunatic would want that paperwork. Then he adds that, technically, yes, Academy rejects can be released privately. The new owner assumes all medical cost and liability without Academy support. Kieran says perfect, because apparently terrible financial decisions are free after expulsion. Tomas warns him that Ember has no verified growth path beyond juvenile salamander. The beast's core is unstable, and its tail defect blocks standard evolution requirements. Kieran looks at Ember and remembers the boy abandoning it after the injury. He refuses to become another person who decides value from a damaged stat sheet. Tomas brings over a transfer slate and makes Kieran sign 17 liability clauses. One asks whether he understands F-rank beasts may never become combat viable. Kieran signs that box the fastest. Then Tomas opens the cage fully and steps back behind a protective shield. Kieran expects Ember to bolt down the corridor. The second freedom appears. Instead, the salamander stays inside with its body pressed against the floor. Too many open doors in its memories. Ended with another test waiting outside. Kieran kneels several feet away and turns his back deliberately. He tells Ember the cage is open, and nothing is attached to the choice. If it wants to leave through the drainage exit, Kieran will not stop it. If it wants food, there is dried ashfish inside his coat pocket. If it wants to bite him, he would prefer the left hand today. Tomas mutters that this is not recognized Tamer methodology in any textbook. Kieran says textbooks were doing amazing work for him until this morning. Minutes pass before tiny claws scrape against the cage threshold behind him. Ember takes one step outside, then freezes like the floor might punish it. Kieran still does not turn around. Another scrape follows, then another, and a warm weight touches his boot. When he finally looks down, Ember is sitting against his ankle. No contract seal appears. No soul prism flashes. The beast simply chooses not to leave. That decision hits Kieran harder than any academy certification ever could. Tomas watches the pair and says this whole thing feels above his pay grade. Kieran agrees, scoops the paperwork, and starts walking toward the service exit. Ember follows 3 steps behind instead of allowing itself to be carried. They almost reach the stairs before another cage rattles violently to their left. Something black and small slams into the bars, then vanishes into shadow. Kieran stops, and Ember arches with the warning chirp toward the dark cage. The label reads, Vex, Shadow Hair, Partial Blindness, Permanent F rank. A rabbit-shaped beast crouches inside with charcoal fur and one clouded eye. Its healthy eye never focuses on Kieran's face for more than a heartbeat. Instead, its ears rotate constantly, mapping footsteps, breathing, and distant machinery. Tomas says Vex was found near the eastern ruins after attacking a survey drone. Nobody knows its exact breeding line because its core signature keeps shifting. 3 contract attempts failed after Vex panicked inside resonance restraint equipment. The final attempt ended when it slipped through a handler's shadow and escaped. They caught it 2 floors down after the beast collapsed from core exhaustion. Kieran asks whether slipping through shadows is normal for an F-rank hair. Tomas says absolutely not, but unstable abilities can still be useless abilities. Vex gives a low clicking sound the moment Kieran moves toward its door. Ember answers with a softer chirp, and surprisingly, Vex quiets down. Kieran notices the 2 cages carry tags from the same rejected intake week. Maybe the beasts already know each other's scent from the disposal wing. He reaches toward Vex's bars, but stops before making contact this time. After Ember, blindly touching another traumatized beast feels like a spectacularly bad plan. Kieran places a piece of ashfish near the opening and waits instead. Vex ignores the food, but tracks Ember's movements with its working eye. Ember walks forward, sniffs the offering, then deliberately backs away. Only after that does Vex creep close enough to steal the food instantly. Kieran smiles, because trust apparently comes with a witness requirement. Tomas tells him not to get ambitious, because one liability monster is enough. Kieran asks whether Vex is also scheduled for disposal at sunset. The silence returns. He exhales through his nose and asks Tomas for another transfer slate. Tomas stares at him like zero bond has become zero common sense instead. Kieran signs anyway, though Vex gives no sign of accepting him personally. When the cage opens, Vex immediately darts behind a storage crate. Tomas says there goes his second bad investment before ownership even starts. Kieran shrugs and begins walking again, with Ember following his heel. After 10 steps, a tiny shadow moves along the wall beside them. Vex emerges from it farther ahead, freezes, and pretends this was accidental. Kieran decides not to call the bluff. The third beast finds him before he finds the third beast. A deep metallic thunk sounds from a lower pen near the loading ramp. Something heavy is repeatedly trying to stand and failing against the concrete. Inside sits a steel tortoise nearly as wide as a dinner table. Its shell is fractured across the center like stone struck by a hammer. One plate hangs lower than the others, exposing damaged metal tissue underneath. The label says Atlas, Steel Tortoise, Severe Shell Fracture, Permanent F rank. Unlike Ember and Vex, Atlas does not react defensively when Kieran approaches. It simply tries to stand again, slides, and slams onto one knee. Then it tries again. Kieran watches the cycle repeat until it becomes painful to witness. Tomas explains, Atlas belonged to a licensed caravan Tamer 3 months ago. During a Ravager attack, Atlas held a bridge while civilians crossed behind it. The beast took repeated impacts from something ranked 2 ranks above itself. Its shell cracked, but the bridge stayed open long enough for everyone else. The owner survived and filed Atlas as a total combat loss the next morning. Repairing the shell would cost more than buying a healthier defensive beast. Kieran looks at the paperwork and asks whether the owner even visited afterward. Tomas shakes his head. Something cold settles behind Kieran's ribs. He kneels near Atlas and places both palms visibly on his own knees. The tortoise finally stops trying to stand and turns one dull silver eye toward him. Kieran says he has no idea whether Atlas wants another human around. He also says he will not pretend the shell can be fixed cheaply. But if the beast wants out of this building, Kieran can manage that much. Atlas's head lowers until its chin touches the floor. Kieran slowly extends one hand toward the shell's unbroken front plate. The moment his fingers touch metal, another memory slams open. Rain pours over a narrow suspension bridge, shaking under panicked footsteps. Atlas stands in the center while a horned ravager tears at its defense field. Each impact sends fractures crawling farther across the shell. Behind Atlas, frightened families run toward the far side without looking back. Its Tamer screams commands from safety, ordering it to hold 3 seconds longer. 3 seconds become 10, then 20, then another impossible hit. Atlas feels the shell break, but refuses to move because children are still crossing. The final family reaches safety, and Atlas collapses with nothing left. Kieran expects pride inside the memory. What he feels instead is relief that everyone behind it survived. The scene cuts to a clinic, where Atlas hears its owner discussing replacement prices. The Tamer never comes inside the treatment room. Atlas waits beside the door until sunset anyway. That patient loyalty hurts Kieran in a different place than Ember's fear. Then a faint emotional echo crosses the soul thread in the opposite direction. Atlas sees no scene, only Kieran's shame, stubbornness, and fear of being discarded. The connection breaks before either side understands how much actually passed between them. Atlas has not moved, but one massive claw now rests over Kieran's shoe. A second silver thread flickers from Kieran's wrist toward the cracked shell. This one remains visible for almost 2 full seconds. Tomas notices it too, and finally stops joking. He asks Kieran what exactly happened when he touched these beasts. Kieran says he wishes he knew, because this is not any contract he studied. Tomas checks Kieran's wrist again, and finds no registered soul mark. Academy doctrine says a beast cannot follow battle commands without a formal bond. Yet Ember is watching Kieran like it already understands his breathing patterns. Vex is still hiding in shadows, but its ears remain aimed toward his voice. Atlas pushes itself upright once more, this time using Kieran's leg for balance. Kieran looks at all 3 rejected tags hanging from the cage doors. Then he asks Tomas how many transfer forms he has left. Tomas looks at the 3 rejected beasts and rubs both temples slowly. He says Kieran is either compassionate, suicidal, or building the worst raid party alive. Kieran answers that after today, all 3 options feel completely possible. The paperwork takes another hour because Atlas requires a reinforced transport waiver. Vex technically refuses every ownership scan by stepping out of the reader's shadow. Eventually, Tomas lists Vex as voluntary companion pending independent resonance evaluation. That classification barely exists, but apparently Crownspire has forms for everything. By noon, Kieran walks through the south gate carrying 3 rejected ownership seals. Graduation bells ring behind him while decorated Tamer teams parade across the plaza. Students pose beside shiny new beasts beneath banners displaying their starting ranks. Kieran leaves through the maintenance road with Ember walking beside his boot. Vex follows from rooftop shadows, appearing only when nobody looks directly upward. Atlas lumbers behind them on a borrowed cargo harness because its shell still hurts. No crowd cheers for this team. Kieran decides that makes 4 things they have in common already. His apartment sits above a closed herbal shop in Verith's lower market district. Inside, Ember immediately crawls beneath the iron stove and refuses to come out. This is not exactly the legendary Tamer life sold in Academy recruitment posters. Still, the tiny room feels different once all 3 beasts occupy it. He does not attempt another memory bond that night. After what happened downstairs, forcing contact feels like violating something sacred. Instead, he studies their medical sheets while eating cold noodles from a paper cup. Ember's file says weak core retention, poor tail regulation, 0 evolution probability. Vex's says unstable shadow affinity, sensory defect, aggression risk, unknown adult form. Atlas's says permanent structural damage, reduced defense capacity, elution pathway compromised. On paper, the party looks like a completely broken bill. Kieran writes 3 words across the top of every file anyway. Start from strengths. When morning comes, the dish is empty, and Ember sleeps beside his boot. Atlas has somehow wedged itself across the doorway like an armored security system. The laugh fades when he sees 3 medical invoices waiting beneath yesterday's transfer seals. Ember needs thermal stabilizer, Vex needs eye drops, and Atlas requires reinforced sealant every morning. Kieran checks his savings and realizes Compassion has absolutely terrible short-term cash flow. He considers selling his mother's old Tamer badge, then closes the drawer without touching it. Instead, he starts converting the apartment into something halfway safe for 3 strange companions. None of the upgrades looks professional, but everyone solves a problem the Academy ignored. Ember watches Kieran work and eventually drags one loose brick toward the stove by itself. By afternoon, the room already feels less like temporary storage and more like shared territory. He starts keeping a separate notebook for appetite, sleep, pain, temperature, and emotional triggers instead. Ember eats less after stressful contact, yet needs mineral salt after any serious flame output. Vex ignores food placed in exposed light, but eats normally once the bowl enters shadow. Atlas consistently gives away the best pieces whenever another beast finishes its portion early. That instinct to protect clearly survived everything the previous owner put the tortoise through. Later, Kieran wakes from a nap because something warm is pressing against his scarred left hand. Ember has curled around the wrist that touched its memories inside Crownspire's disposal wing. The silver thread between them appears briefly, brighter than it did during the first contact. This time no traumatic memory crashes into Kieran's mind, and no panic follows the connection. He receives only a warm impression that feels suspiciously close to safety. Kieran sends the feeling back without trying to shape it into a command. Ember's eyes close again, and the thread fades naturally instead of snapping apart. Kieran writes one new line beneath all 3 medical charts before going back to sleep. Trust is measurable too, even if Crownspire never built a machine capable of reading it. By morning, trust has to survive contact with a less emotional problem, money. Kieran needs food, medicine, and somewhere 3 damaged beasts can train safely. Licensed Tamer contracts are close to him, so low-risk guild labor is his only option. His first job sends the team into an abandoned grain warehouse crawling with needle rats. The guild clerk notices Kieran's blank contract wrist and charges an ugly liability deposit. Inside, Kieran almost gives a textbook formation command before catching himself midway. These 3 do not need academy rolls forced onto bodies already carrying damage. Vex hears movement beneath the floorboards before anyone else detects the rats. Ember tracks their heat through cracks while Atlas automatically guards Kieran's blind side. The rolls are already there. Kieran only needs to stop getting in their way. Vex slips into shadow and flushes the first pack toward the open aisle. Ember answers with one short crimson burst, stopping before its core overheats. Atlas angles the intact shell plate and redirects flying quills into the wall. The first wave collapses without Atlas tanking a single direct impact. Ember fires only when the lane clears, and Atlas protects without blocking the shot. The warehouse job ends far faster than the owner expected from 3F ranks. When asked their real rank, Kieran says Crownspire considers all 3 bottom tier. The owner studies the clean battlefield and decides Crownspire's board needs new glasses. Kieran spends the reduced payout on shell sealant, stable food, and shadowroot supplements. None of it is flashy, but every purchase answers a weakness the academy ignored. Over the next 2 weeks, tiny guild jobs become field tests for the whole party. They clear greenhouse burrowers, escort herbalists, and recover cargo from collapsed tunnels. Each job confirms a pattern hidden beneath Crownspire's polished stat sheets. Ember overheats fastest from fear, not simply from producing large amounts of fire. Vex navigates better through sound and soul presence than damaged vision ever allowed. Atlas cannot absorb heavy impacts anymore, but angled armor can redirect them safely. Ember practices short bursts, learning that stopping early now counts as success. Its flames shrink but grow denser, shifting from scattered orange toward controlled crimson. Vex runs dark tunnels by sound alone, while moving bells become a readable map. Atlas practices meeting swinging weights off-center instead of sacrificing its cracked shell. For the first time, improvement means adapting around damage instead of pretending it vanished. And that new philosophy slowly changes how all 4 of them see weakness. Atlas still freezes whenever someone moves behind its cracked shell during practice. Kieran responds by sitting beside the beast instead of hiding behind its shell. He wants Atlas to learn partnership, not sacrifice as a default setting. One evening, a violent summer storm traps the whole group inside the rail depot. Thunder makes Ember flare, and sudden flashes send Vex scrambling between shadows. Atlas immediately wedges itself between both frightened beasts and the open doorway. Kieran sits on the floor in the middle without giving a single command. After several minutes, Ember crawls against one side of his leg. Vex appears against the other, ears flattened from thunder. Atlas settles behind them like a cracked steel wall. For a moment, nobody needs to improve anything. They simply stay together until the storm passes. The next morning, Ember responds to Vex's warning click before Kieran reacts. Vex shifts behind Atlas during a falling beam drill without needing a cue. Atlas angles its shell specifically to leave Ember a clean firing lane. Their teamwork is becoming something beyond individual conditioning. Kieran starts sensing faint emotional impressions through the silver threads during fights. Not words, and not full memories. More like flashes of danger, intent, pain, and trust shared across distance. The phenomenon should be impossible without registered contract marks. Before returning to Crownspire, one canal job gives Kieran a different kind of test. A juvenile glassfin serpent is trapped beneath a floodgate while licensed handlers close in. Kieran opens the downstream grate, pulls Atlas back, and lets Ember remain calmly visible. Instead of touching the frightened beast, he tosses food toward open water and waits. Ember steps backward first, and the glassfin finally chooses the escape route for itself. One worker complains they could have sold it. Kieran says removal never meant ownership. Warm approval travels from Ember through the soul thread, stronger than any training reward. Kieran writes one word beneath every companion's notes that night: choice. If modern ranks cannot measure that change, older Tamer records might explain why. The next morning, Kieran returns to Crownspire's public archives wearing a hood. The Academy receptionist recognizes Zero Bond anyway, and looks immediately uncomfortable. Kieran asks for pre-sundering records about non-marked beast partnerships. She says those archives require faculty authorization or an active research license. Kieran points out he used to be a student yesterday. She says that is not how authorization works, which feels unnecessarily literal. Before he can argue further, Instructor Mara Kell appears from the archive stairwell. She looks at Ember beside his boot, then at Vex's shadow behind him. Her expression changes when Atlas squeezes through the front door afterward. Mara asks why Kieran appears to be collecting Crownspire's rejected inventory. Kieran says somebody had to draft the league's worst fantasy roster. Mara does not smile, but her eyes soften slightly, despite herself. Then she notices Ember respond when Kieran's fingers twitch near his side. No spoken command passes between them. Ember simply shifts position and watches the entrance automatically. Mara's attention snaps toward Kieran's bare wrist. She asks whether he somehow obtained an illegal third-party contract seal. Kieran says there is still no seal, and that is exactly why he came. Mara brings Kieran into a side examination room away from curious students. She orders Ember onto a diagnostic pad and runs a standard bond scan. The screen confirms no contract mark, no compulsion seal, and no ownership resonance. Yet Ember's stress level drops whenever Kieran steps closer to the platform. Mara repeats the test with Vex, which refuses the platform completely. Kieran asks Vex to circle the room instead, expecting nothing more than cooperation. The hair melts through a chair's shadow and reappears behind Mara's desk. Mara stares at the movement trace like somebody just broke basic arithmetic. That ability should require a stable D-rank shadow core at minimum. Vex's core still reads F rank on every instrument available. Atlas creates an even stranger result when its shell enters the scanner. The machine flags severe damage, then detects unusually dense defensive essence underneath. Mara reruns the measurement twice before quietly shutting the screen off. Kieran asks whether Crownspire's F-rank labels might simply be wrong. Mara says ranking systems are imperfect, but not usually wrong 3 times together. Then Kieran tells her what happened when he touched each beast. He explains the memories, the shared pain, and the silver threads afterward. Mara listens without interrupting until he describes Ember seeing his memories back. That detail finally makes her sit down. She asks whether Kieran has ever heard the phrase reciprocal soul imprinting. Kieran says no, because Crownspire mostly taught contracts, commands, and combat law. Mara says that is because reciprocal imprinting appears only in pre-sundering documents. Modern Tamer bonds work through reinforced contract channels controlled by the human side. Ancient records describe something older, voluntary, and dangerously difficult to measure. Those records call it soul bonding. Kieran feels the words land before he fully understands what they imply. Mara warns him not to get excited because historical accounts are fragmented mythology. Most were written before standardized rankings or reproducible resonance technology existed. Still, the behavior of Kieran's beasts does not fit modern contract models. She gives him temporary access to one restricted archive shelf under supervision. Kieran spends hours reading damaged field journals from before the sundering. The journals describe Tamers forming bonds without visible ownership marks. Some beasts supposedly chose companions after shared dreams, memories, or life-threatening experiences. One text says true resonance cannot be imposed because both souls must open willingly. Another warns that forcing such contact can destroy both minds involved. Kieran reads that sentence 3 times and immediately thinks about void-like pain flashes. Another page shows silver threads linking human and beast silhouettes. The symbol resembles what he saw beside Ember's cage almost perfectly, but every record stops around the era of the Sundering. After that catastrophe, voluntary soul bonds disappear from documented Tamer history. Contract marks replace them within a generation because they are safer and controllable. Kieran asks Mara why nobody teaches any of this in first-year history. She says modern Verith prefers reliable systems over legends nobody can reproduce. Then she adds something that bothers him more. Crownspire's original founders considered soul bonding stronger than contract resonance when successful. The bond could supposedly deepen as human and beast understood each other. It also allowed shared instinct across multiple companions without constant verbal commands. Kieran immediately thinks about the railyard training and the storm afterward. Mara notices his expression and tells him not to test theories recklessly. Kieran promises nothing because reckless testing is basically his only affordable laboratory. Before leaving, Mara gives him a handwritten address instead of another archive book. It belongs to Dr. Elias Ward, a retired beast path researcher near the East Wall. Mara says Ward was expelled from Crownspire research circles for challenging ranking doctrine. That recommendation sounds either perfect or catastrophically suspicious. Kieran takes it anyway. Outside the archive, Lucas Vane waits beside his newly bonded Stormhound. He sees Kieran's 3 rejects and asks whether the junkyard started issuing companions. Kieran ignores him until the hound growls at Ember and crowds Vex's damaged side. A sudden snap near Vex's blind eye triggers panic before anyone can de-escalate. Vex drops through shadow and reappears beneath the hound by pure instinct. The startled C-rank predator tears free from Lucas and lunges after the moving shadow. Atlas reaches Vex first, despite its damaged shell, and plants sideways across the corridor. Instead of tanking head-on, the tortoise angles its strongest plate at impact. The hound glances away and skids harmlessly across the academy training mats. Ember lays a concentrated heat line across the floor, stopping another charge. Cold, Vex emerges behind Atlas and chooses cover instead of turning panic into aggression. The whole exchange ends before academy guards can even reach the corridor. Students stare at Kieran's F ranks like their stat screens just lied in public. Lucas blames Kieran, but Mara arrives and points toward the security cameras overhead. Kieran checks Vex first. The hair stays close instead of fleeing from his hands. That small piece of trust matters more than embarrassing Lucas ever could. Mara studies Atlas and asks who taught the tortoise to redirect impact. Kieran says Atlas did, once somebody stopped demanding it absorb everything head-on. Mara warns that unusual performance attracts attention faster than ordinary success. Kieran asks whether that warning is supposed to sound ominous. She says successful tamers in Verith eventually learn to assume attention is ominous. That evening, Kieran follows Mara's address to Dr. Elias Ward's strange little laboratory. Ward's home looks like an herb shop collided with the forbidden laboratory. Preserved beast cores line dusty shelves beside cages containing harmless glow beetles. An elderly man with wild gray hair opens the door, carrying 3 magnifying lenses. He recognizes Mara's handwriting and immediately tells Kieran to come inside. Ward refuses to skin the beasts first. Instead, he asks Kieran how each one behaves when frightened. The question surprises Kieran because researchers usually begin with rank or core density. He explains Ember's overheating, Vex's sensory panic, and Atlas's protective freezing. Ward asks what Kieran changed during training. Kieran says he stopped correcting the traits the beasts used to survive trauma. Ward smiles. Like that answer confirmed something he hoped to hear. He examines Ember's missing tail and finds old thermal channels scarred near the base. The channels are damaged, but not completely dead like Crownspire's report claimed. Heat is rerouting through Ember's spine instead of exiting normally through the tail. Ward calls it inefficient, dangerous, and potentially very interesting. Kieran asks whether interesting means fixable. Ward says fixable is the wrong question if the body already chose another solution. That line sticks inside Kieran's head immediately. Next, Ward studies Vex's shadow signature in a room with controlled lighting. Vex's damaged eye reacts poorly, but its soul sense spikes before every light change. Ward suspects the beast compensates by detecting living essence instead of visual movement. That would explain how Vex navigates darkness for better than its classification suggests. Finally, Ward taps Atlas's cracked shell with a tuning fork. Each fracture carries vibration across separate plates, rather than straight through the center. The break reduced raw durability, but created multiple independent resonance channels. Ward mutters that nature has a rude habit of ignoring official medical conclusions. Kieran asks whether any of the three can still evolve. Ward says Ember definitely has an active growth pathway, though its destination is unknown. Vex has one too, but the route appears unstable and heavily shadow-lined. Atlas is more complicated because shell evolution requires structural continuity in most species. Kieran notices Atlas lower its head when Ward says that. Ward immediately changes tone and tells the tortoise that most species is not all species. Then he gives Kieran a far bigger problem. Evolution requires more than training if their cores are already reshaping around injuries. Each beast will eventually need an environment that pressures its adapted trait naturally. For Ember, that means controlled exposure to intense volcanic or ash-based energy. Kieran says the nearest legal volcanic zone is 3 weeks away and expensive. Ward points to a map hanging behind him instead. Ashwood Forest sits only 2 days east of the city. The Sundering turned its central region into a toxic fire biome centuries ago. Most Tamers avoid the deeper zones because unstable ash storms scramble contract commands. Kieran looks at Ember. Ember is already staring at the map's red mark center. Ward warns that this is not permission to run into Ashwood tomorrow. Kieran says he would never do something that obviously reckless without supplies. Ward says the supplies are not the part of that sentence worrying him. Before Kieran leaves, Ward hands him a cheap heat reading lens and one warning. Do not chase evolution like a level up screen. If Ember's body changes before its mind is ready, evolution itself could kill it. He promises Ember will always get a choice. Ward refuses payment for the consultation, then charges Kieran heavily for 3 practical supplies anyway. The first is cooling paste designed for damaged fire channels around Ember's missing tail. The second is resonance chalk, capable of revealing weak essence movement across cracked surfaces. The third is a small tuning crystal that reacts whenever multiple soul signatures synchronize nearby. Ward calls the crystal mostly useless because modern contract marks drown subtle signals completely. Around Kieran's unmarked companions, however, the crystal gives a faint note almost every few minutes. Vex hates the sound and repeatedly tries stealing the crystal from Kieran's pocket afterward. Atlas appears fascinated by it and taps the case whenever the note changes pitch. Ember only reacts when Kieran experiences strong emotion, which may be the strangest pattern yet. On the walk home, evolution advertisements fill the Tamer district with impossible promises. One display guarantees rapid rank growth, and Ember's anxiety spikes through the bond. Kieran crosses the street rather than forcing it past another wall of expectations. At home, he studies every free Ashwood map and outdated ranger report available. The outer forest lists cindermites, ashfang jackals, toxic ash, and unstable vents. Deeper zones contain blank survey regions where contract interference becomes dangerously unpredictable. Vex keeps sitting over the tunnel routes while Atlas pushes its sealant kit toward Kieran. Ember never looks away from the red-marked inner burn zone on the map. Through their thread, Kieran feels something stranger than curiosity: faint recognition. That makes no sense for a salamander supposedly bred entirely inside city facilities. Kieran records the contradiction, but refuses to call it destiny or hidden bloodline yet. His plan is simple: earn money, train carefully, and gather evidence without chasing evolution. 3 days later, the guild posts triple-pay salvage work near Ashwood's outer burn line. The smart move is declining. The practical move pays weeks of medicine and tests. Ember's adaptation. Kieran accepts before common sense can win the argument. Accepting the Ashwood contract solves Kieran's money problem and creates 6 new ones. First, unlicensed handlers cannot enter corrupted zones without a registered escort team. Second, none of his beasts own certified resistance gear for toxic ash exposure. Third, Atlas still needs daily shell sealant that reacts badly to sulfur heat. Fourth, Vex hates travel cages and refuses every harness Kieran can afford. Fifth, Ember is visibly excited whenever Ashwood gets mentioned, which feels dangerous. And sixth, Kieran still has no legal explanation for commanding 3 uncontracted beasts. The guild pairs him with a licensed salvage team led by Captain Rowan Pike. Rowan is a broad-shouldered veteran with a scar cutting through one eyebrow. His contracted beast is Bristle, plated boar rated solid C rank. Scout Lena cross-studies Kieran's trio like a liability report. Healer Mason Greer looks curious instead. Lena uses a D-rank windkite and trusts clean data more than lucky improvisation. Mason travels with the Grove Lynx and checks injuries before he checks rank labels. When Rowan sees Kieran's companions, his expression becomes a full tactical complaint. He asks whether the guild accidentally assigned him a rescue mission disguised as labor. Kieran shows the warehouse clearances and recent performance records instead of arguing. Rowan scans the numbers, then looks at Atlas's cracked shell again. He says paper performance does not matter if Ashwood decides to throw a boss encounter. Kieran agrees and says avoiding boss encounters is currently the entire strategy. Rowan seems disappointed that sarcasm did not make him leave. The caravan departs before sunrise along the eastern road toward Ashwood. Verrett's capital shrinks behind them, while cultivated fields become gray scrubland. Old sundering scars appear farther east, black stone fused into unnatural glass veins. Ember spends most of the journey riding inside a padded basket near Kieran. It no longer fears being carried, but only when Kieran lets it climb in first. Vex travels beneath the wagon in moving shadow instead of inside any container. Rowan calls that unsafe until Vex appears beside a wheel before every pothole. Atlas walks slowly behind Bristle, matching the boar's pace without competition. Bristle initially snorts at the tortoise's damaged shell and tries bullying past. Atlas simply angles one plate, making the heavier boar slide sideways harmlessly. Rowan sees it happen and stops calling Atlas useless afterward. The first night, the caravan camps beside an abandoned watchtower outside Ashwood jurisdiction. Ward's heat lens shows Ember running warm despite the forest still being miles away. The salamander keeps facing east as if something inside the ash is calling. Mason crouches beside Ember, fascinated that its heat rises without obvious core damage. Lena warns that fascination gets people killed when Ashwood starts breaking normal rules. Kieran insists they are recovering research equipment, not chasing some miracle evolution. That night, he dreams of a vast winged shape moving beneath rivers of magma. A massive tail cuts through the glow before the vision suddenly disappears. Kieran wakes with Ember trembling against him and the soul thread pulsing faintly. Whatever that creature was, Ember recognized it before Kieran ever could. Morning brings the first clear view of Ashwood Forest. From a distance, it looks like an ocean of charcoal trees under red fog. Some trunks still burn internally without collapsing, glowing through cracks and bark. Black ash falls continuously despite the sky above being completely cloudless. Old warning pylons surround the outer boundary with glowing contamination marks. Rowan checks everyone's masks and distributes neutralizing tonic before crossing the line. Kieran fits Ember with a light throat wrap soaked in cooling mineral solution. The salamander immediately hates it and tries removing the cloth with both feet. Kieran loosens the wrap until Ember stops fighting instead of tightening it harder. Rowan notices and says obedience would make survival considerably easier inside Ashwood. Kieran says panic makes survival considerably harder, so they will meet halfway. The moment the team crosses the boundary, sound changes inside the forest. Wind seems muffled by thick ash hanging between the dead branches. Even Bristle lowers its head and stops making casual noise. Vex's ears rotate constantly, then flatten when distant heartbeats appear everywhere. Kieran feels a ripple through the soul thread before Vex gives any warning. Danger is not approaching. Danger is already around them. Rowan raises one fist and orders the caravan into a defensive diamond. Shapes move between burned trees, too low and fast for Lena's windkite. A pack of cinder mites erupts from the ash beneath the wagon wheels. Each insect is fist-sized, armored, and attracted to concentrated beast essence. Individually, they are weak. In a swarm, they can strip flesh faster than most low-rank fire attacks. Reload. Rowan orders Bristle to charge through the densest cluster. The plated boar tears a path open, crushing dozens under reinforced hooves. Lena's windkite creates a spinning gust that lifts another swarm upward. Kieran does not send Ember into the middle. He remembers Ember's heat limit and uses the insect's movement against them instead. Vex slips through the wagon's shadow and appears near a fallen tree. Kieran taps twice, their training signal for redirect rather than attack. Vex kicks Ash into the mites and pulls their aggro toward the log. Ember waits until the swarm compresses around one target zone. Then it releases one short crimson burst directly into the dry wood. The log ignites instantly, creating a rolling fire all across the insects. Kieran counts 3 seconds and signals Ember to stop before overheating begins. Ember cancels the flame even though dozens of mites remain active. That restraint is exactly what old trainers punished it for showing. Kieran rewards the choice by shifting Atlas forward to cover the cooldown. Atlas lowers its intact shell plate and lets the mites climb onto metal. Instead of crushing them, it pivots sharply beneath the wind. Kite's next gust. The insects get ripped from its shell and thrown straight into the fire line. Rowan watches the improvised combo while fighting another cluster with Bristle. He shouts that Kieran's rejects have annoyingly decent combat IQ. Kieran shouts back that he will put that on their business cards. The swarm finally breaks and disappears beneath the ash again. Mason checks everyone for bites while Ember pants beside Kieran's boot. Its body temperature remains high, but safely below the danger threshold. That matters more to Kieran than the number of mites burned. Rowan grudgingly admits the team can stay as long as discipline holds. Still skeptical, Lena is the first to spot something wrong near the disturbed nest. Several dead cinder mites have hollow core cavities despite being freshly killed. Something harvested their essence before the team ever arrived. Rowan says scavenger beasts sometimes eat cores and leave the shell behind. Mason's voice turns clinical as he points out cuts to precise for scavenger teeth. Kieran remembers Mara's warning about attention becoming ominous around unusual beasts. He files the discovery away, but says nothing about Apex because he knows nothing yet. The salvage coordinates lie another 6 miles through progressively hotter terrain. As the team travels, Ember's behavior becomes more alert with every mile. It stops panting despite rising ambient temperatures, which should be physiologically impossible. Ward's heat lens shows internal channels pulsing instead of simply storing excess energy. Kieran records the pattern in a pocket notebook between steps. Rowan teases him for doing homework inside a corrupted death forest. Kieran says homework never tried eating him, making this technically more exciting. By midday, the group reaches an old ranger station half buried under ash dunes. The missing research crate signal comes from somewhere below the collapsed structure. Atlas cannot fit through the narrow lower passage without worsening its shell fracture. Kieran asks Atlas to hold the entrance while Vex scouts inside. First, Vex disappears through a crack and sends back a faint emotional pulse moments later. Not danger, exactly. Fear. Kieran crawls into the passage, with Ember following close behind his shoulder. The basement smells of burned resin, blood, and something metallic beneath. Both. Vex waits beside a broken storage locker, staring into the rear darkness. Kieran's lamp catches a human boot first. Then it catches the rest of the body. A researcher lies against the wall with ash packed around an old wound. Mason squeezes through behind Kieran and immediately checks for breathing. The man is alive, barely, but his skin shows severe essence drain. His beast companion is nowhere nearby. The research crate sits open beside him, its internal sample racks completely empty. Kieran wakes the man long enough to ask what attacked the station. The researcher whispers that men in gray masks arrived before the predators did. They ignored equipment, money, and medicine. They only wanted beast cores and bloodline samples. When the research team resisted, the masked men released something into the basement. The survivor says one phrase before losing consciousness again. Apex takes the soul, not the body. Rowan's face hardens when Kieran repeats the words outside. Apparently Apex Syndicate is not just a rumor among veteran tamers. They are a black market network officially blamed for illegal evolution stimulants. Most reports connect them to poaching rare beasts and harvesting premium cores. Rowan has never heard of them stealing souls. Literally. Mason treats the survivor while Lena scouts for tracks around the ranger station. She returns with bad news almost immediately. Apex boots left hours ago, but fresh predator prints now circle the area. The tracks belong to Ashfang jackals, usually D-rank hunters traveling in coordinated packs. There are at least 12, far more than this zone normally supports. Together, something is driving predators toward the outer burn line. Rowan decides the salvage mission ends here because survival outranks contract payout. Kieran agrees without hesitation, which surprises Rowan after all his earlier stubbornness. They secure the wounded researcher onto the wagon and begin retracing their route. That should be the smart ending to Ashwood. Ashwood has other plans. Less than an hour late, Lena's wind kite suddenly drops from the canopy. A blackened quill is embedded through one wing membrane. Lena catches her beast and points upward with her free hand. Shapes begin moving along the burned branches on both sides of the trail. Ashfang jackals climb better than normal canine beasts due to hardened claw hooks. The first one drops directly onto Bristle's back before Rowan can pivot. Bristle bucks violently, throwing the jackal into a tree hard enough to crack bark. 3 more attack from opposite angles. Vex senses them first and sends panic through the soul thread network. Kieran feels the warning an instant before his eyes locate any target. He pulls Mason down as a quill passes exactly where the healer stood. Ember fires upward, but the angle forces a longer burn than usual. Kieran cuts the attack short before Ember's throat glow turns dangerously white. The jackal survives and lands behind Atlas. Atlas spins, placing the damaged side away from the predator automatically. Its front plate catches the bite while Kieran guides Vex toward the exposed flank. Vex slips through Atlas's shadow and kicks the jackal's rear leg sideways. The movement looks tiny, but it ruins the beast's balance completely. Ember follows with a point-blank burst to the chest. The first jackal drops. The remaining pack does not retreat. Their eyes glow with strange red veins that Rowan immediately recognizes as stimulant use. Somebody boosted these wild beasts artificially before driving them toward the trail. That means the attack may not be random at all. Rowan shouts for everyone to form around the wagon and protect the survivor. Bristle tanks the front, while Atlas covers the rear, despite its cracked shell. Lena's injured windkite provides intermittent gusts instead of sustained air control. Mason's Grove Link stays near the patient and detects incoming poison spikes. Kieran realizes his team must fill every gap the licensed party suddenly has. This is no longer a low-risk salvage job. It is their first real hunt against predators capable of killing them. And unlike warehouse rats, these things know exactly how to target weakness. The Ashfang pack attacks like a coordinated squad instead of wild scavengers. 2 jackals keep Bristle occupied while others probe the weaker rear formation. One deliberately feints toward Atlas's intact plate, then changes direction mid-lunge. The real strike slams into the crack center before Atlas can rotate fully. Metal tissue splits wider beneath the damaged shell, and Atlas grunts from pain. Kieran feels the impact through the soul thread like pressure inside his own ribs. He immediately pulls Atlas back instead of ordering another defensive stand. Rowan shouts that retreating the rear tank will expose Mason and the survivor. Kieran answers by pointing at a narrow rock channel beside the trail. If they funnel the jackals there, Atlas does not need to cover every angle. Rowan sees the geometry and changes formation without wasting time arguing. Bristle charges sideways, forcing the front attackers toward the channel entrance. Lena's wind kite produces one painful gust with its injured wing. The air blast drives loose ash into the jackal's glowing eyes. Vex uses the blindness window to cross between 3 separate shadows. Kieran cannot follow every movement visually anymore. He follows the emotional pulses instead, tracking Vex through shared instinct. The hare appears behind the pack leader and rakes its stimulant pouch loose. A glass capsule falls from the jackal's harness and cracks on stone. Rowan sees the equipment and curses because wild beasts do not wear dosing rigs. Someone fitted this entire pack before releasing them. Ember launches controlled bursts at the channel walls rather than the jackals directly. The heat causes brittle stone to crack and fall behind the advancing pack. Within seconds, the wide battlefield becomes a narrow killing lane. Atlas plants sideways at the lane mouth, with only its strongest plate exposed. Bristle stands beside it, turning the defensive line into layered armor. Now, the jackals must attack exactly where Kieran wants them. Ember fires in 3-second pulses over Atlas's lowered shell. Vex appears wherever a wounded jackal tries climbing the channel walls. Rowan's crew adds arrows, wind blades, and Bristle's crushing countercharges. For almost a minute, the team looks completely locked in. Then the stimulant inside the pack leader spikes. Its muscles swell beneath burned fur, and bone ridges tear through its shoulders. Mason identifies the reaction as a legal rage bloom, a short-lived forced enhancement. The drug can raise a D-rank predator toward C-rank output for several minutes. It also destroys the beast's core afterward, meaning whoever dosed it expected death. The pack leader launches over Atlas instead of hitting the defensive plate. Kieran sees the jump too late to move completely aside. Ember sees it first. The salamander leaps from the ground and spits flame directly into the jackal's face. The attack turns the predator mid-air, but one claw still catches Ember. A deep slash opens across the salamander's damaged rear side. Ember hits the stone hard beside Kieran and screams. For Kieran, the battlefield disappears beneath instant soulbound feedback. He feels Ember's old tail wound and new injury overlap inside one memory. The sensation is identical to the moment that young Tamer pushed too far. Ember's internal temperature rockets upward from panic before Kieran can intervene. Its throat sac turns white, brighter than any training session ever reached. Rowan shouts for Kieran to make the beast fire before the heat cooks internally. Kieran knows the textbook answer would be exactly that. Dump the stored energy through the strongest attack possible. But Ember's memory tells him what forced output means to this beast. Kieran drops beside Ember while everyone else keeps fighting around them. He places one hand near the salamander without touching the injured tail region. Then he says Ember does not have to attack. The words sound insane during a pack assault. Kieran repeats them anyway. He tells Ember they can lose this fight and still leave together. No evolution is worth turning this moment into the old training room again. Ember trembles violently, fire leaking between its teeth and broken pulses. Kieran feels fear through the bond, then confusion beneath it. Nobody ever gave Ember permission to be too hurt to perform. The stored heat starts falling 1 degree at a time. Kieran keeps breathing slowly until Ember unconsciously matches the rhythm. Meanwhile, Atlas absorbs another glancing impact beside the channel entrance. Vex appears at Kieran's shoulder, checks Ember, then returns to the fight. The gesture lasts 1 second, but carries more concern than any command could. Rowan changes tactics to cover Kieran's team while Ember stabilizes. Bristle takes the front alone, and Lena starts dropping loose branches as barriers. Mason throws a flash tonic that blinds 2 stimulant-crazed jackals temporarily. Atlas tries to advance again despite its fresh shell injury. Kieran sends a sharp stop impulse through the soul thread without speaking. Atlas actually pauses. The response proves their connection is deepening under stress. Kieran signals Atlas to hold position and redirect instead of sacrifice. The tortoise lowers its head, unhappy, but obedient by choice. Vex then catches something none of the humans notice. Its ears turn east, away from the active pack, and its body stiffens. A much slower heartbeat is approaching through the forest. Every Ashfang jackal hears it moments later. The pack freezes mid-attack. Even the Rage Bloom leader stops snarling and turns toward the trees. Rowan immediately says anything scaring a stimulant pack is above their pay grade. The jackals retreat without retrieving their wounded. They disappear into the ash faster than the team can process the reversal. Silence returns to the channel for 3 seconds. Then a deep roar rolls through Ashwood and shakes ash from every branch. Bristle backs up instinctively until its armored flank touches Rowan's leg. Lena identifies the sound as an Ashmore Ravager from old ranger reports. Those beasts normally live near Ashwood's inner burn zone miles farther east. A mature Ashmaw can hit high C rank and briefly challenge low B rank defenses. Kieran looks toward the trail leading west and sees red fog thickening there. A second problem arrives before anyone can choose a direction. The ground beneath the western path erupts in a line of underground flame vents. A corrupted ash storm is forming across their only route back to the boundary. Rowan checks the pressure compass and swears again. The storm will make the west road lethal for at least several hours. Staying still leaves them exposed to the approaching Ashmaw. Moving east means heading deeper into the exact forest they plan to leave. Kieran asks whether the ranger station basement could serve as shelter. Mason says not with an unconscious patient and predators already tracking that scent. Lena points toward an old firebreak tunnel marked on the research map. The tunnel runs northeast beneath a basalt ridge and exits near a cooling basin. It is deeper, but underground stone could block both storm heat and Ravager tracking. Rowan hates the option, which makes it the current best option available. They load Ember into Kieran's coat sling because walking worsens the sidewound. Atlas refuses the cargo harness until Mason checks the widened shell fracture. Kieran presses his forehead briefly against Atlas's head and asks for one ride. The tortoise finally allows Rowan and Mason to secure it beside the survivor. Vex scouts ahead because darkness inside the tunnel favors its senses completely. The group reaches the firebreak entrance as the ash storm begins roaring behind them. Hot wind throws sparks sideways through the forest like glowing horizontal rain. The Ashmore roars again, closer now, and definitely following their route. Rowan seals the outer tunnel door after the wagon squeezes inside. The next impact hits metal from the outside. Seconds later, something huge scratches across the reinforced surface, but does not break through. For now, stone and old steel are enough. The tunnel goes dark after the storm destroys exterior power lines. Lena lights chemical lamps while Mason stabilizes Ember's wound first. The claw missed major organs but tore across the old scar network. That overlap explains the extreme panic and sudden core temperature spike. Mason cleans the cut while Kieran keeps Ember focused on his voice. The salamander snaps once when medicine reaches the deepest part. Kieran does not pull away completely. He lets Ember see the hand remain nearby without becoming another restraint. Eventually, Ember stops shaking and falls asleep against his wrist. Mason says the beast should avoid combat for at least 24 hours. Rowan says the storm may not care what medical recommendations prefer. Atlas's shell is worse. The fresh strike opened an older fracture nearly 2 inches farther across center plating. Mason can seal bleeding beneath the shell, but cannot restore structural integrity. Here, Atlas lowers its head again, clearly understanding the tone, if not every word. Kieran tells Atlas the same thing he told Ember. Nobody is earning points for dying correctly. If Atlas needs to hide behind Kieran for once, that is allowed. Rowan mutters that a human hiding a steel tortoise would be impressive physics. The joke earns the first weak smile since entering the tunnel. Vex returns from scouting with black dust covering its paws. It repeatedly taps one spot on the tunnel floor with a rear foot. Kieran lowers Ward's heat lens and sees a strange glow beneath cracked basalt. The ground carries threads of molten orange mineral, unlike normal firestone. Lena recognizes it as ashheart glass, rare condensed essence from sundering vents. The material forms only where corrupted flame cools under extreme pressure. Collectors pay huge money because fire-aligned beasts can absorb tiny, refined amounts. Unrefined ashheart is dangerous enough to rupture low-rank cores instantly. Kieran feels Ember stir inside his coat before the mineral is fully exposed. The salamander opens its eyes and stares directly at the glowing floor seam. A silver thread between them brightens hard enough for everyone nearby to notice. Rowan stops talking. Kieran asks if licensed contract bonds ever produce visible strands like that. Rowan says absolutely not, and takes one cautious step backward. Mason checks Ember's pulse and finds it accelerating without another temperature spike. The reaction is excitement, not panic. Kieran remembers Ward saying evolution requires environment, pressure, and mental readiness together. This looks suspiciously like the first ingredient arriving on its own. But Ember is injured and barely survived a trauma response 10 minutes ago. Kieran refuses to touch the ashheart glass while the beast is vulnerable. Instead, he marks the location and moves everyone deeper toward the cooling basin. Ember keeps looking back at the glowing seam until darkness hides it completely. The tunnel widens after half a mile into an abandoned maintenance chamber. Old pre-sundering pipes cross the ceiling, many still radiating faint residual heat. Rowan decides the chamber is defensible enough to wait out the ash storm. Lena sets trip lines near both entrances, while Vex maps side passages. Mason checks the unconscious researcher again and finally gets him stable. Kieran sits beside Ember and studies the wound through Ward's lens. Something strange is happening beneath the damaged tail scar. The rerouted thermal channels Ward described are glowing brighter than normal. Heat from Ashwood is not simply entering Ember's core. The energy seems to be tracing a new pathway around the missing tail. Kieran sketches the pattern and notices it resembles a curved spinal extension. He tries not to jump toward the obvious conclusion. Evolution hopes can become another kind of pressure if he is careless. Ember wakes fully and crawls from the sling, despite Kieran's protest. It takes 3 slow steps, winces, then looks toward the tunnel behind them. The direction leads back to the ashheart seam. Kieran tells Ember no. The salamander stares at him and takes one more step. Anyway, Kieran almost laughs, because voluntary soulbound apparently does not include free obedience. Then Ember touches its nose against his wrist. A memory flickers, much shorter than the first connection. Kieran sees the winged fire creature from last night's dream again. This time the creature turns, revealing a tail made from flowing molten rock. The image ends before Kieran can see its face. He realizes Ember was not dreaming randomly. The memory may come from somewhere deeper than the salamander's personal lifetime. Ward mentioned adapted bodies, but never inherited memory through a bloodline. Kieran now has a new theory and absolutely no safe way to test it. The ash storm howls through vents above them, making the decision temporarily irrelevant. They are staying underground until the western path opens again. For the next 2 hours, Ember refuses to stop watching the tunnel behind them. Waiting becomes its own kind of pressure when something large patrols outside. Every few minutes, the ashmaw scrapes claws across one of the tunnel entrances. The beast cannot locate them precisely, but it knows prey disappeared underground. Rowan rotates watch shifts while Lena tries repairing the wind kite's torn membrane. Kieran spends his shift listening to Ember's breathing instead of the tunnel door. The salamander remains awake, restless, and unusually focused despite the fresh wound. Eventually, Kieran places the ash heart sample question directly in front of it. He draws two choices in ash beside Ember, one toward the mineral seam. The other points toward the resting chamber and the safe route west. Afterward, Ember studies the crude drawing for several seconds. Then it deliberately walks onto the mark, pointing toward the ash heart glass. Kieran says wanting something is not enough reason to rush while injured. Ember scratches the same mark again, harder this time. The tiny argument attracts Rowan, who asks whether they are negotiating with Chalk now. Kieran explains the inherited memory flash and the unusual thermal pathway. Rowan says every sentence after inherited memory somehow gets more concerning. Mason is less dismissive because Ember's wound has already stopped active bleeding. Fire essence sometimes accelerates recovery in salamander species under controlled conditions. Unrefined ashheart is still too concentrated for direct absorption. Lena suggests extracting a dust-sized fragment rather than touching the full seam. Her salvage kit includes insulated forceps and an essence dilution vial. Kieran refuses to proceed until Ember chooses again after seeing the equipment. He places the closed vial beside the salamander and waits. Ember sniffs it, then pushes the vial toward the tunnel with its nose. Rowan sighs and says the beast may have more informed consent than guild rookies. They leave Mason with Atlas, the survivor, and the sealed western access. Kieran, Rowan, Lena, Ember, and Vex return toward the ashheart seam carefully. Vex travels ahead through darkness, detecting no large life signs nearby. At the glowing fracture, Lena chips away surrounding basalt without touching the mineral. The ashheart glass pulses like frozen lava under layers of black stone. Ember's throat sac answers with the same rhythm almost immediately. Kieran feels the silver thread tighten, not painfully, but with focused anticipation. Lena extracts a splinter smaller than a grain of rice into the dilution vial. Even that tiny fragment makes the glass container glow through insulated cloth. She mixes it with cooling salts and a neutral fire tonic slowly. The solution changes from molten orange toward dark amber as concentration drops. Mason's remote reader confirms the essence level is within F-rank tolerance. Theoretically. Rowan emphasizes the word theoretically like it personally offended him. Kieran kneels and places the vial between himself and Ember. He does not hold the beast or pour anything into its mouth. Ember approaches on its own and touches one claw against the glass. A memory bond pulse opens instantly. Kieran sees the winged creature again, standing inside an endless volcanic cavern. This time, 3 smaller salamanders crawl beneath its molten tail for protection. One has the same shortened tail shape Ember was born with. The great creature lowers its head toward that runt without rejection. Then the memory fractures into unfamiliar symbols and vanishes. Kieran returns to the tunnel, gasping, but Ember remains completely calm. He realizes the missing tail may not be a random defect at all. It could be a dormant ancestral trait misread by modern breeding standards. That theory is wild, but Verit's ranking system already missed Vex's shadow movement. Kieran uncaps the diluted vial and places one drop onto a stone plate. Ember sniffs the droplet, hesitates, then licks it voluntarily. Nothing happens for 3 seconds. Then crimson light runs down Ember's spine in one clean line. The salamander stiffens, but does not scream. Kieran feels heat rise through the bond without panic attached this time. A glowing ridge forms briefly above the missing tail scar, then fades again. The response stops before becoming a transformation. Lena checks the remaining solution and says the dose barely touched its potential. Kieran says good. A successful evolution test that does not nearly kill anyone counts as progress. Rowan finally admits that whatever Ember is, permanent F rank looks ridiculous now. They return to the maintenance chamber before the Ashmaw circles back again. For the next hour, Ember sleeps deeply while its core pattern keeps reorganizing. The forced rest gives Rowan enough time to finally ask how Kieran became Zero Bond officially. Kieran expects mockery, but the veteran sounds more curious than judgmental after today's fighting. He explains the 6 failed resonance exams and the final empty reading at Crownspire. Rowan says an empty reading beside 3 responsive beasts sounds less like failure than bad calibration. Kieran says that theory arrived conveniently after years of everybody calling him soul dead. Lena asks whether memory bond lets him read thoughts whenever he touches a companion. Kieran corrects her immediately, because memories are not thoughts and consent changes everything. The first contacts happened accidentally, but he refuses to repeat them by force now. Mason says that distinction matters if Apex is truly extracting essence from living creatures. The conversation turns toward what modern contracts actually do beneath the Academy-approved language. Rowan admits battle marks always contain a compulsion layer for emergency override commands. Most Tamers rarely notice because well-trained companions obey before the override ever activates. But the layer exists, and high-level military contracts can force movement through fear or pain. Kieran thinks about the young Tamer pushing Ember through drills after the tail began burning. He asks whether a legal contract could technically make a beast keep fighting through injury. Rowan says yes, under emergency authority, although responsible Tamers are supposed to avoid that. Ember stirs in its sleep at the answer, and the soul thread tightens automatically. Kieran lays one hand beside the salamander without initiating any deeper memory bond. The thread relaxes once Ember senses he is still there. Vex watches this from a dark pipe overhead, then drops silently beside Ember's blanket. The hair curls near Ember's front claws despite normally avoiding direct body contact. Atlas shifts closer from the opposite side, even though moving worsens its shell pain. Rowan goes quiet while watching three supposedly useless beasts form their own defensive cluster. He says his first instructor taught that loyalty is something a Tamer earns after establishing control. Kieran answers that maybe the order is backward. The tuning crystal inside his pack suddenly produces a clear note instead of its usual faint hum. Everyone looks toward it. Ward said modern contract resonance should overwhelm that crystal, yet Rowan's bristle stands nearby too. Kieran removes the crystal and watches its surface point toward Ember, Vex, and Atlas together. The note strengthens whenever their breathing rhythms gradually align during rest. Lena whispers that the three beasts may be resonating with each other through Kieran's connection. Kieran thinks about the spontaneous combos during the Ashfang fight and realizes she may be right. The Soul Lattice does not have a name yet, but its earliest shape is already forming underground. That possibility feels exciting until another scrape echoes from the western tunnel door. The Ashmaw is still outside, and Ashwood refuses to let Theory remain comfortable for long. Kieran pockets the crystal and focuses on one objective: everyone leaves alive. Kieran watches every reading and refuses to administer another Ashheart dose. The point is not speedrunning evolution. The point is surviving long enough for evolution to mean something. Near dusk, the ash storm outside finally begins weakening according to pressure sensors. Rowan estimates the western road will become passable within another 40 minutes. Relief spreads through the chamber until Vex suddenly bolts upright. Both ears point toward the western access door. The hair's soul thread hits Kieran with the pulse of immediate danger. Something is standing on the other side of the sealed entrance. Not the Ashmaw. This heartbeat is human. Then another appears beside it. And another. Rowan silently draws a short spear while Lena kills the chemical lamps. Metal scrapes outside as someone begins working the lock professionally. A calm voice says the door contains civilian survivors and should be opened peacefully. Rowan recognizes neither the voice nor any guild recovery code. Kieran thinks about the drained researcher and gray masks. Apex Syndicate may have doubled back for whoever survived their earlier raid. Rowan asks for identification through the door. The voice answers with an official ranger code that Lena knows was retired years ago. That confirms enough. Rowan orders everyone toward the eastern tunnel before the lock gives way. Mason secures the patient while Kieran wakes Ember carefully. Atlas stands despite pain and moves beside the wagon without being asked. Kieran tries putting Atlas back onto the harness to reduce shell strain. The tortoise refuses and positions itself between the group and western door. Kieran feels stubborn resolve through their bond. He compromises by ordering Atlas to stay beside Bristle instead of behind everyone. The lock snaps just as the wagon enters the eastern tunnel. Three figures in gray ash cloaks step into the dark maintenance chamber. Their masks carry a black triangle pierced by a silver fang. The instant Vex sees the silver fang, its entire body locks rigid. A chemical-scented spike of terror slams through Kieran's thread, then disappears before he understands it. Kieran has never seen the emblem before, but Rowan clearly has. Apex Syndicate. One operative spots the empty Ashheart vial and immediately follows the eastern route. The chase forces everyone deeper instead of allowing the planned retreat west. Rowan says the tunnel eventually exits near a geothermal basin inside mid-Ashwood. That zone is absolutely outside the salvage team's contract clearance. Kieran answers that Apex probably does not care about paperwork boundaries. They move quickly despite Atlas's pain and the patient's unstable condition. Behind them, controlled footsteps stay exactly far enough away to avoid ambushes. Apex is not rushing. They are hurting the group somewhere. Vex senses movement ahead and sends another warning pulse. Kieran realizes the Ashmaw's heartbeat now waits near the eastern tunnel mouth. The predator never left. The group is trapped between a high C-rank beast and human poachers. Rowan stops the wagon before the exit and studies the stone walls desperately. No side passage is wide enough for Atlas or Bristle. Fighting Apex in the tunnel risks exposing the wounded researcher behind them. Fighting the Ashmaw outside risks everyone else immediately. Kieran looks down at Ember and notices the salamander staring toward daylight. The crimson line along its spine has returned stronger than before. Ashheart energy inside the core is reacting to the geothermal basin ahead. Kieran hates the timing because evolution should not happen under forced combat pressure. Ember feels his fear through the bond and nudges his wrist once. The gesture says something different from the earlier panic. Not "I have to fight." More like "I want to stay." Kieran understands the distinction, but still refuses to gamble Ember's life casually. He asks Rowan whether the Ashmaw can be redirected instead of killed. Rowan says, maybe, if someone gives it a better target than wounded humans. Kieran looks back toward the advancing Apex operatives. That is the first strategy today. That sounds almost fun. They position Bristle and Atlas beside the eastern doorway without exposing the wagon. Lena repairs enough of the wind kite's wing for one strong directional gust. Vex hides inside the tunnel shadows where Apex cannot detect its exact position. Kieran carries Ember near the exit, but keeps the salamander behind his body. The first Apex operative rounds the bend and sees the improvised formation. He tells Rowan to surrender the survivor and any anomalous beast samples collected. Rowan asks whether anomalous includes a salamander with terrible customer service. The operative ignores him and deploys a black contract chain from his wrist. A hulking bone hyena materializes from a capture sphere beside him. Its eyes are empty, gray, and metal staples run along both shoulders. Kieran feels Ember recoil at the smell of forced enhancement instantly. A second operative releases 2 wire vipers modified with control collars. The third remains behind them, carrying a long rifle built for beast cores. These people are equipped to capture creatures, not simply kill witnesses. Kieran suddenly realizes they may be interested in Ember after sensing Ashheart resonance. The lead operative confirms it by pointing directly at the salamander. He says the defective fire specimen is worth more alive if its core mutated. Ember freezes. Defective. The word hits the bond harder than Kieran expects. A memory flashes of breeders saying the same thing above a hatchling tray. Kieran steps completely in front of Ember and tells Apex to find another specimen. The operative says attachment is why amateur tamers never reach high rank. Then he orders the bone hyena forward. Rowan counters with Bristle and the tunnel explodes into close-range combat. The boar meets the hyena head-on, armored skull against reinforced bone. Atlas shifts beside Bristle, redirecting 1 wire viper strike off its good plate. Vex emerges behind the second viper and tears the control collar cable partially loose. The beast convulses when the damaged collar sends a punishment shock through its neck. Kieran feels sick watching the reaction. Apex is not bonding with these creatures. They are piloting them. The lead operative yanks his contract chain and forces the hyena to attack harder. Bristle starts losing ground beneath the unnatural output. Kieran signals Lena. The wind kite releases its saved gust directly through the eastern doorway. Hot basin air blasts inward, carrying the scent of the Ashmaw waiting outside. Then Kieran throws the crack stimulant capsule taken from the jackal pack outward. The chemical scent lands on the Apex lead operative's cloak as planned. 1 heartbeat passes. The Ashmaw erupts through the doorway like a walking furnace with jaws. It is massive, bear-shaped, and armored in charcoal plates split by orange heat. The beast smells the stimulant and immediately targets the nearest contaminated figure. The Apex formation collapses as the lead operative dives aside. Rowan shouts for everyone to move while predator and poachers collide. The wagon surges into the geothermal basin behind Bristle. Atlas limps beside it. Vex crosses from shadow to shadow beneath exposed basalt arches. Kieran carries Ember until the salamander starts fighting his grip. He puts Ember down because choice still matters even during chaos. They sprint across steaming ground toward the basin's northern ridge. For several seconds, the plan works beautifully. Then the Ashmaw hurls the bone hyena through the tunnel wall behind them. Stone explodes outward and blocks the Apex operatives from immediate pursuit. Unfortunately, the Ashmaw also turns toward Kieran's group afterward. It has found easier prey. Rowan says they are officially out of clever plans. Kieran looks at the basin ahead and sees rivers of glowing mineral-cutting escape routes. The Ashmaw begins charging. The Ashmaw's first charge makes every previous predator look like tutorial mobs. Its front claws tear trenches through basalt, while heat rolls off its armored shoulders. Rowan orders Bristle to draw left while everyone else runs toward higher ground. Bristle slams the Ravager's flank and barely changes its direction. The Ashmaw swats once, sending the C-rank boar tumbling across steaming stone. Rowan feels the impact through his contract and nearly drops beside it. Mason pulls him upright while the Grove Lynx races toward injured Bristle. Lena's windkite dives low, cutting ash across the Ashmaw's face. The distraction buys 3 seconds, maybe 4. Atlas plants itself between the predator and the wagon without waiting for Kieran. Kieran feels the same bridge memory resolve flare through their soul thread. He shouts for Atlas to angle right instead of taking the charge center mass. The tortoise obeys at the last possible instant. The Ashmaw clips the strongest shell plate instead of hitting the central fracture. Even redirected, the force throws Atlas several feet sideways. A fresh crack flashes across one rear plate. Kieran's chest tightens with reflected pain through the bond. Atlas tries standing immediately. Anyway, Kieran sends a hard stop impulse and physically puts himself beside the tortoise. He says this is not the bridge, and nobody is trapped behind Atlas anymore. The tortoise hesitates long enough for Vex to create another opening. Vex slips beneath the Ravager's shadow and appears beside its rear leg. The hair strikes a glowing joint where charcoal armor plates separate naturally. It cannot damage the beast deeply, but the surprise makes the leg buckle. Rowan uses that stumble to drag Bristle out of the direct attack lane. Kieran scans the basin for terrain that could compensate for the rank gap. A narrow mineral shelf crosses above one steaming magma runoff channel. If the Ashmaw breaks that shelf, superheated vapor could blind it temporarily. Kieran directs Vex toward the shelf while signaling Lena to attack from above. Vex becomes the bait, flashing in and out of shadows beneath the Ravager's jaw. The Ashmaw snaps repeatedly, growing angrier each time Vex disappears. Kieran hates using Vex as bait, but feels no fear coming through the bond. Vex is focused, calculating, and somehow enjoying the monster's frustration. The hair leads the Ashmaw beneath the basalt shelf exactly as intended. Lena's windkite fires a compressed blade into a visible fracture overhead. Nothing happens. The shelf is thicker than the scout expected. The Ashmaw turns toward Vex before Lena can strike again. Ember suddenly spits a crimson burst into the same fracture line. Heat expands trapped moisture inside the rock instantly. The shelf explodes downward in a shower of black stone and white steam. The Ashmaw roars as vapor floods its face and sensitive heat vents. For one glorious moment, the entire team gets a clean escape lane north. Kieran tells everyone to run instead of wasting time dealing damage. This fight is not about winning. It is about keeping every companion alive long enough to leave Ashwood. They race toward the northern ridge while the Ashmaw claws through falling stone. Ember keeps pace for 20 yards before its injured side suddenly gives out. The salamander collapses and rolls across hot gravel. Kieran doubles back immediately. The Ashmaw breaks free from steam behind them much faster than expected. Rowan shouts that Kieran has maybe 10 seconds before it reaches them. Kieran scoops Ember up and starts running with the beast against his chest. Ember sees the predator closing over Kieran's shoulder. Its throat begins glowing again. Kieran feels panic surge through their thread, identical to the earlier trauma spike. Ember twists in his arms, trying to turn toward the approaching threat. The stored heat rises dangerously fast. Kieran stops running. Everyone else screams at him to move. Instead, he sets Ember down behind a basalt pillar and kneels beside it. He says no. Ember stares at him like the word makes no sense. During certain death, Kieran says they are not doing this because somebody needs a stronger monster. They are not proving Crownspire wrong, and they are not earning any rank. If Ember is scared, then they run scared together. If its body cannot fight, then Kieran will carry it until his legs fail. But he will never turn pain into a command again. The Ashmaw's footsteps shake loose stones around them. Kieran reaches toward Ember, then deliberately leaves his palm open instead. Choice. That is the only thing he can offer better than every tamer before him. Ember looks at the hand. Then it looks at Kieran's face. The soul thread ignites silver-white between them. Kieran falls into memory bond deeper than ever before. He sees the breeding room, the failed drills, and the severed tail again. But now, the memories keep moving past the injury instead of stopping there. He sees knights inside cages where Ember imagined someone opening the door. He sees the moment Kieran actually did. He sees the ashfish left beside the stove with no test. Afterward, he sees the storm night where nobody demanded courage from frightened beasts. He sees every training session where stopping early counted as success. For one heartbeat, something travels back through the bond toward Ember. Not a memory or scene. Only the Reich Kieran still carries from Crownspire. Ember feels humiliation, loneliness, and the terror of being left behind again. Kieran senses the salamander recognize those emotions without knowing their full history. That tiny emotional echo is enough to change the shape of their connection. For the first time, their fear belongs to neither of them alone. The bond settles around one shared truth between them. Neither of them wants to be abandoned again. The Ashmore rounds the basalt pillar. Kieran reaches for Ember, ready to run, even if they cannot outrun anything. Ember steps past his hand instead. Not because Kieran commanded it. Because the salamander chooses the battlefield for itself. The crimson line along Ember's spine erupts brighter than molten metal. Every trace of ashheart essence inside its core activates at once. Heat from the geothermal basin rushes inward through the rerouted channels. Kieran feels the energy building and almost tries stopping the process. Then Ember sends one clear emotional pulse through the soul thread. Trust me. Kieran has never received actual words through the bond before. Maybe it is not language at all, but the meaning is unmistakable. He takes one step back. Ember roars, and the sound no longer belongs to something small. Scar tissue around the missing tail begins glowing from beneath the scales. Instead of reopening, the damaged base extends in a stream of liquid magma. A new tail forms where biology said nothing could ever regrow. Its shape hardens around a molten core, longer than Ember's original body. The salamander's spine arches as crimson plates rise along its back. Forelegs lengthen, claws darken, and shoulder bones spread beneath heated scales. Two membranes burst outward from the upper back through showers of sparks. They unfold into short wings edged with glowing magma veins. Ember's body grows until Kieran has to step back twice more. The transformation does not erase the old scar. The scar becomes the anchor holding the molten tail together. That detail hits Kieran harder than the size change itself. The thing everyone called defective just became the center of evolution. Heat explodes outward, but this time it moves with control instead of panic. Ember lands on four heavier limbs and lifts a horned, wyvern-like head. The new creature stares down the Ashmaw without a trace of cage-born fear. Kieran's heat lens instantly overloads and shuts itself off. The cheap device displays one final message before dying completely. Rank error. Rowan sees it and asks whether Kieran just evolved an F rank mid-disaster. Kieran says now would be a fantastic time to discuss that later. The Ashmaw charges again, treating the new form as a fresh territorial threat. Ember does not meet it head-on. Kieran feels battle intent through the bond before seeing the movement. The magma wyvern leaps sideways and beats its unfinished wings once. The burst is not enough for sustained flight, but it changes momentum instantly. The Ashmaw overshoots by several feet. Ember's molten tail whips across the Ravager's exposed rear joint. The strike melts stimulant scar tissue and sends the larger beast stumbling. Vex appears beside Ember with both ears high and ready. Atlas forces itself upright farther back, refusing to miss the next exchange. Kieran sends one shared impulse across all three soul threads. Not attack. Together, Vex draws the Ashmaw's attention toward the steaming runoff channel again. Atlas moves to the channel's narrow edge and braces at a safe angle. Ember circles opposite them, heating one basalt plate under the Ravager's feet. The Ashmaw lunges after Vex and steps onto the softened stone. Its front leg sinks several inches as the surface collapses beneath its weight. Atlas hits from the side, not to damage, but to shift balance. The tortoise's angled shell turns the trapped leg into a leverage point. The Ashmaw crashes onto one shoulder. Ember moves before the predator can recover. A concentrated magma beam forms between its jaws, instead of scattered flame. Kieran feels how much power is available, and how carefully Ember controls it. The blast strikes the Ravager's outer armor, melting a glowing line across plates. Ember stops after 3 seconds on its own. That voluntary cutoff proves the evolution did not erase their training. The Ashmaw tries rising, but Vex attacks the same weakened joint again. Bristle returns beside Rowan for one final charge. Despite its bruised armor, Rowan checks with the boar instead of forcing the command. Bristle snorts once and lowers its head willingly. The licensed tamer seems to learn something from Kieran in that tiny pause. Bristle slams the exposed shoulder while Atlas redirects from the opposite side. The Ashma rolls into the shallow runoff channel with a violent hiss of steam. Kieran expects Ember to finish it immediately. The magma wyvern raises its head, then looks back at him first. Their eyes meet across the basin. Kieran feels no hunger for revenge through the soul thread. Only a question. He lowers his hand. The Ashma is beaten, injured, and no longer blocking their escape. Ember steps backward instead of executing it. The Ravager drags itself from the channel and retreats toward deeper Ashwood. Nobody speaks for several seconds afterward. Then Rowan says Crownspire can shove permanent F rank directly into a furnace. Kieran laughs harder than the joke deserves because everyone is still alive. Ember turns toward him, suddenly looking unsure inside its much larger body. Kieran walks forward slowly and places one hand against its heated snout. The scales are warm enough to sting, but not burn him. A calmer memory bond pulse flows between them without dragging either mind under. For the first time, the connection feels like a door they can open gently. Kieran names the new form Magma Wyvern until researchers identify something better. Ember chirps, but the sound comes out as a chest-deep rumble. Now, Vex freezes for 1 second, then jumps onto Ember's back like nothing changed. Atlas bumps one armored foreleg against the new molten tail carefully. The three rejected beasts recognize each other before any human label catches up. The emotional payoff lasts exactly long enough for Rowan to remember Apex exists. The tunnel behind them remains blocked by the Ashma's earlier impact. Gray-masked operatives will eventually find another route around the ridge. Rowan orders immediate evacuation north through the cooling basin trail. Ember insists on walking despite the evolution consuming enormous core energy. Kieran compromises by letting it carry no weight and stopping every 10 minutes. The journey out takes hours because they avoid every detectable predator territory. Vex scouts constantly, while Atlas rides beside the rescued researcher when necessary. Near midnight, they finally cross an emergency ranger beacon outside corrupted boundaries. Guild rescue teams arrive after receiving Lena's delayed signal burst. The exhausted group reaches civilization looking like they lost a raid and won. Kieran sleeps nearly 14 hours beside Ember in a field clinic recovery bay. Clinic staff try moving Ember to a separate ward. It anchors molten claws until Kieran follows. Vex sleeps beneath that cot where bright medical lights cannot reach the damaged eye directly. Atlas occupies half the recovery corridor because no standard treatment stall fits the cracked shell. Despite everything, the three companions settle only after confirming Kieran remains within sight or scent. News from Ashwood spreads through guild channels before Kieran even wakes the first time. A low-quality rescue clip shows a tiny salamander becoming something winged inside a wall of fire. Another user zooms in on Kieran's bare wrist and asks why no contract mark appears anywhere. That question gets deleted 3 times, then reposted across separate hunter boards within an hour. When he finally wakes, Ember is staring through the window at its own reflection outside. The magma wyvern tilts its head, clearly still adjusting to a body several times larger. It tries curling into the tiny shape once used beneath Kieran's stove, and fails completely. Kieran laughs until Ember gives him an offended rumble through the soul thread. The comedy matters because evolution did not magically erase fear, pain, or ordinary adjustment. Ember still flinches when strangers approach the tail scar too quickly during examination. Kieran makes every technician announce contact first and waits for Ember's body to relax. Each successful inspection ends without sedatives, restraint straps, or defensive flames. For once, a system is adapting around the beast instead of demanding the opposite. And nobody inside realizes Apex analysts are studying the same footage for completely different reasons. Ward arrives before noon and stops dead beside the magma wyvern. Ward checks the new tail first and starts laughing like a scientist losing sanity. The structure is not regenerated flesh. It is stabilized thermal essence anchored directly through Ember's old scar network. In plain language, the missing tail did not get fixed. Ember evolved around the fact that it was missing. Ward runs 3 rank scanners and receives 3 incompatible readings. One says high D rank, another spikes briefly into C rank, and one simply errors. None recognizes Magma Wyvern as a registered evolution branch of Fire Salamander. Mara arrives from Crownspire after Rowan files the incident report. Then she asks Kieran what he fed the beast. Kieran says one diluted ash heart drop, a lot of bad decisions, and basic respect. Mara ignores the joke and asks whether the transformation followed forced resonance. Ember chose to fight after being given permission not to fight. Mara looks at the silver thread visible briefly between them and goes pale. She says old SOULBOUND texts describe evolution triggered by reciprocal acceptance. Modern scholars dismiss those passages as symbolic mythology for generations. The soul thread now connects Ember to Vex and Atlas indirectly through him. Their party is becoming a network, not three separate ownership relationships. Ward calls the pattern a soul lattice and immediately starts taking notes. Ward says the term appears only once in a damaged pre-sundering fragment. Before the argument grows, Rowan arrives carrying the recovered Apex stimulant capsule. Guild analysts traced its maker's mark to black market labs connected with Apex Syndicate. More disturbing, residue inside matches the hollowed cindermite cores from Ashwood. Apex is not merely poaching beasts. They are extracting essence from living cores and using it to force other beasts upward. The rescued researcher confirms Apex kept asking about dormant bloodlines inside low-rank species. They believed modern rank screens were missing ancient evolutionary branches. Kieran looks at Ember, and every person in the room reaches the same conclusion. Apex may have been searching for exactly what Ember just proved exists. The warning comes too late anyway. Across the city, someone has already purchased the Ashwood rescue footage anonymously. The recording shows Ember transforming beside Kieran before the Ashmaw battle. A gray-masked analyst freezes the frame where the silver soul thread becomes visible. He enlarges the image and compares it with the symbol from an ancient file. The match is nearly perfect. A woman steps from the darkness behind him, wearing Apex's silver fang insignia. Her name is Nira Kane, field commander of Apex retrieval operations. She asks whether the boy formed a conventional contract before the evolution. The analyst says there is no registered soul mark anywhere on Kieran Voss. Nira watches Ember's transformation again from the beginning. Then she asks about the other two rejected beasts traveling with him. Their files appear beside Ember's, both stamped permanent F rank by Crownspire. Vex, Shadow, unknown lineage. Atlas, steel tortoise, damaged evolutionary pathway. Nira smiles when she sees all three came from the same rejected disposal wing. She says Crownspire accidentally stored 3 lottery tickets in a trash bin. The analyst asks whether Apex should capture the magma wyvern immediately. Nira says no. If the boy can unlock dormant pathways, forcing him early would waste valuable data. They will watch what he does with the shadow hair and steel tortoise next. Then they will take the beasts after the method becomes repeatable. Back at the clinic, Kieran believes Ashwood's danger ended at the boundary line. He sits between Ember, Vex, and Atlas, while city lights glow beyond the window. 3 weeks ago, Crownspire said none of them had a future worth funding. Now, one has evolved beyond the Academy's registered chart completely. Vex still carries a blind eye, and secrets Kieran cannot read yet. Atlas still carries a broken shell that every doctor calls an evolutionary dead end. Kieran looks at both beasts and remembers Ward's question from before Ashwood. Fixable might be the wrong question. Maybe broken things do not need to become their old shape again. Outside, far above the clinic, a surveillance drone turns toward the window silently. Its camera locks onto the 3 silver soul threads around Kieran. Apex has found the anomaly, and this time, the monsters they want are choosing their own tamer. Atlas is chained beneath Voidspire. Drills bite into the cracks running across his shell. Across the chamber, Vex hears the machine that ruined his eye. Kieran can feel both companions. He just cannot reach either one. Apex wants more than 3 rejected anomalies. They want Kieran's impossible soul bond. To reach Atlas, Kieran must follow the companion most terrified of going back. Vex has one choice: run from Voidspire, or enter the cage that taught him fear. What he chooses there breaks the rank system. And the answer tells Apex exactly what Project Hollow God has been missing. Rescuing Atlas will save his life and destroy the evolution path he had barely begun to trust. This is today's story. Before we jump in, hit like and subscribe. Now, let's get into the next chapter of Kieran Voss and his rejected raid party. 3 days earlier, the victory at Ashwood already feels complicated. The guild calls Ember an undocumented magma wyvern until anyone finds a better answer. Crownspire's scanners disagree every time. Kieran cares less about rank than Ember's appetite doubling overnight. The evolved beast can finish a crate of ashfish before breakfast. But the power-up came hot. Dr. Elias Ward orders several quiet recovery days before serious combat training. Ember hates it. He stays anyway. For once, nobody is forcing the new body to prove itself. Vex takes the opposite approach to recovery: disappear. Most mornings, the shadow hare sleeps inside the darkest clinic cabinet. Atlas is harder to ignore. His central shell fracture widened in Ashwood and now reaches toward 2 rear plates. Every step clicks. He still places himself between every doorway and the rest of the team. Useful, stubborn, dangerous. Mason Greer warns Atlas that one more heavy block could split the shell farther. Atlas hears him. Atlas disagrees. Kieran taps the good front plate and says hero mode is temporarily disabled. Vex makes a dry clicking sound that feels suspiciously like laughter. For 2 quiet minutes, the room almost resembles a normal raid party recovery. Then a guild clerk arrives with 6 reports and one very nervous face. Ashwood footage went viral overnight. Half the hunter boards call Ember a hidden evolution. The other half call him a system bug. Others freeze frame Kieran's bare wrist and the silver threads around his beasts. The trash tier jokes vanish fast. Someone keeps buying the footage, reposting copies, then erasing the source trail. Rowan Pike names 2 buyers with that kind of budget: governments and syndicates. Kieran asks whether Vareth still bothers separating those on paperwork days. Rowan almost smiles. His eyes do not. Then the guild shows them private requests to inspect Ember. Every offer promises ridiculous money and hides the final buyer. Kieran rejects all of them. Ward calls the decision financially stupid and scientifically correct. Mara Kell arrives from Crownspire with a sealed folder under one arm. She spent 2 nights matching pre-sundering records against the soul thread footage. The match is too close to dismiss now. Those fragments claim voluntary bonds can alter compatible evolution pathways. Modern scholars treated the idea as mythology. Ember just turned mythology into a several hundred-pound medical problem. Mara says the Academy board wants Kieran questioned under formal research authority. Kieran asks whether formal questioning includes cages, restraints, or at least decent snacks. Mara says the first 2 depend on which board member gets control. Kieran declines before she finishes. Mara does not argue. Then she drops the real problem. Apex has gone silent. No stimulant raids, no poaching, no black market core shipments. Rowan hates quiet criminals. Ward calls the silence preparation. Vex's ears flatten when Mara places the recovered silver fang insignia on the table. The reaction lasts less than a second. Kieran still catches it. Chemical fear snaps through the soul thread. Kieran does not touch Vex or ask for memories in front of everyone. He slides the insignia away and lets the hair choose distance. Vex keeps staring from beneath the examination bench. Atlas shifts once, placing his cracked shell between Vex and the silver fang. The fear drops almost immediately. Mara sees it and closes her folder. She leaves Kieran with one warning before returning to Crownspire. If Apex wants the soul bond, they will hit the weakest point first. Kieran hates how many answers that sentence has. The team heads home before sunset, with Rowan escorting them through the lower district. Ember walks beside the wagon now. The old basket is officially useless. Children stop to stare. Ember moves closer to Kieran. Kieran keeps one hand near the new molten tail, without touching the scar. Vex travels through roof shadows and avoids every phone camera below. Atlas rides on reinforced boards because Mason Ben long walks today. The tortoise looks personally insulted by transportation that does not require suffering. Rowan calls him an old raid tank with unpaid overtime. Kieran says the description is way too accurate. At the apartment, the front lock is scratched. Nothing is missing. That is worse. The room is exactly as Kieran left it, and Vex hates the perfection immediately. The hair circles twice, nose low, ears tracking different corners. Then he stops beneath the window. A warning pulse reaches Kieran before he sees anything. One clear filament hangs outside the frame like spider silk. Ward identifies a passive resonance sensor used by professional beast trackers. Whoever placed it never crossed the threshold. Rowan cuts the filament and seals it inside an evidence tube. The crystal already holds traces from 3 separate soul thread signatures. Apex is not just following the team. They are profiling each companion separately. Kieran's first instinct is to move everyone immediately. Then he hears Atlas take one clicking step. Ward proposes rotating safe locations while the guild traces the tracker material. Mara offers an unused archive apartment near Crownspire's outer research district. Kieran says that sounds like hiding bait inside a trophy case. Rowan has a less obvious option, and unfortunately, a less comfortable one. Eastwell Forge Clinic treats working beasts without advertising patient lists. Atlas can receive shell stabilization there while Ember finishes recovery. Its underground bays were built for heavy defensive species. Kieran hates splitting the party, but Atlas needs real structural care. Atlas ends the argument by tapping the clinic address with one claw. Treatment accepted. Vex sits beside Atlas and taps the cracked shell once. Nobody comments on it. That is probably why the gesture works. They move before dawn in an unmarked guild supply wagon. Rowan drives. Kieran rides between Atlas and Ember. Vex refuses the wagon until the first bridge, then slips into its shadow. 20 quiet minutes pass. That becomes suspicious. The city is waking, vendors opening shutters beneath pale blue morning fog. Kieran begins thinking Mara's warning may have made everyone slightly paranoid. Then Atlas suddenly raises his head before Vex sends a violent warning pulse. The wagon's rear axle explodes upward without producing any normal fire or smoke. A black resonance field spreads beneath the wheels like ink across glass. Rowan pulls the reins, but the street around them has already gone silent. Pedestrians freeze behind a shimmering barrier they cannot seem to see through. Kieran recognizes the tactic from Ashwood before the first gray mask appears. Apex operatives step from 3 alleys wearing blank cloaks and silver fang insignias. No one shouts, threatens civilians, or wastes time pretending this is random. Their formation is built around capture gear, restraint chains, and portable resonance anchors. Ember growls and lowers his body, molten seams brightening along the neck. Kieran feels his companion asking permission through a sharp pulse of battle intent. He signals restraint because the street is packed with people beyond the barrier. The lead operative smiles, like that decision confirms exactly what Apex expected. A black anchor slams into the pavement and releases a pulse of deadened sound. Kieran's 3 soul threads flicker at once, then vanish from his awareness. The sudden silence feels worse than pain because the network has never disappeared completely. Vex drops from shadow mid-step and hits the wagon floor in visible panic. Ember's fire gutters along his jaws as if the jammer is choking the core. Atlas moves anyway, dragging his injured body between Kieran and the nearest chain. The first capture cable launches toward Kieran's wrist rather than any beast. Atlas takes the hit across his good front plate before anyone can stop him. The cable unfolds into a lattice of black metal hooks around the shell. Kieran lunges forward, but a second pulse kills the soul thread again. Atlas is pulled backward hard enough to tear the wagon's reinforced boards apart. Rowan throws his spear through one anchor and restores sound for half a heartbeat. That instant is enough for Ember to blast one cable away from Atlas. A second anchor activates before the magma wyvern can fire again. Apex is rotating the jammers like a raid team cycling crowd control perfectly. Kieran realizes they studied Ashwood footage frame by frame before planning this ambush. They know Ember's output, Vex's shadow timing, and Atlas's instinct to block for others. Worst of all, they know Kieran will always protect civilians before chasing damage. The third capture cable targets Ember, but Vex crashes into its trigger mechanism first. Without shadow movement, the hare fights like a normal animal against armored equipment. That should make Vex useless, yet his hearing still tracks every moving component. He kicks the release pin loose before the cable can fully tighten around Ember. Kieran grabs Vex and pulls him away from a collapsing restraint pole. The hare struggles for 1 second, then realizes the hands are helping, not trapping. Atlas slams his weight sideways and breaks one hook against the ruined wagon frame. The effort sends a fresh fracture flashing across the center of his shell. Kieran sees the crack widen and orders Atlas to stop, forcing the escape. No soul thread carries the message, so Kieran has to shout like everyone else. Atlas turns his head, hears him, and still keeps pushing against the restraints. The stubbornness is not obedience anymore. It is the tortoise making his own choice. Rowan reaches a second anchor and smashes its crystal housing with his spear butt. The jammer stutters, returning Kieran's soul threads in one painful burst. Atlas's fear hits first, followed by determination strong enough to overwhelm everything else. Ember's anger burns beside it, while Vex feels like static wrapped around panic. Kieran sends one commandless impulse through the network: stay alive, not win. Ember backs off the nearest operative instead of chasing him into civilian range. Vex slips beneath the wagon again as partial shadow control flickers back online. Atlas finally stops fighting the shell lattice and braces instead of tearing himself apart. The lead operative looks irritated because Kieran's team is not behaving like contracts. He raises one hand, and a hidden fourth anchor activates beneath Atlas directly. Black geometry climbs over the shell, connecting every existing crack with cold light. Atlas freezes as the field turns his damaged plates into one giant resonance target. Ward once warned Kieran that fractures can become separate channels under enough pressure. Apex has apparently reached the same conclusion and weaponized it for capture. The lattice does not pull Atlas physically, it makes the shell vibrate against itself. Pain crashes through the soul thread hard enough to drop Kieran onto one knee. Ember roars and charges despite the civilians, forcing Kieran to redirect him mentally. The magma wyvern slams claws into pavement instead, carving molten trenches beside the operative. That controlled miss buys Rowan time to strike the fourth anchor casing. A gray-masked woman fires a compact bolt before the spear reaches its target. The bolt unfolds into a silver-black curtain between Rowan and the jammer. His spear hits the field and rebounds hard enough to numb both hands. Kieran recognizes the woman from no public file, but everyone else hesitates instantly. Nira Kane steps through the barrier wearing Apex's Silver Fang Command insignia openly. She looks younger than Kieran expected, and far calmer than the streets deserves. Her first words are not a threat. They are Mason Greer's private warning from that morning. One more heavy block could split Atlas's rear plate. Kieran freezes. That sentence was spoken inside a closed clinic room. Nira looks at the new fracture and says Mason was almost right. Then she calls Atlas an unusually promising vessel. Kieran asks how long Apex has been listening to people who never invited them. Nira ignores the question and orders resonance pressure increased by 12%. Kieran feels Atlas's shell scream through the bond before the machine changes pitch. The tortoise collapses onto one front knee, and everyone finally understands what her comm means. Ember's heat spikes, and Vex's healthy eye turns bright violet inside the wagon shadow. Kieran stops trying to preserve the street and signals Ember to break the field. The magma wyvern fires one focused beam directly into the nearest resonance anchor. Molten light tears through the crystal and finally opens a hole in the barrier. Civilians scatter the instant normal sound returns across half the intersection. Rowan starts moving people away while Kieran races toward Atlas's restraints. Vex reaches the tortoise first and bites through a loosened control wire. The lattice flickers, and Atlas forces himself upright with Vex beside his front claw. For 1 second, the raid party is connected again and almost free. Then Nira taps 2 fingers against the silver fang at her collar. A circular void gate opens beneath Atlas without any warning pulse or visible charge. The tortoise drops 6 inches before Kieran catches one front leg with both arms. The pole drags Kieran across broken pavement because Atlas is far too heavy for him to stop. Ember drives both rear claws through the shattered wagon frame, turning the wreck into an anchor. With one fur claw he catches Kieran's coat, while Vex braces against Kieran's sleeve. The chain of bodies still slides toward the gate, but Ember's anchor buys them precious seconds. She says voluntary bonds create stronger stress responses than their models predicted. Kieran screams that Atlas is not another model for Apex to dissect. Nira answers that everything becomes data once survival depends on understanding it. The void gate widens, swallowing half of Atlas's cracked shell below the pavement. Kieran feels the tortoise's fear finally break through the stubborn determination. That fear is not about being taken. Atlas is terrified. Kieran will follow. The soul thread carries one heavy impulse that feels almost like a command. One desperate meaning crosses the fading soul thread from Atlas. Let go. Kieran refuses until Atlas deliberately relaxes the claw he is holding. The movement mirrors Ember choosing the battlefield back inside Ashwood. Atlas is choosing capture to keep the others from being dragged through too. Kieran understands the decision and hates understanding it more than anything. He releases the claw 1 second before the void gate snaps shut completely. Atlas disappears beneath the street, taking one silver soul thread into darkness. The connection stretches impossibly far, burns cold across Kieran's wrist, then vanishes. Ember roars into the empty pavement until nearby windows vibrate from the sound. Vex circles the closed gate twice, digging claws against stone without finding shadow depth. Nira steps backward toward another portal while the remaining operatives cover her exit. Kieran launches himself at her before Rowan can stop. The terrible idea. Nira catches his wrist with the restraint loop, but does not activate it immediately. She studies the bare skin where a normal contract mark should be glowing. Then she quietly tells him Atlas will stay alive while the data stays useful. Kieran says that sentence is the worst reassurance anyone has ever attempted. Nira almost smiles and releases the loop as Ember charges from behind him. Her portal closes around the Apex team before the magma wyvern reaches striking distance. The last thing Kieran sees is the silver fang disappearing into black light. The street returns to normal sound with one companion missing from the formation. Guild patrols arrive minutes later, far too late to help and perfectly timed for paperwork. Kieran answers exactly 3 questions before Rowan tells everyone else to back off. The destroyed wagon becomes an evidence scene filled with broken resonance hardware. Ward reaches the intersection carrying enough medical equipment for a small disaster. He checks Ember first because the jammer left the new core dangerously unstable. Mason arrives behind him and treats Vex's bruised hind leg without forcing restraint. Kieran refuses examination until someone confirms whether Atlas's soul thread still exists. Ward places the tuning crystal against Kieran's wrist and waits for a response. For several seconds, the crystal stays silent, except for Ember and Vex nearby. Then a third note appears, so faintly everyone has to stop breathing. The crystal confirms one vital fact everyone needs: Atlas is alive. The connection is distant, distorted, and buried under something that suppresses resonance. Kieran closes his eyes and follows the note until it turns into painful static. No memory comes through, but one emotion reaches him clearly enough. Atlas is awake, and he knows Kieran survived the ambush. Relief hits Kieran first, followed by rage, so clean it becomes useful. Rowan recognizes the expression and tells him not to raid Apex alone tonight. Kieran says he was planning something much worse, which earns no laughs. Mara arrives from Crownspire before sunset after hearing the attack reached public streets. She takes one look at the void residue and immediately sends students away. The portal technology matches fragments from pre-sundering transit experiments banned after catastrophic failures. Only a handful of facilities were ever built around that kind of architecture. Ward asks how many of those facilities still exist beneath the eastern ruins. Mara answers 1, and Vex stops breathing normally at the word eastern. Kieran notices before anyone else, because the soul thread spikes with old fear. Mara names the abandoned fortress carved beneath those ruins: Voidspire Citadel. Vex bolts across the clinic room and disappears under the darkest storage shelf. The reaction is stronger than anything the Silver Fang insignia caused before. Kieran kneels several feet away and refuses to reach beneath the shelf. He tells Vex nobody will drag him into a memory he does not choose. The hair stays hidden long enough for the room to grow silent. Eventually, one violet eye appears from darkness, fixed on Mara's map instead of Kieran. The old citadel sits east of Vareth beneath collapsed observatories and mining tunnels. Official records say the site became uninhabitable after the sundering damaged its shadow channels. Unofficial reports describe lights, supply caravans, and missing beasts near the ruins recently. Rowan says that sounds less abandoned and more aggressively not public. Mara warns Voidspire once contained experimental transit halls called the Shadow Labyrinth. The labyrinth used artificial darkness to move people between sealed parts of the fortress. After the sundering, those passages started shifting unpredictably around living soul signatures. Most rescue teams entering the lower levels never returned through the same corridor. Kieran asks whether Apex would choose a safer base if they had basic survival instincts. Ward says criminals building illegal evolution labs rarely prioritize reasonable architecture. Vex emerges from hiding and walks directly onto the map without looking around. His front paw lands over Voidspire's eastern access tunnels and stays there. Kieran feels fear through the bond, but something else sits underneath it now. Beneath the fear sits one unmistakable feeling: ignition of this place. Vex has been inside Voidspire before, long before Crownspire found him. No full memory opens, because Kieran refuses to initiate contact without permission. Instead, he places his hand beside the map and waits like Ember's first cage. Vex watches the hand, then presses his nose against Kieran's knuckles voluntarily. The clinic disappears beneath a flash of white lights and metal restraint frames. Kieran sees only 3 seconds before the memory snaps shut violently. A younger Vex is strapped beneath a lens aimed at the clouded eye. A gray mask adjusts the machine while silver fang symbols cover the walls. The memory ends with Vex screaming and darkness swallowing the room completely. Kieran jerks backward, but this time Vex does not run from the contact. The hair is shaking so hard his ears cannot stay upright. Kieran feels no explanation, only the certainty that Voidspire caused the damaged eye. Mara goes pale when he describes the room and the lens apparatus. Crownspire's intake file claimed Vex was found wild near the eastern ruins. That statement was technically true, but apparently missing the entire nightmare before it. Vex must have escaped Voidspire before survey teams found him attacking their drone. Ward says shifting core signatures now make considerably more disturbing sense. Apex did not discover Vex after Crownspire rejected him. The truth lands cleanly now. Apex had Vex before Crownspire ever did. The discovery changes the rescue plan from dangerous to personal for everyone involved. Kieran wants to leave immediately, but Ward blocks the door with surprising authority. Ember's core is still unstable from the jammer, and Vex can barely stand calmly. Charging Voidspire now would turn Atlas's sacrifice into the world's dumbest rescue attempt. Kieran hates the logic, because the logic is obviously correct. Rowan spreads Mara's map flat and gives the raid one rule. Nobody improvises a heroic death. They need one route in, one route out, and one extraction signal. Mara finds a forgotten drainage shaft entering Voidspire from the western foundation. It bypasses the obvious surface patrols. It is also too narrow for Ember. The room goes quiet. Before anyone says what that means, Ember's magma seems brighten, and Kieran feels the refusal before the wyvern moves. Kieran wants him underground too, but Ember's core is still unstable. After the street jammer, another full suppression hit could crash the new form. Kieran kneels and asks Ember to hold the extraction route instead of forcing the choice. Ember presses his snout against Kieran's hands, frustrated enough to heat the air. Across the map, Vex's ears flatten at the outline of Voidspire. Ember notices. The wyvern lowers himself beside the hare without touching him. For several seconds, neither companion moves. Then Vex places one paw against Ember's scorched fur claw. Fear crosses the soul thread beside a slow pulse of steady heat. Kieran realizes Ember is giving Vex the backup he cannot physically carry inside. That decides the split better than any tactical argument. Rowan, Ember, Mason, and Lena will hold the surface extraction route. Kieran and Vex will take the western shaft alone. Mara marks only the entry and exit because the lower maps contradict each other. Ward modifies the tuning crystal to pulse whenever Atlas's distant thread strengthens. The third note is faint, but it is still there. Vex may read the resonance better than the device once they enter the labyrinth. If another jammer activates, Vex chooses whether they continue. Kieran agrees without adding a loophole. If Atlas's signal fades, they stop and think instead of sprinting into bait. That agreement hurts more, because Atlas is already running out of time. Mara points once toward a blank section near Voidspire's center. Vex starts trembling before her finger reaches it. Kieran folds the map immediately. They do not need to solve all of Voidspire tonight. They need Atlas. Vex keeps one paw on the folded map, and does not move away. They leave after midnight under rain thick enough to blur city surveillance cameras. Kieran wears ordinary courier gear over his field clothes, and keeps his hood low. Vex travels inside his coat for the first mile, avoiding exposed shadow crossings deliberately. The hare has never chosen to stay that physically close during normal travel before. Kieran pretends not to notice because naming trust too loudly can make it fragile. Rowan's wagon carries them east until the paved road becomes broken industrial stone. Ember walks beside the rear axle, heat steaming rain away before droplets touch scales. At the final safe bridge, Kieran climbs down while the surface team continues forward. They will circle north and wait near the ruins beyond Voidspire's known patrol radius. If Kieran sends 2 short soul pulses through Ember, Rowan begins extraction immediately. If no pulse arrives by dawn, Rowan enters anyway, despite every sensible instruction. Kieran says that sounds less like backup and more like scheduled disobedience. Rowan says he learned from watching Kieran, which ends the argument instantly. Ember lowers his head until Kieran can touch the scar anchoring the molten tail. Ember sends one steady emotional meaning through the bond before stepping back. Come back safely. Vex waits a few steps ahead, pretending not to watch the goodbye. Kieran cannot hear words, but the meaning lands with painful clarity. He promises nothing dramatic, and simply tells Ember the whole team comes home. Vex jumps from Kieran's coat and starts east without waiting for another goodbye. The shadow hare clearly prefers dangerous ruins over public emotional moments. Rain follows them across 2 miles of blackened fields surrounding the eastern ruins. Broken observatory towers rise ahead like ribs from a buried mechanical beast. No guild lights, patrol banners, or legal salvage markers appear anywhere nearby. That absence confirms Voidspire is active before Kieran sees the first hidden guard. Vex stops beneath the collapsed wall and angles one ear toward empty darkness. Kieran follows the hare's attention until a gray cloak shifts behind cracked stone. The guard is almost invisible beneath rain, camouflage, and a suppression charm. Vex detected the heartbeat before any visual clue existed, exactly as Ward suspected. Kieran waits instead of rushing, letting Vex choose the safest timing for movement. A minute later, the guard turns toward a distant signal light on the ridge. Vex slips through the man's shadow and reappears beside the drainage trench silently. Kieran crosses while the guard remains focused away from him. That clean move feels like the first successful skill check of the entire raid. The western maintenance entrance sits beneath rusted grates, half buried in mud. Mara's map shows a manual release, but the lever snapped decades ago. Kieran starts reaching for tools before Vex disappears through the grate itself. The hare returns moments later with the corroded locking pin between his teeth. Kieran whispers that having a shadow thief in the party is becoming unfair. Vex drops the pin on his boot like payment should have been obvious already. The grate opens just wide enough for Kieran to slide through sideways. Inside, the drainage shaft smells like wet iron, old stone, and something medicinal. Vex freezes at the chemical scent before taking another step into darkness. Kieran feels old panic rise through the thread, but does not push forward. He sits against the wall while rainwater runs around both boots toward the tunnel. Vex watches him, ears low, clearly confused by the complete lack of urgency. Kieran says Atlas needs them alive more than he needs them fast and broken. The hare remains still for almost a minute, breathing hard through the memory trigger. Then Vex steps past Kieran and enters the maintenance shaft by choice. That decision means more than any command, because the tunnel leads directly backward. Kieran follows 3 paces behind, matching the distance Vex seems comfortable maintaining. The shaft slopes downward beneath layers of pre-sundering stone and newer steel repairs. Someone has restored power cables recently, hiding them behind fake corrosion and dust. Apex has been rebuilding Voidspire while leaving the ruins above deliberately dead. Far below, machinery hums with a rhythm to steady for abandoned infrastructure. The tuning crystal inside Kieran's coat answers with one faint metallic note. Atlas's soul thread becomes stronger for 3 seconds, then vanishes beneath static again. Kieran stops and presses 2 fingers against the crystal until his pulse slows. Vex looks back, catches the expression, and touches one paw against Kieran's boot. The contact sends no memory, only a small certainty that Atlas is still ahead. They continue downward until the maintenance shaft opens behind a broken ventilation wall. Beyond it stretches a corridor lit by low strips of cold violet light. Gray-masked technicians push sealed carts past doors marked only with serial symbols. Most carts contain crystals, restraints, or dark cylinders pulsing like stored essence. One cage passes with a sleeping beast inside, its contract collar wrapped in wires. Kieran's jaw tightens, but Vex blocks his path with one small body. The hare knows exactly what reckless rescue energy looks like after traveling with him. Kieran waits until the patrol turns and slips behind the final cart instead. Their goal is Atlas first, then everyone else if an exit becomes possible. That priority tastes terrible, but trying to free the fortress now guarantees a wipe. Vex leads them through a service door before the next camera completes rotation. Inside, old stone replaces new Apex plating, and the air grows noticeably colder. The corridor walls carry faded diagrams of overlapping circles and human silhouettes. Mara's map identifies this section as the outer edge of the Shadow Labyrinth. Kieran expected darkness, traps, and maybe dramatic architecture from the name. Instead, the entrance looks like an ordinary hallway with 3 identical doors. Vex refuses all 3 and stares at the wall between the second and third. The healthy eye glows violet, while the damaged eye remains completely clouded. Kieran feels a pulse of direction through their bond before seeing any opening. Vex steps into the blank wall and disappears as if the stone never existed. Kieran reaches toward the surface, then stops before touching it blindly. The hare's soul thread pulls once, inviting rather than commanding him forward. Kieran trusts the signal and walks directly through solid stone without testing first. Cold darkness closes around him for one impossible second before the floor returns. He emerges inside a circular chamber with no visible entrance behind him. Vex waits at the center, looking annoyingly unsurprised that reality just cheated. Kieran says the Academy definitely skipped the useful chapters of ancient architecture. The tuning crystal rings twice, louder than anywhere above the labyrinth entrance. Atlas is somewhere deeper, but the path now exists outside normal physical space. The chamber contains 6 corridors, even though Mara's map shows only 4. Each passage carries the same violet lights, identical floor marks, and identical echoes. Kieran realizes the labyrinth is not hiding directions. It is manufacturing convincing wrong ones. Vex closes the healthy eye and listens, instead of choosing by sight. For several seconds, the hair stands completely still inside the impossible crossroads. Then both ears turn toward a corridor Kieran could swear appeared last. Kieran asks whether that is the correct path, and immediately regrets the wording. Vex opens one eye and gives him a look suggesting correct is overly ambitious. They take the corridor anyway, because trust is the only map still updating. After 20 steps, the hallway folds upward without changing the direction of gravity. Kieran looks back and sees the previous chamber hanging vertically behind them. His stomach complains before his brain accepts the geometry as somebody else's problem. Vex moves normally because shadow creatures apparently consider physics a polite suggestion. The first security pulse reaches them halfway across the tilted corridor. Violet light sweeps from floor to ceiling, searching for registered contract marks. Kieran's wrist stays dark because his soul bond still creates no ownership seal. The scanner passes over him and displays nothing, exactly like Crownspire's failed tests. For once, zero bond is not an insult, but a perfect stealth build. Vex crosses behind him before the scanner can analyze the unstable shadow core. They reach another chamber without triggering alarms, which feels suspiciously generous. The tuning crystal points left, but Vex stops and refuses that route completely. Kieran checks the soul thread and feels fear layered over strong warning intent. The crystal hears Atlas directly. Vex is sensing something dangerous between them. Kieran chooses Vex over the device without asking for an explanation first. They take the longer right corridor, moving away from Atlas's signal temporarily. 10 seconds later, the left passage erupts with a white containment field behind them. Apex guards pour into the empty trap, clearly expecting someone to follow. Resonance bait. Kieran does not celebrate because the realization underneath that trap is worse. Apex knows someone connected to Atlas might come looking through the labyrinth. The ambush on the street was not only capture, it was also an invitation. Nero wants Kieran inside Voidspire badly enough to leave a trail he can follow. Vex looks back toward the trap, and the same conclusion passes through both of them. They are not infiltrating a fortress that failed to notice them. They are walking deeper into a test built specifically for their bond. Kieran lowers his voice, even though no guard is currently close enough to hear. He tells Vex they can still leave and rebuild another rescue route entirely. The hair does not turn around, but one ear angles backward toward him. Kieran adds that Atlas chose capture to keep them safe, not reckless afterward. Vex's tail twitches once, then the hair continues deeper at a slower pace. The answer is not courage exactly. It looks more like fear moving. Anyway, their next corridor opens above a vast chamber divided by transparent black floors. Below them, dozens of shadow channels intersect like veins beneath frozen glass. Each channel carries distorted silhouettes that move faster than normal walking speed. Kieran realizes the shadow labyrinth was once a transit network, not merely security. Apex has restored pieces of it using modern resonance engines bolted onto ancient stone. The combination feels wrong, like a racing engine welded inside a ruined cathedral. Vex crouches when one restored channel activates beneath their feet without warning. For a heartbeat, the floor shows another hallway existing several rooms away. A gray-masked handler drags a sedated beast through that distant passage by chains. The image vanishes before Kieran can identify the creature or destination. Vex's healthy eye follows the fading shadow with immediate predatory focus. Kieran feels anger through the bond, but no panic comes with it this time. The hair is learning that returning here does not mean becoming helpless again. They descend a maintenance ladder into the glass chamber while patrol lights cycle overhead. Vex chooses each foothold before Kieran moves, reading vibrations through the metal supports. Halfway down, the tuning crystal pulses so strongly Kieran nearly drops it. Atlas's thread is close enough now to carry a faint physical sensation. Pressure grinds across Kieran's shoulders even though nothing touches him there. He recognizes the mirrored pain as Atlas's shell being compressed somewhere below. The tortoise is awake during whatever Apex is doing, which destroys Kieran's remaining patience. Vex blocks the ladder with both hind feet before Kieran can jump recklessly downward. The hair stares until Kieran breathes normally and keeps both hands on the rungs. That silent correction saves them when two technicians enter the chamber beneath them. One complains that Subject Atlas keeps rejecting artificial resonance alignment under pressure. The other says fractured shells should accept multiple channels better than intact ones. Kieran's grip tightens hard enough to make the old ladder creak dangerously. Vex presses one paw over his fingers until the sound stops. The technicians mention moving Atlas to Vessel Lab 4 before final extraction tests. They also mention Nira personally ordered the tortoise kept alive and conscious. The phrase conscious is treated like a useful laboratory condition, not basic mercy. Kieran stores every word because rage will matter later if information survives now. The technicians leave through a service gate marked with 4 vertical black lines. Mara's map has no Vessel Lab 4 anywhere on the surviving research level. Vex immediately follows their scent trail instead of the tuning crystal's direct pull. That decision leads through a corridor filled with discarded control collars and cracked lenses. The first lens makes Vex stop so suddenly, Kieran nearly steps over him. It resembles the device from Vex's memory, only smaller and newer. A thin metal frame still carries dried black residue around the eye mount. Kieran says they do not need to investigate it and starts moving around. Vex remains beside the lens, staring with the damaged eye instead of the healthy one. Then the hare nudges it over with one paw and watches the glass break. The action sends a wave of relief through the soul thread sharper than expected. Kieran realizes Vex has probably imagined breaking that machine for years. He lets the pieces remain on the floor and follows without cleaning evidence. The next room contains storage records printed on physical strips instead of network terminals. Apex apparently expects digital intrusion more than someone crawling through ancient maintenance shafts. Kieran scans the labels while Vex watches both doors for movement. Most strips list anonymous subject codes, treatment cycles, and something called phase tolerance. One drawer carries a faded label beginning with VN7. Vex freezes before Kieran even touches the handle. The first intake image shows a younger, charcoal-furred hare with both eyes perfectly clear. Kieran barely recognizes the animal beside him. Vex steps backward, ears pressed flat. Kieran stops turning pages. After several seconds, Vex returns and places one paw on the next sheet. Kieran waits until the paw nudges forward. The second image shows a metal ring locked around the left eye. Kieran's anger spikes, but he keeps his hand still. Vex touches the clouded eye, then touches the photograph. The meaning lands harder than any label. Apex did this. Kieran reads the notes only after Vex allows him to continue. They describe repeated forced crossings through artificial shadow gates. The procedure was meant to amplify a soul sense Vex already possessed. The final attempt destroyed ordinary sight in the left eye. Instead, Apex did not create Vex's gift. They damaged him trying to own it. The escape page records a blackout, one handler's shadow, and a route east. Kieran pockets the evidence only after Vex taps the pages once. Vex closes the drawer himself and turns back toward Atlas's signal. The past is documented now, but Atlas is still being hurt somewhere ahead. They leave the archive room as distant alarms begin pulsing through the labyrinth. No siren mentions intruders. Instead, the announcement calls for vessel for stabilization. Kieran's tuning crystal vibrates hard enough to ring against his ribs. Atlas's soul thread returns with a brutal pulse of pain and defensive instinct. For 1 second, Kieran sees no memory, only a sensory flash of crushing weight. Vex bolts down the corridor before Kieran gives any signal at all. They reach a junction where 3 security doors close simultaneously around them. The only remaining path is a narrow shadow channel pulsing beneath the floor. Vex enters first, but Kieran's body hits invisible resistance at the threshold. The ancient transit system recognizes Vex's shadow affinity and rejects Kieran completely. Kieran tries stepping through twice before the channel throws him backward into stone. Vex reappears beside him and circles the threshold with rising frustration. The route beyond leads toward Atlas, and no physical hallway remains open anymore. Kieran considers waiting for another door cycle until the distant pain spikes again. Then Vex presses both front paws against Kieran's chest and closes his healthy eye. The soul thread tightens, not like a command, but like the hare asking permission. Kieran places one hand lightly against Vex's shoulder and lets the connection deepen. Darkness floods his senses without opening any memory this time. Instead, he feels Vex mapping living signatures beyond walls as points of pressure. Atlas burns ahead like a heavy silver note surrounded by dozens of hostile pulses. Kieran also senses a thinner route of shadow between himself and the transit channel. Vex steps backward into darkness while maintaining contact through the soul thread. The shadow stretches around Kieran's boots, climbs his coat, and erases the floor. For one terrifying second, he feels weightless without knowing whether breathing still matters. Then both of them fall onto stone inside another corridor 30 yards away. Vex collapses immediately, panting hard, with violet light flickering around the healthy eye. Kieran realizes the hair just pulled a human through shadow without a contract seal. That should be impossible for an F-rank core, and it nearly empties Vex anyway. Kieran refuses to move until the hair's breathing steadies, despite Atlas's distant pain. Vex growls weakly, clearly considering the medical delay deeply offensive raid management. Kieran says collapsing before the boss room is also poor raid management. The hare's ears rise slightly, which counts as losing the argument in Kieran's mind. They continue only after Vex can walk without dragging one hind leg. The corridor ends above a laboratory visible through reinforced observation glass. Atlas lies at the exact center, beneath an articulated restraint frame larger than his body. Black braces lock every shell plate, while separate cables feed each fracture. The damaged center has been opened wider, exposing dark metallic tissue beneath the armor. Kieran has to force himself to look beyond Atlas and read the room. The observation door sits below him on the near wall, 12 yards from the restraint frame. Two clear lanes run toward Atlas, broken only by steel worktables and mobile consoles. Nira stands on a raised control platform at the rear right corner. At the rear left, a black crystalline core floats inside a transparent containment column. The core holds several colors, moving like trapped storms under glass. Vex recoils from the column before Kieran understands why. Technicians circle Atlas between the center frame and Nira's platform. The whole lab is arranged like a boss room built around one suffering creature. Kieran cannot identify the object, but the soul thread recoils from it instinctively. Vex reacts even harder, fur lifting as though the column smells like death. A technician reports Atlas lacks sufficient compatibility for composite resonance integration. Nira says compatibility is irrelevant because the shell architecture is the useful variable. They are not trying to evolve Atlas at all. They are using him as structural research. The thought is almost worse because his future never mattered inside their experiment. Another technician asks whether they should increase pressure until the channels merge forcibly. Nira says not yet, because Kieran Voss has not reached the observation level. Kieran goes completely still behind the glass when he hears his own name. Vex looks at him, and both understand. The trap has reached its intended room. Nira turns toward the observation window, even though the glass should be one way. She cannot see Kieran directly, but her smile says she knows enough. Speakers activate above the corridor and carry her voice without any alarm tone. Nira welcomes Kieran to Voidspire like he arrived for a scheduled research appointment. Kieran asks whether kidnapping companions is standard Apex hospitality or premium service. Nira says Atlas is alive because she expected Kieran to make that joke eventually. The casual answer proves she studied more than battle footage before planning this. Nira says every choice inside the labyrinth has been recorded. When Vex chose a route, Apex measured, Kieran following without commands. When Kieran ignored stronger resonance bait, they measured trust beating signal strength. Even the shadow crossing became a data point the fortress had never captured before. Kieran realizes Voidspire itself is the experiment. Nira gives him only one principle: contracts move commands one way. His bond does not. Then she stops explaining. Kieran asks what they built that needs the difference. Nira looks toward the black crystalline core. Project Hollow God. The core answers the name with one heavy pulse. Every captive beast nearby screams at once. Dozens of unrelated soul signatures scrape across Kieran's senses. Vex recoils as if several creatures are occupying the same space. Kieran sees three familiar data streams feeding the containment model. One maps Atlas's separated fracture channels. One mirrors Vex's phase movement through unstable shadow. A third replays Ember's Ashheart activation timing. Nira says nothing. Kieran finishes the equation himself. Apex is testing how separate traits can coexist, move, and awaken inside one vessel. Every graph still crashes when those channels try to synchronize. Kieran looks at his own silver threads and understands why Nira wanted him inside the room. Kieran slams both hands against the observation glass before he can stop himself. Atlas lifts his head at the sound, and the distant soul thread surges suddenly. The tortoise recognizes Kieran through three walls and a resonance suppression field. Relief crosses the bond so strongly, Kieran almost mistakes it for physical warmth. Then Atlas stops fighting the braces. He goes completely still beneath the frame. The soul thread carries no surrender, only timing. Atlas is waiting for Kieran. For once, he is not trying to sacrifice himself alone. Kieran lowers his hands and forces anger back into something shaped like strategy. Breaking the glass now would trigger every defense before Atlas can even move. Vex circles the corridor, searching for an access route the obvious door does not provide. The hair finds a ventilation shadow barely wide enough to hide one front paw. Kieran points toward Atlas, then toward the vent, asking rather than ordering silently. Vex studies the route and sends back one sharp pulse of refusal. The shaft smells of the same chemicals tied to his old restraints. Kieran accepts the answer immediately and starts checking the security door instead. That choice surprises Vex enough to interrupt the panic climbing through their thread. Kieran says one rescue does not require sacrificing another companion to old trauma. The hair stares at him for several seconds, then looks back at the vent. Vex touches the opening again, voluntarily, but keeps one paw anchored outside. This time, the soul thread carries control because the decision belongs to him. Kieran kneels beside the vent and promises to pull him out at the first signal. Vex slips inside slowly, body flattening into shadow without disappearing completely. Kieran feels every heartbeat through the bond while the hair crosses the narrow shaft. The chemical scent intensifies, followed by a flash of old memory pressure. White lamps, restraints, and a metal lens flicker across Kieran's mind without full context. Vex pauses inside the shaft as panic pushes his soul sense toward static. Kieran sends no instruction, only the emotional echo of patience learned beside Ember's cage. No scene or memory crosses the bond, only patience, safety, and open space. Vex's breathing slows enough for the thread to stop vibrating against Kieran's wrist. The hair continues and reaches a maintenance recess behind the laboratory wall. From there, Vex can see Atlas's restraint frame without entering the open room. Kieran receives impressions of cables, guards, and one shadow beneath Nira's platform. He maps the positions mentally while pretending to study the visible door controls. Nira keeps talking because silence apparently feels inefficient to Apex leadership. She asks why Kieran refuses a conventional contract when his companions already obey. Kieran says cooperation and ownership only look identical from very far away. Nira counters that choice becomes unreliable the moment survival demands immediate action. Kieran glances at Atlas waiting beneath the braces and says she is proving his point. The tortoise could have obeyed fear and torn himself apart during the ambush. Instead, Atlas chose the move that protected the whole team, including Kieran. Nira calls sacrifice another form of predictable behavior under correct emotional pressure. Kieran realizes she understands patterns, but keeps mistaking understanding for permission. That flaw may be the only blind spot. Apex cannot model with machines. He sends Vex no command, only the observation that one guard keeps shifting weight. The hair decides what to do with the information and disappears beneath that guard's shadow. A second later, the security panel behind the man goes dark without any visible attack. Kieran kicks the observation door when the magnetic lock loses power unexpectedly. The door opens 3 inches before emergency bolts catch inside the frame. That gap is enough for Kieran to wedge Ward's tuning crystal into the mechanism. The crystal screams under resonance load, but prevents the bolts from fully closing. Kieran forces the gap wider while technicians shout and guards move toward him. Vex reappears inside the lab behind Atlas's restraint frame. The hair bites through the weakest signal cable instead of attacking any person. Atlas's rear braces unlock, but the central shell lattice immediately tightens harder. Pain erupts through the soul thread, followed by Atlas's refusal to panic. Kieran squeezes through the observation door. Atlas is 12 yards ahead at the center of the lab. 2 guards block the direct lane. Nira's control platform sits rear right, the black core rear left. A row of steelwork tables is the only cover between Kieran and Atlas. He flips the nearest table and slides behind it as a restraint chain snaps over his shoulder. Vex exits a floor shadow along the left wall and kicks the nearest control switch. 2 front restraints release from Atlas. The central brace stays locked. Nira remains on the raised rear right platform, watching instead of retreating. She orders both guards to protect Kieran's left hand at any cost. That tells him Apex values the soul bond more than the person carrying it. Kieran crosses the last 6 yards and plants one palm on Atlas's intact front plate. A memory bond tears open through the suppression field before he can brace for it. The street ambush returns from Atlas's viewpoint, the gate, Kieran's grip, then the moment he let go. Relief floods the memory because nobody else fell through after him. Then darkness replaces the street, followed by hours of mechanical pressure. Atlas woke in this same central frame while technicians argued over his fractured channels. Every test tried forcing those separate pathways into one synchronized circuit. Atlas resisted because every merger felt like losing control of his own body. When the pressure rose, he remembered Kieran saying nobody earns points for dying correctly. That memory stopped pain from turning into another automatic sacrifice. Kieran snaps back beside the central frame with no time to process the tears in his eyes. Atlas receives only fragmented emotional echoes back, never Kieran's full memory or history. The echo carries one promise. This rescue does not require Atlas proving anything. Atlas stops, bracing against Kieran's hand. At the frame's rear left, Vex bites through another signal cable. Nira hits a control on the rear right platform. Every lab light dies. Darkness should favor Vex. Instead, the room itself changes. Reflective black glass spreads across the floor, multiplying every shadow. Vex freezes as his soul sense returns too many overlapping signals at once. Nira says this chamber was designed for that exact weakness. Apex learned Vex's navigation limits before he ever escaped Voidspire. Old terror spikes through the soul thread. For Vex, the lab becomes the room that destroyed his eye. Every reflection feels like another gate waiting to punish a wrong step. The left side guard cuts across the open lane toward Kieran. Atlas twists inside the central frame and catches the strike on his front plate. The impact deepens the fracture. Black sparks jump from exposed metallic tissue. A second guard circles the frame from the right. Atlas tries to turn. The central brace locks every shell plate at once. The crack that follows is louder than the alarm. Atlas collapses at the center of the room. The pain hits Kieran through the bond hard enough to blur the entire lab. Nira halts both guards. A destroyed structural model is useless data. Kieran uses the pause to look past Atlas toward Vex near the far wall. The hair is trapped between false shadows, shaking under violet emergency strips. Kieran cannot free Atlas while Vex is trapped inside a room built from his trauma, and ordering Vex through it would make Kieran another handler demanding performance. So he abandons the obvious play. Kieran sits beside Atlas at the center of the lab and stops directing Vex entirely. For the first time, Nira looks confused. Kieran tells Vex he is allowed to leave. Atlas would never want another companion broken for this rescue. Vex looks from the exit wall to Atlas in the central frame. False shadows multiply across the glass floor, carrying echoes of old handlers and machines. Every instinct in Vex screams to get out before the cage closes. Kieran does not argue with that fear. He turns back to Atlas and starts working the manual brace instead. The choice stays completely with Vex. From the rear right platform, Nira calls trust inefficient when every second has measurable cost. Kieran says maybe that is why Apex keeps building monsters that hate them. The left guard advances on Vex, expecting him to retreat toward the far wall. Vex does retreat straight behind a false reflection. The soul thread stretches thin. For one heartbeat, Kieran thinks Vex chose escape. Then the guard's own shadow rises behind him like a doorway. Vex steps out of it with both ears raised and his healthy eye blazing. He did not run away from the fight. He ran around it. One kick sends the guard's restraint controller skidding across the glass. Atlas's central brace flickers, but Nira restores power from her platform. Vex vanishes before the right side guard can turn. This time, the soul thread carries focus instead of panic. The reflections remain, but Vex stops trying to sort them with sight. He closes his healthy eye. The clouded eye faces the room while his soul sense takes over. The injury Apex created becomes the one filter its mirror trap cannot fool. Living signatures sharpen in Kieran's borrowed perception like lights under deep water. Two guards burn hot. Atlas stays steady at center, and Nira feels cold on the rear platform. The false shadows contain no souls. Nira realizes the countermeasure has failed. She orders phase distortion beyond approved stability. The black floor ripples. Shadows detach from their physical sources. Now, Ethan's soul sense struggles because space itself is folding between signatures. Vex's core pressure climbs toward the instability Ward warned about. Kieran sends one warning pulse and nothing else. Vex answers with chosen risk, not sacrifice. Kieran knows the difference only because his companions taught him. He asks Vex one final time whether he wants to continue. Vex opens the healthy eye, looks at Atlas, and steps forward. Silver light tightens along the soul thread as violet energy gathers under his paws. Apex sensors start failing across the room. Nira orders every recorder kept live. Kieran shouts that Vex's core is destabilizing. Nira says the response is exactly what she needed. Vex takes one more step. His shadow stops, obeying the room's light. Darkness climbs his body instead of spreading across the floor. The healthy eye burns violet. The damaged eye stays pale and unchanged. The evolution does not heal the injury. It builds around it. Hind legs lengthen, shoulders rise, and the compact hair silhouette stretches into a lean predator. His long ears sharpen, but keep the same unmistakable shape. Charcoal fur separates into layered shadow fibers around the clouded eye and spine. Violet rings snap beneath each paw, then jump toward shadows that are not connected. Vex grows to Kieran's waist and lowers into a stalking stance. Before the transformation fully settles, he steps into one broken patch of darkness. He appears across the lab from a completely disconnected shadow. Nira whispers that forced phase trials never produced anything like this. Kieran says Vex never chose to evolve for Apex. The last false reflections collapse instead of exploding outward. Every shadow snaps back to its real source. Vex stands revealed as a void shade stalker. Ward's tuning crystal cracks from the resonance spike. Nira's nearest guard moves first. Vex vanishes from open floor without using any visible patch of darkness. He emerges from the shadow beneath Nira's own boots. He ignores her body and tears through the console cables. Every restraint frame in Vessel Lab 4 drops out of sync. Atlas pulls one foreleg free. Nira finally steps back. A sharper signal enters Kieran's soul thread. Not words, not memories. Position. Kieran knows which guard Vex will draw away before the stalker moves. Atlas senses it too, and shifts his free plate toward the opening. Three companions coordinate through the soul lattice without one spoken command. Nira stops watching the evolution and starts watching the network. She orders every sensor to prioritize bond data over containment. That scares Kieran more than her surprise. Vex crosses three disconnected shadows in one movement without collapsing. That was impossible before evolution. He appears behind the nearest handler and severs a control chain. The chain dies. The captive beast attached to it stops thrashing. There is the real power-up. Vex can interrupt forced control channels. Against Apex, that is a perfect hard counter. Nira orders manual weapons only and shuts down automated collars around the room. That tactical switch saves her guards from losing every controlled beast at once. Kieran reaches Atlas's final brace while Vex keeps the operatives moving defensively. He cannot lift the shell, but the manual release sits beneath the welded safety plate. Atlas angles his strongest front claw and crushes the plate without hurting the mechanism. Kieran pulls the release lever, and the entire restraint frame unlocks with a violent hiss. Atlas tries standing immediately, but the shell collapses lower than before the experiment. The tortoise's legs work. The damaged armor simply cannot distribute weight correctly anymore. Kieran crouches beside Atlas and refuses to pretend the injury is anything smaller. He tells the tortoise they are leaving slowly, if slow is what the body allows. Atlas leans against Kieran's shoulder, despite weighing enough to make the gesture ridiculous. Vex returns beside them and lowers the new larger body beneath one damaged shell edge. The Void Shade Stalker becomes a living support while Atlas pushes himself upright. For one impossible second, the two rejected F ranks hold each other together inside Voidspire. Kieran feels the emotional echo pass between all three, and almost loses focus again. Nira uses that moment to seal every normal exit from the laboratory remotely. Steel shutters crash over the doors while the Shadow Labyrinth begins another phase shift. Vex looks toward the walls, and the new soul sense tracks pathways Kieran cannot perceive. The stalker finds one route through the darkness behind the Hollow God containment column. Unfortunately, reaching it means crossing directly beside the Project Apex, built from stolen souls. Kieran hates the route immediately because the containment column feels wrong through every soul thread. The black core inside pulses again, and distant captive beasts answer with synchronized cries. Atlas lowers his head, while Vex's new shadow fibers flatten against his body. Neither companion wants to approach the thing, which confirms Kieran's instincts are not paranoia. The sealed doors leave no alternative before security teams regroup outside the lab. Kieran asks Vex whether the hidden route is stable enough for Atlas's size. The stalker touches one paw against the floor and sends uncertain pressure through the bond. That answer means maybe, which currently ranks above every other available option. They move behind the containment column while Nira circles toward an emergency control station. Kieran catches a closer look at Hollow God's core and immediately wishes he had not. Dozens of faint beast silhouettes appear inside the black crystal when light shifts. Some are winged, some horned, and others too distorted to identify cleanly. The shapes are not bodies. They look more like impressions trapped in condensed essence. Ward once described a beast core as memory, instinct, and energy compressed together. Apex has apparently harvested pieces of all three and forced them into one container. Kieran feels rage from Ember through the distant soul thread, even miles away. The surface bond has sensed something wrong. Despite the fortress's suppression fields, that means the soul lattice is reaching farther than anyone understood after Ashwood. Nira notices Kieran's expression and says, "Hollow God will end dependency on rare bloodlines. One engineered vessel could carry every useful trait instead of waiting generations for evolution." Kieran asks how many creatures need hollowed cores for that efficient little shortcut. Nira answers with silence, which is somehow more honest than anything else today. Vex finds the hidden shadow seam and steps halfway through to test the route. The passage opens as a vertical crack of darkness behind the containment machinery. Atlas cannot phase naturally, so Vex must widen the channel around his physical body. That same technique nearly emptied Vex while pulling Kieran through one corridor earlier. Kieran refuses until he feels whether the evolved core can handle the load. Now, Vex sends back calm, focus, and a reserve of energy that feels dramatically deeper. Evolution changed more than shape. The shadow pathways no longer fight the hare's body. Kieran still insists on crossing first, so Vex can abort if anything feels wrong. He steps into darkness and emerges inside a narrow service chamber beyond the lab wall. Vex follows instantly, proving the route connects cleanly between both spaces. Atlas tries entering next, but the shadow seam contracts around the damaged shell edges. Pain flashes through the bond before the tortoise even moves one full step. Kieran tells Atlas not to force it, because forcing things is already Apex's specialty. The tortoise backs out, frustrated, but no longer automatically sacrificing through injury. Vex studies the shell, then shifts the shadow seam around the intact front plate. First, instead of dragging Atlas through at once, the stalker moves the opening section by section. Kieran feels the technique spreading load across separate channels, exactly like Atlas learned defending. The rescue works because Vex adapts around Atlas's damage instead of demanding normal movement. Apex spent years trying to turn defects into failures worth exploiting. Kieran's party keeps turning those same differences into instructions for cooperation instead. Atlas disappears through the wall slowly and emerges beside Kieran without fresh cracking. Vex crosses last, just before Nira reaches the containment column from behind. The shadow seam seals, leaving Apex on the wrong side of solid ancient stone. Kieran allows himself exactly one breath of relief before alarms change pitch again. The service chamber descends toward a maintenance rail that should reach the western foundations. Mara's map shows no connection, but Voidspire stopped respecting maps several rooms ago. Vex leads because the stalker's soul sense now reads moving pathways before they stabilize visually. Atlas limps beside Kieran, shell tilted enough that one side drags against stone occasionally. Each scrape feels like a warning that escape alone will not solve the damage. Behind them, Nira reroutes security through the labyrinth instead of chasing physically. Walls shift every few minutes, trying to turn the maintenance route back toward containment. Vex recognizes each change before Kieran sees it, and chooses alternate shadow seams quickly. The chase becomes a contest between one evolved beast and an entire fortress architecture. Kieran cannot help thinking Crownspire would still label Vex permanent F rank on paperwork. That joke stays internal because breathing already demands most available processing power. They reach a vertical lift shaft with the platform missing somewhere far below. The opposite maintenance door sits 20 feet away across empty darkness. Atlas cannot jump. Kieran definitely cannot jump, and Vex cannot carry both normally. The stalker studies the far doorway before turning one ear toward the wall above. A narrow shadow from a broken cable stretches across the shaft like a black thread. Vex steps onto it, even though there is nothing physical beneath his paws. The evolved beast runs along the shadow itself and reaches the opposite side effortlessly. Kieran feels the route through the soul thread, but still dislikes every part of it. Vex widens the cable's shadow until it becomes a dark bridge barely waist wide. Atlas places one claw onto the bridge and immediately sinks several inches into darkness. The stalker braces on the far side, holding the path stable through sheer core pressure. Kieran walks beside Atlas with one hand against the shell's intact edge. Halfway across, the fortress, lights flare and erase the cable shadow almost completely. The bridge begins collapsing beneath Atlas, while the void shaft waits below without enthusiasm. Vex snarls and darkens the space around his own body to replace the missing shadow. Kieran feels the evolved core strain, but not fracture under the sudden demand. Atlas lowers his body and stops moving, inducing weight shifts that destabilize the route. Kieran follows the tortoise's lead and freezes instead of panicking forward. Vex extends the darkness another foot, then another, rebuilding the bridge from soul pressure. They reach the opposite doorway seconds before the last shadow behind them disappears. Vex collapses onto his side, but remains conscious and immediately tries standing again. Kieran tells him nobody is earning speedrun points for passing out dramatically either. The stalker growls, while Atlas nudges Vex down with one broad front claw. For once, Atlas gets to protect someone without absorbing a direct enemy attack. Kieran gives Vex water and waits until the violet eye glow steadies completely. The pause costs time, but keeps the party from turning evolution into another form of abuse. Security boots echo somewhere above them, growing closer through the lift structure. They move again once Vex stands voluntarily, and Atlas can bear weight safely enough. The maintenance rail finally joins a tunnel Kieran recognizes from the western entry map. Freedom should be less than a mile ahead if Voidspire stops rearranging itself. That sentence proves too optimistic when 3 Apex handlers block the next junction. Each handler carries compact weapons instead of controlled beasts. After Vex's collar disruption, the lead man fires a resonance net toward Atlas before Kieran can change direction. Vex crosses the wall shadow and intercepts the net's anchor line from the side. The stalker bites through the cable, then disappears before the electrical pulse returns. Kieran throws a broken maintenance bolt at the second handler's visor and keeps moving. Atlas angles his intact front plate, redirecting a stun round into the corridor wall. The technique is weaker with the shell compromise, but still perfectly recognizable. Vex attacks the lights instead of the guards, dropping the junction into complete darkness. For Apex, darkness becomes a liability now that the shadow hair has evolved inside it. Kieran senses Vex moving around hostile soul signatures like water around rocks. One weapon disappears, then another, without any direct strike on exposed throats or joints. The stalker is choosing disabling attacks because Kieran never demanded a kill path. That restraint matters when one handler drops his gun and backs away voluntarily. Kieran leaves him conscious, which surprises the man more than violence probably would. The remaining guards retreat toward brighter corridors and activate emergency barriers behind them. Vex finds a floor shadow beneath the first barrier and opens a narrow crossing route. Atlas cannot fit without lowering the damaged shell, so Kieran removes a support brace first. The tortoise crosses slowly, while the stalker holds the passage open from both sides. Somehow, every successful obstacle makes Vex's new form feel less like a power-up and more adaptation. The evolution expanded exactly what the hair already trusted most: shadow and soul perception. Nothing about it restored the damaged eye, and Vex never seems to want that anymore. They reach the western drainage level as an explosion shakes dust from the ceiling. Kieran feels Ember's soul thread flare bright from somewhere outside the fortress. The surface team has apparently stopped waiting for subtle extraction signals completely. Another explosion follows, accompanied by the unmistakable roar of a furious magma wyvern. Rowan's scheduled disobedience has officially begun, several hours ahead of deadline. Kieran cannot decide whether to be grateful or extremely annoyed until later. The western security gate ahead folds inward under heat from the opposite side. Molten light cuts through steel, creating a line large enough to reveal rain outside. Ember's horned head appears through the opening, and the entire tunnel fills with relief. The magma wyvern sees Atlas first and makes a sound too low to be called a chirp anymore. Atlas answers with a weak metallic rumble and tries standing straighter despite everything. Vex emerges from shadow beside Ember, showing the evolved body without any introduction. The wyvern freezes, sniffs once, then bumps Vex hard enough to move him sideways. Vex retaliates by climbing onto Ember's shoulder like the size difference means nothing. Kieran laughs once because the team recognizing each other makes the rescue suddenly real. Rowan appears behind Ember with soot across his face and zero patience remaining. He asks why every mission with Kieran ends inside collapsing illegal research facilities. Kieran says this is only the second example, which technically makes the dataset weak. Lena cuts through the remaining gate supports while Mason rushes directly toward Atlas. The healer sees the shell and immediately stops making any reassuring facial expressions. That reaction scares Kieran more than anything Mason could have said aloud. Mason stabilizes the exposed metallic tissue with temporary resonant sealant from Ward's kit. He warns everyone not to let Atlas absorb another impact during extraction. Rowan says the request would be easier if Apex were currently respecting medical advice. Gunfire flashes through the upper tunnel as reinforcements reach the breached security level. Lena's wind kite throws a compressed gust backward, buying seconds without direct engagement. Ember turns toward the attackers, but Kieran sends a stop and cover impulse through their bond. The Wyvern heats the tunnel walls instead, creating a curtain of steam from rainwater. Visibility collapses for Apex while Vex maps the party through soul signatures effortlessly. The combination feels completely broken against enemies who depend on cameras and sightlines. Rowan orders everyone toward the surface wagons before Voidspire seals the breach again. Mason and Kieran support Atlas from opposite sides without letting the shell twist. Vex scouts ahead through darkness, while Ember guards behind without overusing the unstable core. That formation is slower than escape should be, but every companion reaches the ruins together. Fresh rain hits Kieran's face when they finally clear the western drainage trench. For the first time since the ambush, no stone ceiling separates Atlas from open sky. The tortoise stops beside the trench and looks back toward Voidspire's buried towers. Kieran feels fear, exhaustion, and one surprising thread of relief from Atlas. He survived another place where someone measured his worth by structural usefulness alone. This time, the team came back for him before that judgment became the ending. The moment lasts until Voidspire's eastern ridge suddenly lights with black-violet energy. Apex activates a fortress-wide barrier, sealing every known surface entrance behind them. Rowan says that looks less like pursuit and more like destroying evidence internally. Kieran realizes hundreds of captive beasts may still be inside when the barrier closes. Vex turns toward the fortress, body rigid, clearly sensing those soul signatures too. Kieran wants to go back despite Atlas barely standing and Vex just finishing evolution. Mara's voice reaches Rowan through a delayed radio burst from outside the suppression zone. She orders immediate withdrawal because Crownspire response teams are finally mobilizing legally. Kieran hates leaving captives behind, but another solo raid would help nobody trapped inside. He memorizes the barrier frequency on Rowan's reader before the signal disappears completely. Project Hollow God is still inside, along with every creature feeding that black core. Rescuing Atlas changed the mission, but it did not end what Apex started there. The surface team retreats north through flooded gullies before search parties spread outward. Ember walks beside Atlas, deliberately matching the tortoise's painful, shortened pace. Vex moves ahead in bursts, testing the evolved form without exhausting himself again. Kieran notices the stalker avoids reflective puddles whenever lightning flashes across them. Evolution changed Vex's capabilities, but did not erase what the laboratory taught his body. That detail matters because power does not magically delete trauma from any companion. When a distant metallic clang echoes from the ruins, Vex flinches and stops moving. Kieran waits beside him until the ears rise again, without offering another command. Atlas nudges Vex forward gently with the intact edge of his front plate. The stalker starts walking, and the whole team continues at the same slower speed. They reach Rowan's hidden wagons near dawn, with guild riders approaching from the west. Mara is among them, wearing field armor instead of her usual academy coat. She sees Atlas's shell first, then Vex's new form, and forgets her prepared questions. Ward climbs from the second wagon and immediately starts swearing at everyone professionally. His eyes stay on Vex for 3 seconds before Atlas's condition steals all attention. The group transfers the tortoise onto a suspended treatment platform designed for shell injuries. Even that frame cannot fully support the new fracture spreading through Atlas's center. Ward asks what Apex did, and Kieran explains the forced channel synchronization tests. The old researcher goes silent after hearing which shell pathways were targeted. That silence follows them all the way back toward Verith, before anyone understands why. The return trip becomes quieter as daylight exposes how badly everyone is running on fumes. Ember sleeps standing beside Atlas's treatment platform because no wagon stall fits comfortably. Vex curls beneath the platform, new shadow fibers drifting whenever the wheels hit bumps. Kieran stays awake between them until Ward physically takes the notebook from his hands. Ward says exhaustion will not become another heroic personality trait under his supervision. Kieran asks whether that policy can be enforced without a registered contract mark. Ward says a wooden spoon requires no soul resonance and ends the debate. By noon, the convoy reaches Verrett's Eastern Medical District under Guild escort. Mara redirects them away from Crownspire and into Ward's independent research clinic instead. She does not trust the Academy board with Vex's evolved form or Atlas's condition yet. After Voidspire, Kieran finds that decision extremely easy to support. Atlas enters the largest treatment bay on a reinforced lift with 4 technicians guiding movement. Every technician announces contact before touching shell braces, copying Kieran's clinic rule from Ember. The tortoise remains tense, but never retreats into the old automatic defensive posture. Ward begins imaging the shell while Mason monitors pain and internal metallic bleeding. Kieran stands close enough for Atlas to see him without blocking anyone's work. Vex sits in the darkest corner and watches every machine with the healthy eye closed. The Stalker is using soul sense inside normal rooms now, testing what changed after evolution. Ember remains outside the bay because his heat interferes with several diagnostic instruments. The Wyvern hates that explanation and stations himself directly beside the viewing window. Rowan claims the entire party has developed impressive talent for ignoring normal waiting areas. Nobody answers because the first shell scan appears on Ward's central display. The fracture pattern looks worse than any image taken after Ashwood. Apex forced resonance through channels that once let Atlas distribute pressure across separate plates. Several pathways have fused into scarred metal, while others no longer conduct safely at all. Ward repeats the scan twice because the first result feels impossible to accept. Mason asks the question Kieran has been avoiding since they left Voidspire. Can Atlas's shell still support a standard evolution pathway after this damage? Ward takes too long answering, which gives everyone the answer before he speaks. Most steel tortoise evolutions rebuild armor by extending one continuous resonance lattice outward. Atlas no longer has a continuous lattice anywhere across the central shell. The old fracture was survivable because separate channels adapted around the broken center. Apex tried forcing those channels together and burned the bridges between them instead. Ward says normal shell evolution now has nowhere stable to begin the reconstruction process. Kieran asks whether another material, environment, or resonance treatment could create a workaround. Ward says maybe someday, but no known steel tortoise pathway matches this architecture anymore. Mason asks for the clinical version without researcher optimism softening the edges. Ward looks at Atlas, then at Kieran, and finally says the words plainly. Under every documented evolutionary model, Atlas can never evolve again. The treatment bay goes silent except for the slow clicking of cooling diagnostic plates. Atlas lowers his head until the chin touches the reinforced platform. Kieran feels the soul thread contract inward around a familiar fear. Immediately, the emotion crossing Atlas's thread is not physical pain this time. It is worthlessness, old and familiar. From the clinic memory, the same emotion Atlas carried while waiting for the previous owner outside a clinic door. Kieran steps beside the platform and places one hand against the intact front plate. He does not tell Atlas the doctors are wrong because nobody actually knows that yet. He does not promise a miracle evolution simply because the moment hurts. Instead, Kieran says, Atlas is still Atlas before any shell becomes stronger or weaker. The tortoise saved lives before Kieran knew him and protected the party after rejection. Evolution was never the price of staying beside everyone who chose him. Atlas keeps his head lowered, but the soul thread stops tightening around shame. Vex leaves the dark corner and approaches the treatment platform without using shadow movement. The Stalker presses his forehead against Atlas's exposed front claw for several seconds. Ember rumbles from behind the window, adding a warm pulse through the distant lattice. For once, nobody tries turning the emotional moment into a strategy meeting immediately. Ward gives Atlas a temporary shell frame designed to redistribute weight externally. The brace looks ugly, heavy, and nothing like an evolution upgrade. Atlas still stands more evenly once the frame locks around the surviving plates. That practical improvement earns the first faint spark of relief through the bond. Kieran writes one line in his notebook before Ward steals it again. Broken pathway does not mean broken companion, even when every scanner says otherwise. Across the room, Vex's diagnostic session creates an entirely different kind of confusion. Crownspire instruments still identify the core signature as unstable before displaying unreadable errors. Ward uses manual measurements instead of trusting anything built around normal rank classifications. Vex's evolved body stores shadow pressure more efficiently and leaks dramatically less energy. The healthy eye now functions mainly for close detail, not navigation through combat space. The damaged eye remains blind to ordinary images, but reacts strongly to living soul pressure. Ward says Apex accidentally trained a sensory pathway no standard Tamer program could reproduce. Kieran corrects him gently. Apex created damage, but Vex built the adaptation himself. Ward accepts the distinction and rewrites the note before continuing the examination. The Stalker can now cross disconnected shadows without the severe exhaustion seen before. Evolution. More strangely, Vex briefly disrupts forced resonance structures whenever he passes through their shadows. That explains how control chains failed during the escape from Vessel Lab 4. Mara calls the effect a nightmare for anyone relying on compulsion-based contracts. Rowan says that makes Vex the raid party's first genuine anti-cheat system. Vex flicks one ear like the title meets acceptable minimum respect standards. Kieran names the evolved form Void Shade Stalker for records until better classification exists. Ward asks whether naming unknown evolutions has somehow become Kieran's unpaid side job. Kieran says the Academy refused to hire him, so the career path developed naturally. The jokes help, but every person still looks toward Atlas between conversations. One companion evolved by returning to the place that broke him. Another lost the evolutionary future he had only begun believing might exist. The contrast makes their victory feel painfully incomplete instead of clean. Mara spends the afternoon copying Vex's recovered Apex records into protected physical archives. The files prove the Shadow Hair was not wild when Crownspire found him. They also prove Apex operated Voidspire years before anyone officially linked them there. Several subject numbers inside the records correspond to beasts listed as missing across Varith. Kieran asks whether authorities can raid the fortress now that the evidence exists. Mara says Voidspire's barrier collapsed every legal approach within minutes after their escape. Apex evacuated personnel, destroyed surface tunnels, and moved whatever could be moved quickly. Guild teams recovered empty cages, burned records, and several abandoned control devices. They found no captive beasts in the accessible upper levels by the time entry opened. Kieran feels sick because Apex had enough warning to relocate an entire hidden population. Vex's ears flatten when Mara mentions the missing subjects, but he does not retreat. The Stalker stays beside Kieran and listens until the report ends completely. That alone proves the evolution changed more than combat output or shadow range. Vex can face information about Voidspire without being swallowed entirely by the old fear. The fear remains, but it no longer chooses every direction for him. Kieran realizes trust did not erase trauma. It gave Vex somewhere to stand against it. That lesson feels important enough to write down even without understanding why. Yet, Ward asks only one question about Vex's evolution. Did the hair choose every step himself? Kieran says yes, including the moments when running would have been safer. Mara finds one ancient fragment describing evolution after a companion reclaims an instinct suppressed by trauma. Nobody calls it a law after only 2 cases. Then Ward opens the newest Voidspire logs and finds something more urgent. Before the raid, Hollow God's test signals collapsed almost immediately. After Nira uploaded the rescue data, the collapse window stretched. Not enough to make the prototype stable. Enough to let incompatible channels survive beside each other longer. One timestamp matches Vex pulling Kieran through Shadow. Another matches Atlas resisting forced synchronization. The raid did not solve Hollow God, but it taught Apex how to keep the failure alive. The victory now carries a price none of them can measure yet. Rowan says blaming themselves would be convenient for the people who built the trap. Kieran still cannot ignore that Apex designed the entire infiltration around predicting his choices. Nira knew he would follow Atlas, trust Vex, and reveal the bond under pressure. She treated compassion as a mechanic that could be farmed for research data. That realization bothers Kieran more than any insult Crownspire ever threw at him. He asks Mara whether soul bonds can be hidden or severed from outside observation. Mara says no surviving text explains enough to answer either question safely. Ward says shutting the bond down might hurt companions more than preventing information leaks. Kieran refuses to experiment with that idea simply because Apex made privacy difficult. The answer remains what it has been since Ember's cage: choice before control. They will protect the network without turning it into another prison themselves. By sunset, Ward's clinic finally becomes quiet enough to hear the cooling plates tick. Atlas sleeps with his head resting against the edge of Kieran's chair. Vex curls beneath the same chair, new shadow fibers drifting in the dim light. Ember lies across the doorway with his molten tail reduced to a low orange glow. The formation looks almost like their old apartment after Crownspire, only none of them fit the old version of themselves anymore. Kieran looks at the 3 companions and remembers the permanent F-rank labels. Ember already broke his. Vex broke another inside the place that once broke him. Atlas's label feels different. Nobody is promising him an evolution now. For the first time, Kieran has to protect a companion without expecting progression as the reward. That thought exposes something uncomfortable. After Ember evolved, part of Kieran began hoping all 3 would eventually follow. The hope came from love. Love can still become pressure when it starts sounding like destiny. Atlas does not owe anyone a stronger form, because Ember and Vex found theirs. Kieran writes the sentence slowly, then he crosses out the word stronger. Atlas does not owe anyone another form at all. The next goal is not evolution. It is helping Atlas live without destroying himself for other people. If another path exists someday, Atlas can decide whether it matters. The soul thread warms faintly from the sleeping tortoise. Kieran closes the notebook. For once, the room feels safe enough to stop moving. It does not. Far from Voidspire, Nira watches the raid footage inside a moving Apex command room. She skips the explosions. She skips Kieran, reaching Atlas. She stops on Vex. The frame freezes as the evolved stalker leaves one shadow and enters another with no physical connection. An analyst calls it impossible phase adaptation. Nira corrects only the name, not subject V7. Vex. She deletes the old label from the live model. Another screen displays Atlas's fracture map. A third holds Ember's Ashheart activation timing. A fourth records the soul thread feedback. Kieran produced under pressure. Nira orders all 4 datasets layered together. A simulation of one enormous body appears. Its internal channels immediately begin tearing against each other. Then Atlas's fracture pattern separates the loads. Vex's phase data moves pressure between the gaps. Ember's timing model prevents every pathway from activating at once. Kieran's bond feedback sits over the system like a rhythm it cannot create alone. The simulation still fails. It simply fails slower. That is enough to change the room. Nira opens the sealed convergence protocol. A hidden camera feed replaces the simulation. Rows of essence cylinders surround a single body submerged in black fluid. Every cylinder carries a different primordial lineage. None of the essences belong together. Separate cables feed them into the same vessel anyway. An analyst says the subject remains below safe activation stability. Nira uploads the final Voidspire packet. The number rises, then rises again. No one speaks. Black fluid ripples around the central silhouette. One massive hand presses against the glass from inside. The technicians reach for sedation. Nira tells them to stop. If the vessel can make a choice, she wants to know what it chooses. At Ward's clinic, Kieran wakes before any alarm crystal reacts. Ember raises his head at the same instant. Vex opens the healthy eye, while the clouded eye turns toward the distant dark. Atlas lifts his head despite the medication. All 3 soul threads tighten around Kieran's wrist together. The sensation is not pain. It is not memory. It is not an emotion from any companion he knows. Something outside the party has touched the edge of their network. Back in the hidden chamber, the silhouette stops, pushing against the glass. One eye opens beneath the black fluid. Then several more. At the clinic, one foreign feeling crosses the outer edge of Kieran's soul. Lattice. Hunger. Then something on the far side of the soul lattice pulls back. The last thing Kieran felt at Ward's clinic was one foreign emotion touching his soul. Lattice. Hunger. Then the presence pulled back, leaving all 3 companions awake and staring into the same darkness. Kieran does not know its name yet, only that the signal came from somewhere beyond Voidspire. Atlas cannot survive another real raid, and his standard evolution pathway is already gone. Vex can break control systems now, but the next facility may connect to the program that scarred him. Ember has fortress-breaking firepower, yet brute force could kill the stolen souls trapped inside Apex's project. Somewhere in the north, Apex is preparing a convergence built from stolen primordial essences. Kieran cannot overpower this final threat without risking every stolen soul trapped inside it. Before the night ends, his companions will see memories he never knew the bond could send back. The foreign pressure disappears from Ward's clinic as suddenly as it arrived. Kieran stays awake anyway, staring at the 3 soul threads around his wrist. Ember guards the doorway while Vex stays under Kieran's chair, both tracking the same northern pull. Neither companion relaxes when the pressure vanishes. The room still feels occupied. Atlas lifts his head inside the external shell frame and braces against a threat nobody can see. Nobody speaks for several seconds because nobody wants to name what just touched them. Ward breaks the silence by checking every alarm crystal in the room. None of them triggered before Kieran woke. This is today's story. Before we jump in, hit like and subscribe. Now back to Ward's clinic, where the final raid begins by finding what answered Kieran. Mara arrives 20 minutes later with 3 archive boxes and absolutely no patients left. Rowan follows, carrying coffee strong enough to qualify as emergency alchemy. Kieran asks whether anyone else felt something touch the soul lattice. Ember answers with a low rumble. Vex follows with an image of darkness against a closed door. Atlas offers something quieter, the remembered pressure of an unseen weight against his shell frame. 3 different reactions point toward the same impossible distance. Ward points out that none of those reactions came from ordinary distance. Mara places a sealed Crownspire map across the nearest treatment table. One location on the northern edge has been blacked out by 3 different governments. Rowan says that usually means either state secrets or terrible real estate. Mara says this one manages to be both. The erased site is called Black Meridian in pre-sundering engineering records. Kieran has never heard the name, which immediately makes Vex look uncomfortable. The stalker's clouded eye turns toward Mara's map before she finishes unfolding it. Ward notices and asks where Vex has seen the symbol. Vex does not answer with memory. He walks to the map and places one paw on a faded transfer code. Mara freezes because the code matches a fragment recovered from Vex's Apex file. Part of the old Shadow program was relocated north before Vex escaped. That makes Black Meridian more than a random final facility. It may contain the phase research that built the first version of Vex's prison. Kieran watches Vex carefully, waiting for panic. The stalker keeps his paw on the map. Fear arrives through the bond, but it does not pull him backward. Kieran decides that counts as an answer only if Vex wants it to. Vex looks at him and taps the transfer code a second time. Rowan says Vex just volunteered for the endgame raid without needing another speech. Vex flicks one ear without looking away from the map. Mara opens a second archive box and reveals old fault station diagrams. Black Meridian was built around a deep primordial resonance fracture before the sundering. The station could route energy through isolated channels without letting those channels touch. Ward immediately looks toward Atlas. Atlas lowers his head, already understanding why that architecture matters. His fractured shell once survived because pressure traveled through separate pathways. Apex copied that behavior at Voidspire and used it inside Hollow God. Mara says the old station was officially destroyed during the sundering. Rowan asks whether officially means collapsed or merely removed from paperwork. Mara points to fresh satellite heat beneath the dead zone. Whatever 3 governments erased from the map, Apex rebuilt beneath the dead zone. Kieran asks how long they have before convergence begins. Ward places the newest Voidspire data beside the hidden facility map. Ward's recovered data finally gives the hidden vessel an Apex designation, Prototype 7. Its stability window has been stretching every hour since Nira uploaded the Voidspire raid data. If Apex keeps feeding the system, the next full activation may hold instead of collapsing. Buried beneath the stability graph, Ward finds an older convergence incident carrying Nira Kane's authorization. Years earlier, Apex wanted an unstable prototype terminated. Nira forced the system to keep it alive. The subject survived longer, and Apex taught Nira the wrong equation. Survival required tighter control. Atlas shifts inside the shell brace, and the metal frame clicks softly. Kieran hears the sound and immediately says Atlas is not going anywhere tonight. Atlas gives him the same look he used when treatment was first suggested. Kieran stays planted in front of him and refuses to move. The tortoise tries standing anyway. His 4 legs hold, but the external frame takes most of the shell's weight. Ward points at the support struts like a prosecutor presenting evidence. One heavy impact could turn a painful recovery into catastrophic structural failure. Atlas remains standing anyway, stubborn even inside the support frame. Kieran crouches until they are eye level. Kieran says the team is done treating self-destruction like a defensive skill. Rowan quietly says that might be Kieran's healthiest sentence all month. Atlas ignores Rowan and keeps staring at Kieran. The soul thread carries stubborn anger, then something more specific. Atlas is not asking to fight. He is asking not to be abandoned while everyone else risks themselves. That distinction changes the room. Kieran sits back on his heels and asks what participation would look like without frontline blocking. Atlas sends no answer because none of them know yet. Ward hates the question, which means he is already considering it. Mara suggests Atlas can remain with the command team above the deepest level. Rowan offers to turn the tortoise into the world's heaviest tactical observer. Atlas looks personally offended by the word observer. Vex walks over and rests one paw against the external brace. Ember lowers his horned head beside them. The three companions form a rough circle around Atlas without being asked. Kieran feels the same message from all three. Nobody gets left behind. Ward says emotional democracy is ruining medicine. Still, he starts redesigning the support frame for controlled movement. The new brace cannot absorb combat impacts. It can distribute walking load and prevent sudden shell collapse. Kieran accepts that limitation out loud, so Atlas hears it clearly. Atlas studies Kieran for a long second while everyone waits for his answer. Atlas finally sends agreement, though not anything close to obedience. Mara turns the map toward everyone and starts planning the route. Kieran cuts the briefing down before contingencies start, breeding more contingencies. They need only 4 things: entry, captive locations, convergence controls, and extraction. Rowan looks almost proud when the plan still fits on one page. Vex's transfer code provides the entry route through an abandoned phase freight shaft. Ember can handle the outer blast doors once civilians and captives are clear. Vex remains the hard counter to Apex control systems. Atlas will stay linked to the surface command route unless the facility forces another choice. Kieran's role is still the most dangerous because Hollow God has already touched his network. Ward gives him a resonance breaker built from Voidspire's captured jammer crystals. It will not sever soul bonds. It should disrupt foreign synchronization long enough to break an unwanted connection. Kieran asks how reassuring the word should is supposed to feel. Ward says roughly 3% reassuring. Nobody laughs until Rowan does. Mara then reveals the worst part of the old station map. The convergence vault sits beneath 6 isolation rings. Each ring was designed to prevent different primordial signatures from contaminating each other. Now, Apex is using that safety system to keep stolen essences separated inside one vessel. Destroying the central core could release every channel at once. Best case, the facility loses power. Worst case, every trapped soul tears through the others during collapse. Kieran understands the mission has changed. Before anyone says it, this is not an extermination mission. It is a hostage rescue hidden inside a monster fight. Vex sends a pulse of agreement so sharp, it almost feels sarcastic. Ember's tail glow rises as if he prefers simpler objectives involving walls. Atlas stays quiet, listening to every word about what the core could do. Kieran looks at the external brace again. He remembers writing that Atlas owes nobody another form. The sentence feels more important now than it did last night. If Atlas comes, he comes as Atlas. No promise of evolution, no miracle shell, no secret power waiting on schedule. Atlas's soul thread warms at that thought. Ward finishes tightening the final brace lock and steps away. The tortoise tests one careful step. He takes a second step before anyone can stop him. The frame creaks, but the shell does not. Rowan asks whether that means the raid party is officially mobile. Ward says it means anyone who says raid near his patient gets hit with a wrench. Kieran looks toward the northern map. Somewhere beneath the erased northern site, the foreign presence brushes Kieran's awareness again. The contact feels weaker than before, but far more focused. Hunger still dominates the signal, sharp enough to tighten every soul thread. Underneath it, Kieran catches a second emotion that does not feel copied at random. Confusion moves through the bond with enough structure to feel almost deliberate. Mara notices the 3 soul threads answer before Kieran consciously sends anything back. An old Crownspire fragment claimed deep memory bonds might become bidirectional under shared consent. No surviving record ever proved it, and Kieran has never sent a full memory outward. The foreign contact fades before they can test whether the old theory means anything. That uncertainty is exactly why they cannot treat the vessel like an ordinary monster. Before dawn, Crownspire receives an anonymous evacuation order for the northern freight corridor. Mara definitely did not send it through legal channels. Rowan definitely does not ask. The team leaves Ward's clinic under gray morning rain. Ember walks beside the reinforced transport instead of riding inside. Vex moves between the wagon's shadow and nearby rooftops without exhausting himself. Atlas rides on a suspended platform bolted to the wagon floor. Kieran sits beside him with the resonance breaker across both knees. Ward stays behind because somebody needs to coordinate medical extraction if they return broken. He says when, not if, then pretends nobody noticed. Mason joins the forward medical convoy with Lena and 2 guild handlers. Mara rides with Rowan at the front and keeps Black Meridian's map folded. The fewer screens showing the location, the fewer ways Apex can intercept it. 3 hours north, Vareth's roads disappear beneath pale ash. The northern dead zone looks less destroyed than simply abandoned by nature. Dead trees lean away from a distant black ridge. No birds cross the sky above it. Even Ember's heat seems muted by the cold mineral fog. Vex spends longer between shadow steps because the ground itself carries weak phase distortion. Atlas watches every vibration through the support platform. Kieran feels the foreign network touch return once, then vanish before he can answer. He decides not answering is also a choice. Rowan says that philosophy will look terrible on a tactical report. Kieran says tactical reports already survived him twice. By noon, the convoy reaches an overturned pre-sundering rail tower. Mara stops everyone before the ridge comes fully into view. Beyond it, Black Meridian hides inside a crater shaped like a broken compass. The facility has no towers, no banners, and nothing visible worth attacking. A buried fortress means every threat gets to wait underground. Apex built the visible security to look like dead infrastructure. Vex's transfer code points toward a freight hatch half buried beneath mineral glass. Rowan scans the entrance and finds no active lock. Kieran says that is bait. Vex says the same thing by refusing to approach the obvious shadow. Ember circles left and finds a second heat signature beneath the collapsed rail. Mara smiles without humor, because Apex made the trap obvious on purpose. Apex expects them to remember Voidspire and distrust the easy route. The obvious bait is hiding a second bait. Kieran asks whether there is a third option. Atlas taps one claw against the wagon platform. The vibration returns from somewhere beneath the crater wall. His damaged shell cannot block attacks, but it can still read pressure through stone. Atlas identifies a hollow maintenance cavity under the western slope. Rowan calls that the most overqualified sonar system in Vareth. Atlas looks less offended this time. The team moves west instead of touching either marked entrance. Lena finds a buried service conduit wide enough for one person at a time. Ember cannot fit through the service conduit without bringing the wall with him. He snorts smoke at the opening like the architecture has insulted him personally. Kieran puts one hand against Ember's jaw and changes the plan. Rowan, Ember, Mason, and Lena will hold the western extraction lane. Mara goes underground with Kieran, Vex, and Atlas. Atlas's platform cannot fit through the conduit. The tortoise steps down carefully and carries his own weight through the external brace. Ward's support frame was never designed for climbing. Neither was Atlas, according to Rowan. Atlas enters anyway, moving slowly enough to keep every brace joint aligned. Kieran follows directly behind so he can catch the frame if one leg slips. Vex disappears ahead through the conduit shadow. Mara comes last and seals the opening with loose mineral glass. The tunnel smells like cold iron and old ozone. After 50 yards, modern Apex cable bundles appear along the ancient wall. Black Meridian is very much alive. Vex stops beneath the first junction and closes his healthy eye. Several human signatures move above them. Farther down, something enormous pulses through the stone. Kieran feels the same pulse inside his wrist. The foreign network knows they entered. No alarm sounds after they cross the first junction. The silence feels worse because Nira used quiet corridors as bait at Voidspire. Mara whispers that Nira may be leaving the route open intentionally. Kieran remembers Voidspire measuring every choice they made. This time he refuses to play the same build. Instead of following the easiest route toward the strongest signal, they move away from it. Vex approves immediately and takes a side maintenance shaft. Atlas follows slower, each step measured through the brace. The detour opens into an old control room Apex never bothered modernizing. Most consoles are dead, but one hand-cranked mechanical map still answers Mara. 6 isolation rings appear around the convergence vault like nested locks. A forgotten western freight route cuts through them without touching the main security spine. Kieran chooses it immediately because the path gives Nira fewer sensors to study. Mara points out why the route survived. It predates every modern contract scanner. Apex watches, soul marks, heat, cameras, and digital access. Nobody bothered defending a century-old hand crank hidden behind rust. Rowan would call the forgotten hand crank a legacy exploit and claim partial credit. Vex treats it like common sense and keeps watching the door. Mara copies only the western route onto paper, then kills the mechanical map. Atlas studies the floor instead, reading vibrations. The dead equipment cannot hide. His shell picks up heavy patrols crossing 2 levels below them. The route is not safe. It is simply less interested in collecting data. Kieran decides the old freight route is good enough for one last infiltration. They leave the central map untouched in case Nira is tracking what they study. If she is measuring choices again, this time she receives mostly bad data. They descend through a freight lift that should not still move. Atlas's weight makes the platform groan all the way down. Mara asks whether the brace can handle the vibration. Atlas answers by shifting his stance until the metal stops rattling. Kieran notices the adjustment and does not help unless asked. That small restraint still feels new. At Ring 1, the lift doors open onto a silent storage hall. Rows of empty restraint cages line both walls. Most are clean enough to have been moved recently. Vex finds black fur caught beneath one latch. The fur is not Vex's, but his body reacts before Kieran can speak. Both ears flatten as the old laboratory fear returns in one sharp pulse. Kieran does not need a memory to understand what the cages mean. Black Meridian has processed more experimental beasts than Voidspire ever showed them. Mara finds numbered transport tags with the names deliberately burned away. Apex keeps measurements and erases identities. Vex stares at the blank metal longer than Kieran expects. Vex pushes one burned identification tag into Kieran's hand, instead of leaving it behind. Kieran pockets it with Vex's old records. Names matter here precisely because Apex works so hard to erase them. At the next corridor, they finally meet resistance. 2 gray-masked handlers step from side doors with compact resonance rifles. Vex vanishes before either weapon finishes charging. He emerges behind the left handler and cuts the rifle's control cable. Mara drops the second with the shoulder strike before Kieran reaches him. Kieran catches the first rifle instead of the falling man. Nobody wastes time on a dramatic finishing move inside the corridor. Silence matters more than style, while the rest of the station still thinks they are elsewhere. Atlas remains behind the corner and never enters the firing lane. That choice costs him more pride than anyone says aloud. Kieran sends one pulse of approval and immediately regrets making it feel like praise. Atlas sends back irritation sharp enough to prove he understood the concern. Kieran takes the irritation as a good sign and leaves it alone. An argument is still a choice, which is the point. Mara removes both handlers' access keys. One opens the Ring 2 bulkhead. The other opens. Nothing visible. Vex follows its shadow to a hidden floor panel. Underneath lies a black fiber cable carrying synchronized soul pressure toward the center. Kieran touches it through a glove and almost loses balance. Hundreds of tiny emotional fragments rush past without forming complete memories. Fear hits first, sharp and animal, from more than one source. Anger follows from somewhere else inside the same rushing current. Pain arrives layered over both until Kieran cannot separate one captive from another. Then confusion swallows the edges of every fragment moving through the cable. Then the same hunger that touched the clinic. Mara pulls his hand away before the breaker even activates. Kieran says the cable is not only carrying power, it is carrying pieces of the captives themselves. That means Hollow God is already networked across the entire station. Every isolation ring is part of the same layered trap. Breaking one cable blindly could dump that pressure into another channel. Mara says the station was built to reroute overloads automatically. Apex weaponized the safety system into a prison. Kieran marks the cable and leaves it intact. They need the control architecture before they start cutting anything. Ring 2 smells like antiseptic and burned stone. Active labs replace the empty storage halls. Technicians move behind glass without realizing intruders cross the old freight route. Vex guides the team through blind spots between surveillance cones. His evolved soul sense reads living observers through the walls. Atlas reads floor vibration and warns when heavy patrols cross adjacent corridors. The injured defender and traumatized scout are now carrying the stealth route. Kieran almost laughs at how wrong Crownspire's old rankings look. Then the foreign network touches him again. This time, the contact carries one image instead of another burst of raw emotion. A ceiling Kieran has never seen hangs above a tank filled with black fluid. Hands move outside thick glass while the viewpoint remains trapped underneath. The impression breaks apart before it can become a complete memory. Whatever Hollow God is becoming, it may already be looking back through the connection. Kieran stops so suddenly that Mara nearly walks into him. She asks what he saw. He says Hollow God may be looking back through the connection. Vex moves closer without touching. Atlas angles the front of his brace toward Kieran out of habit. Then Atlas catches himself and lowers the shell again. Kieran notices Atlas correct the old shielding instinct without being told. Vex notices too, and immediately closes the distance between them. The stalker bumps Atlas's intact front plate once. Atlas answers with a quiet metallic rumble. Mara says the team is getting emotionally healthier at an extremely inconvenient time. A speaker above the corridor activates. Nira's voice says that depends on the definition of healthy. Nobody reaches for a weapon. Kieran expected Nira to contact them eventually, just not this casually. Nira congratulates them for avoiding the 2 entrances she prepared. Rowan's voice crackles through Kieran's hidden earpiece from the surface. He asks whether that means they beat the tutorial. Nira somehow hears Rowan through the hidden channel and answers him directly. She says Rowan remains statistically disruptive. Rowan sounds genuinely delighted to be classified as a statistical problem. Kieran asks how much of Black Meridian is another experiment. Nira says useful research begins by keeping the subject alive long enough to learn from it. She does not order guards toward them. That confirms the worst possibility. She still wants Kieran deeper. Kieran says the invitation worked better last time. Nira reminds him that last time he thought Atlas was the entire objective. This time, she says, final convergence reaches full activation in less than 40 minutes. The speaker dies before Mara can demand where that countdown came from. The timer changes the pressure, but Kieran refuses to let it choose their route. Nira still expects him to sprint directly toward Hollow God. That makes the obvious path another prediction instead of an objective. Kieran refuses to let compassion become predictable aggro for Apex again. Vex turns toward a side corridor that does not lead inward. Kieran follows immediately. Mara asks where they are going. Kieran says somewhere Nira did not just invite them. The side corridor ends at a sealed veterinary wing. Atlas detects movement behind the door before Vex does. The movement behind the veterinary door does not belong to guards. Dozens of small uneven vibrations overlap, too weak to be a patrol. Mara uses the stolen access key. The door opens onto 20 suspended recovery cradles. Each holds a beast too weak to stand. Some captives still wear control collars pulsing with weak command light. Others have empty sockets where cores were partially harvested. No red blood stains the room. Only black fluid, metal dust, and exhausted breathing. Kieran's anger arrives so fast the soul threads flare. Vex steps directly in front of him. The stalker does not block the room. He blocks Kieran from sprinting toward the central vault alone. Kieran nods once, lets Vex stop the hero move, and thinks again. They free only the collars that Vex can safely disrupt. Mara contacts Mason through the surface channel. She sends the veterinary wing coordinates and nothing else. Rowan immediately starts moving the extraction team. Nira's speakers remain silent, which tells Kieran this detour was not in her model. Kieran realizes she did not expect this detour to matter. That makes it valuable. Atlas moves beside the nearest cradle. A small plated lizard flinches when his external brace clicks. Atlas stops several feet away. Instead of approaching, he lowers himself to the floor. The lizard eventually lifts its head. Atlas does not move closer. Kieran feels patience spread through their bond. The patience moving through the bond is not coming from Kieran. It belongs entirely to Atlas, and that difference matters. The tortoise is learning. Protection can begin with making room. That lesson lands quietly and stays. Mara finishes marking every occupied cradle for extraction. Vex disables the last compulsion collar without touching the beast wearing it. The shadow around the clasp flickers. The collar drops open, without Vex ever touching the frightened animal. Several rescued animals stare at Vex like they recognize what freedom looks like. Vex looks away first, suddenly uncomfortable with being treated like proof of freedom. The team leaves before the scene can turn sentimental. Ring 3 begins behind a pressure door with no physical handle. Modern Apex systems cover the entire surface. Kieran's bare wrist passes the contract mark scanner without registering. Kieran decides Zero Bond may be the world's dumbest stealth exploit. Mara says she is putting that exact phrase in the report. Kieran says then nobody will believe the report anyway. Vex disrupts the lock through its shadow. The door opens 3 inches. Atlas cannot squeeze through with the external brace. Everyone looks at Atlas, then immediately realizes how unfair that feels. Atlas looks at the brace. Removing it here would be reckless. Leaving him behind alone would be worse. Kieran asks if the door can open wider without breaking the lock. Vex studies the lock until one ear tilts toward the hidden mechanism. Then he disappears into the narrow gap. 30 seconds later, the opposite wall shutters. The entire pressure door retracts manually. Vex emerges from the control alcove, looking deeply satisfied. Mara calls the workaround unfair in the tone of someone taking notes. Kieran calls it a broken utility build. Atlas walks through without scraping the brace. Beyond the door, Ring 3 contains no cages. Hundreds fill the chamber in stacked rows, disappearing into the dark. Each cylinder holds colored light instead of a visible body. Some soul lights pulse strongly enough to cast color across the floor. Others barely flicker, as if the stored lives are already running out of time. Silver-black cables carry every signal toward the lower rings. Kieran feels the whole room through the foreign connection. Individual impressions brush him like strangers in a crowded station. None stay long enough to identify. Mara checks the physical seals. The cylinders are not batteries. Destroying them would be murder. Kieran asks whether they can disconnect the transfer cables one by one. Mara says not while convergence is active. The station would reroute, load, and possibly drain another cylinder faster. Atlas taps one claw against the floor. A repeating vibration moves beneath the room in 6-second waves. Mara recognizes the old isolation cycle. Black Meridian still rotates pressure between rings. Kieran realizes the system has a safe maintenance window. Each ring becomes electrically isolated for less than 1 second. That is enough for machines. Not enough for normal people. Vex's ears rise as soon as the isolation timing becomes clear. Shadow travel does not care about normal people. Timing. Kieran sees the plan before Mara finishes explaining. Vex can cross during each isolation pulse and sever one transfer latch safely. One latch at a time. One soul at a time. Vex looks across hundreds of cylinders. The scale of the job lands on everyone. Kieran says they do not need to speedrun all of them from this room. They need the master sequence controlling the latches. Mara points deeper toward Ring 4 and the synchronization archive. That becomes the next objective. Before they leave, one cylinder suddenly dims. Kieran feels a distant scream without sound. Hollow God pulses below them. The dim cylinder brightens again, but weaker. The fading cylinder makes the countdown physical for everyone in the room. Ring 4 is louder than the upper levels. Every wall carries vibration from machinery deeper underground. Vex keeps the healthy eye closed and navigates entirely through soul pressure. Mara follows an old service rail around the main corridor. Atlas's brace starts clicking faster on the uneven floor. Kieran asks whether they stop. Atlas sends annoyance, fatigue, and a very clear no. Kieran accepts the answer, but reduces their pace anyway. They reach the synchronization archive through a maintenance hatch beneath the rail. Inside, Apex has converted an ancient control room into a live data center. 3 technicians sit behind black consoles facing the central wall. None sees Vex emerge from the ceiling shadow. He kills the room lights instead of attacking anyone. Mara moves in while Kieran covers the exit. By the time emergency lamps activate, all 3 technicians are restrained with their own cable TIs. Atlas stays outside because the hatch cannot support his weight. Kieran feels his irritation through the wall. Mara accesses the archive using Nira's own stolen command key. The screen fills with unreadable graphs and one familiar project silhouette. Prototype 7 is no longer classified as dormant. It is listed as partially self-directing. Kieran hates that phrase immediately. Another file shows the foreign network contact reaching Ward's clinic. Apex recorded the moment Hollow God touched Kieran without external command. Nira did not initiate it. The vessel initiated the contact itself. Nira did not send the signal. Mara reads the next line twice. Prototype 7 is searching for stable identity anchors. Kieran asks what that means in normal language. Mara says the thing is trying to figure out what counts as itself. The hundreds of stolen essences all carry instincts, fragments, and emotional residue. Hollow God has power from many beings, but no clean boundary between them. That finally explains why the first emotion arriving at the clinic was hunger. Everything inside feels everything else as missing pieces. Kieran asks whether the vessel is conscious. Mara says consciousness is not a switch she can measure from one file. Vex touches the console shadow and flinches. A cluster of soul signatures moves beneath the screen. The archive is linked directly to the vessel. Kieran pulls Vex back before the stalker goes deeper. One technician laughs behind his restraint. He says they came too late. Mara asks how much time remains before the final sequence begins. The technician says final convergence starts in 32 minutes. Rowan hears that overcomes and immediately stops joking. Kieran asks what final means. The technician says every preserved essence will open to the central vessel simultaneously. Mara's face goes still when she understands what simultaneous transfer means. That bypasses the rotating isolation cycle. If the vessel stabilizes, Apex gets its artificial god-tier entity. If it fails, the backlash could erase every stored soul in the station. Kieran asks why anyone would run a trial with both outcomes that bad. The technician says Nira believes failure teaches faster than caution. Vex's shadow fibers lift as the technician explains Nira's philosophy. Kieran says that answer tracks. Mara finds the master latch sequence in a protected hardware module. It cannot be copied through the network. Someone has to carry it physically to the convergence controls. Kieran takes the physical module because the network cannot be trusted. Immediately, the facility alarms activate. Nira finally stops pretending not to care where they go. Bulkheads close across every exit from Ring 4. Vex disappears before the first door seals. He reappears in the corridor beside Atlas. Atlas is already braced low against the moving floor. Kieran and Mara squeeze through the maintenance hatch behind them. The main hallway splits as two wall sections slide inward. Black Meridian is changing routes around them. Mara says the ancient station was never designed to move like this. Apex added phase engines from Vex's old program. Vex hears that and growls once. Then he chooses the route with the strongest airflow instead of the strongest shadow. Kieran trusts Vex's airflow route without asking for a second opinion. They reach a freight tunnel while security teams flood the main archive level behind. Atlas cannot run in the brace, so nobody else gets to set a faster pace. That decides the pace for everyone. Mara fires 2 restraint charges into the ceiling supports. Stone drops behind them without crushing the pursuers. Kieran says that looked expensive. Mara says Crownspire can invoice Apex. Rowan breaks into the channel with worse news. The surface team found 3 extraction shafts and 6 controlled beasts guarding them. Ember is holding the west shaft, but cannot push deeper without risking captives. Kieran asks how bad the controlled beasts look. Rowan says bad enough that he is avoiding the phrase mini-boss swarm. Vex sends a pulse toward Ember through the long soul thread. The distance is extreme, but the evolved network carries the intent. Ember answers with heat and impatience. Kieran realizes the bond is stretching across more of Black Meridian than before. The longer soul thread may become useful before this raid ends. It may also be exactly what Nira wants. The freight tunnel ends at a vertical shaft descending into Ring 5. An ancient lift platform waits 100 feet below, with its original cable completely gone. Mara checks the map while Atlas tests the shaft wall with one claw. The shaft walls contain maintenance shadows at regular intervals. Vex can descend through the maintenance shadows without touching the platform. Kieran can probably descend through Vex. Atlas cannot use that route, and nobody suggests leaving him behind. Atlas looks over the edge and sends a flat pulse of disagreement. Kieran says physics still gets a vote. Atlas taps the external brace against the wall. The echo returns from heavy support rails hidden behind the stone. Mara finds an emergency counterweight release. Together, they lower a maintenance platform using manual brakes. The descent is painfully slow. Security teams reach the top of the shaft. Halfway down, resonance bolts flash against the wall above them. Vex jumps between maintenance shadows and disables the first rifle. Mara returns fire with non-lethal shock rounds. Kieran stays beside Atlas because the platform shakes with every impact. Atlas lowers his center of gravity. The external brace absorbs the vibration without taking a direct hit. For once, defense means stability instead of interception. Kieran feels Atlas recognize that stability can protect people without putting his shell in front. A bolt strikes the brake housing. The platform drops 10 feet. Kieran grabs the rail while the entire platform bucks under the impact. Mara nearly loses the hardware module. Atlas hooks one front claw through the platform frame and stops sliding. He does not put his shell between anyone and the fall. He anchors the platform instead. Vex cuts the attacker's rifle shadow and returns. The team resumes the descent. At Ring 5, the doors open onto a cathedral-sized chamber. Black Meridian's original fault station finally becomes visible. 6 enormous conduits circle a central abyss. Each carries a different color of primordial resonance. Apex bridges cross the gaps like temporary scaffolding over a sleeping earthquake. At the far end, one black elevator descends to the convergence vault. Nira is waiting beside it. No guards. Stand with her. That is more threatening than an army. Kieran asks whether she ran out of employees. Nira says she stopped wasting them on a predictable outcome. Mara raises her weapon the instant Nira steps into the Ring 5 corridor. Nira does not reach for anything, which somehow makes the moment worse. She looks at Atlas first. Vex crosses the threshold next, keeping his damaged eye aimed at the floor shadows. Kieran follows only after Atlas confirms the platform behind them is stable. She says all three arrived exactly where the model predicted. Kieran asks why Ember is missing from her victory speech. For the first time, Nira glances toward the ceiling. Ember is not underground because the model predicted he would remain outside. That tiny refusal to perform for her makes Kieran smile despite the situation. Nira sees it and dislikes the reaction. Rowan says overcomes that he also dislikes being statistically useful. Kieran tells him to stay statistically annoying. Nira says the convergence no longer requires Ember physically present. His Ashheart timing is already built into the prototype. Vex's phase adaptation is built into the transfer network. Atlas's fracture logic shapes the isolation channels. And Kieran's soul lattice provides the only pattern that ever made the system cooperate. Kieran says copying trust is not the same as creating it. Nira says she does not need trust. Nira says the project needs stable feedback, not another uncontrolled power spike. Mara says that difference is why 6 prototypes failed. Nira replies that Prototype 7 has already made a choice. Prototype 7 already chose one anchor on its own. It reached for Kieran. The statement lands harder than Kieran wants. Nira presses one control on the elevator rail. The doors open behind her. Black fluid drips from the lower frame. She invites Kieran to meet the thing that called him first. Kieran refuses to move until Vex chooses the elevator first. Nira says final convergence starts in 22 minutes. Every minute spent arguing drains another essence cylinder. She is using the captives as a countdown. Kieran hates that the tactic works. Vex steps toward the elevator. Atlas follows one slow pace behind. Kieran looks at Mara and waits for her read on the trap. Mara lowers her weapon, but only slightly. They enter together because splitting now would hand Nira exactly what she wants. Nira steps in last, still calm enough to make Kieran dislike her more. The doors close and the last easy retreat disappears behind steel. The elevator descends without showing floors. Only the pressure inside Kieran's wrist measures depth. Every 100 feet, the foreign presence grows louder. The presence is not getting stronger with the descent. It is getting closer with every 100 feet they lose. Atlas's soul thread tightens first. Vex's shadow fibers flatten against his body. Mara keeps one hand near the hardware module. Nira stands perfectly still between them. Kieran asks whether she ever considered that Hollow God might not want what Apex built. Nira says desire is useless without structure. Kieran says that sounds like every bad contract system in Varith. The elevator doors open before Nira answers. The convergence vault is larger than the entire vessel. Lab 4 complex. Rows of essence cylinders rise in 6 rings around a central tank. Black fluid fills the tank from floor to ceiling. A massive silhouette floats inside, with limbs folded close. Several eye-like lights remain shut beneath the liquid. Silver-black cables connect every cylinder to the vessel. Atlas's fracture pattern is visible in the way those cables stay separated. Vex's phase circuitry bridges the gaps without touching them directly. Ember's timing model pulses through the sequence like a heartbeat. And between everything runs a pale network shaped disturbingly like Kieran's soul threads. He feels sick seeing the bond turned into architecture. Nira calls the stolen architecture elegant without a trace of irony. Kieran calls it stolen, because that is the only word that matters. One closed eye opens inside the tank. A second eye opens beneath the fluid and tracks the elevator doors. The entire vault goes quiet. No machine announces activation. The vessel simply becomes aware of them. Hollow God simply notices them. Kieran's soul threads pull forward at once. The resonance breaker vibrates against his belt. Mara reaches for the resonance breaker, expecting Kieran to use it immediately. Kieran raises one hand. Because the incoming pressure is not violent yet. The foreign pressure entering the bond is not violent yet. The first clear emotion reaches him before any image or memory can form. Hunger returns, deeper now, and spread across too many overlapping signatures. Confusion follows, layered beneath the hunger instead of replacing it. Fear arrives next from more directions than Kieran can count. It is not one creature's fear compressed into a single signal. It is many frightened lives colliding inside the same forced network. The emotions overlap so hard, Kieran almost cannot breathe. Vex presses against his leg. Atlas steadies beside him without moving in front. Nira watches the readings instead of Kieran's face. That tells him everything about her priorities. Kieran sends no command into the foreign connection. He sends one simple boundary, stop. The pressure recoils immediately when Kieran sends a clear boundary, stop. Every eye inside the tank opens. Nira's expression changes by half an inch. Apparently nobody tested whether the vessel could understand refusal. Mara whispers that Kieran just found a new variable. Nira says boundaries are only another form of input. Kieran says that sentence explains her entire problem. A siren begins somewhere beneath the tank. Final convergence has entered automatic preparation. Nira checks the countdown and looks genuinely irritated. Someone started the sequence early. Rowan answers overcomes that he may have broken something useful upstairs. Nira realizes the surface fight damaged a timing relay. The backup system responded by advancing convergence. Rowan says statistically annoying achieved. Nobody celebrates because the countdown drops below 15 minutes. Mara slots the master latch module into a local control port. The local control rejects Mara's master latch because Nira still owns field authorization. Nira says the sequence is locked under field command authority. Mara points her weapon at Nira. Nira says killing her will not transfer biometric access. Kieran asks whether hurting her would improve customer support. Nira almost smiles at Kieran's customer support line. Then the tank moves. Then Hollow God slams one hand against the glass. The impact bends the tank wall outward. Every essence cylinder flickers when Hollow God strikes the glass again. Atlas reacts before anyone else. Atlas braces low, deliberately refusing to put his damaged shell between the tank and Kieran. Kieran feels the decision clearly through the soul thread. A silver fracture races across the tank glass from the impact point. Black fluid leaks through one silver line. Nira orders emergency containment, suddenly sounding less clinical than before. No technician answers her because the vault has already sealed them out. The vault doors seal automatically. Mara says they are now trapped with the final boss. Kieran says the boss is also the hostage. That makes every combat choice more dangerous, because hurting the threat can hurt the hostage. Hollow God presses a second hand against the crack. The vessel's outline shifts under the fluid. One arm carries heavy-plated geometry like Atlas. Another section ripples with shadow fibers like Vex. Heat gathers under the chest in an Ember like rhythm. The copied features are imperfect enough to reveal they were never true identities. That somehow makes them more disturbing. Kieran feels his own bond pattern pulsing through the tank. Prototype 7 is copying survival solutions rather than the companion's actual identities. Nira says adaptation is the point. Vex growls at the distinction as if the copy personally offended him. Kieran says identity is the point. The first tank panel explodes outward in black fluid and metal fragments. Everyone dives behind the nearest conduit. No red blood follows the impact. Only dark fluid and violet sparks. Hollow God lands on all fours before rising into a hunched, towering stance. Its body cannot decide on one species. Silhouette. Armor plates float apart along one side. Shadow fibers stream from another. Heat cracks glow beneath dark skin without becoming flame. Several eyes open across the head and shoulders. Kieran does not call it a monster. Nira calls the broken shape a failed specimen, and Kieran hears the distance inside the word. Kieran sees a captive identity. Nira still sees a system that must survive. Hollow God turns toward Nira first. She activates a command pulse from her collar. The vessel freezes for half a second. Then every eye shifts toward her. Vex launches before Nira can issue a second pulse. The stalker tears through the command cable, shadow under her feet. The command pulse dies before Nira can issue another order through the collar. Hollow God moves again before anyone can celebrate the counter. Nira steps backward for the first time since Black Meridian began. Kieran tells everyone not to attack the core. Mara asks which part is the core. Kieran says exactly that is why nobody gets to swing blindly at the thing. Hollow God swings one plated arm toward Nira. Atlas anchors the floor beside her, but does not intercept the blow. Vex opens a shadow seam under Nira's boots. Kieran drags her sideways through it with him. The strike demolishes the empty platform behind them. Nira stares at Kieran after landing. He says, saving her is not permission. She looks more confused than grateful. Hollow God roars without one clear voice. Dozens of beast tones overlap inside the sound. The essence cylinders pulse in response. Mara realizes each attack is pulling harder from the stored channels. If they prolong the fight, Hollow God drains the captives faster. Kieran tells Vex to stop treating this like combat. Vex sends the equivalent of obviously. The stalker begins targeting control infrastructure instead of the vessel. He crosses 3 shadows and cuts 2 synchronization relays. Hollow God's left side flickers. One plated arm loses shape and reforms smaller. That proves the body depends on active channel routing. Mara starts marking relay clusters instead of weak points. Atlas reads vibration through the floor and identifies which conduits feed each cluster. Kieran relays the positions to Vex. Kieran sends no command through the bond, only the information he can verify. The companions decide what to do with that information on their own. Vex chooses the route before Kieran can turn the observation into an order. Nira watches their coordination and whispers that the model predicted this too. Kieran asks whether Nira's model predicted him dragging her out of the attack. She admits it did not. Kieran says good. One unmodeled decision means the system can still be surprised. The first real crack appears in her certainty. Hollow God lunges toward Kieran. The pattern is not coming from Nira's command channel. It is not coming from Mara's hardware module either. The stable rhythm is being pulled toward Kieran himself. The foreign soul lattice pulls tight enough to brew sensation through his wrist. Vex tries opening a shadow route. Hollow God steps into the same darkness. That should be impossible under every modern contract model, Ward ever explained. The copied phase system drags the vessel through Vex's exit point. Kieran barely rolls clear as a copied shadow strike cuts across the floor. Vex skids across the floor, shocked by his own trick being mirrored. Nira says Prototype 7 learns from every active channel. Using a skill near it becomes training data. Mara calls that the worst anti-cheat system imaginable. Kieran realizes every repeated tactic becomes another lesson for Hollow God. Ember's raw firepower, Vex's repeated shadow routes, and Atlas's old blocking instinct would all feed it. They need a move. Hollow God cannot learn by copying a body. More importantly, they need to break the loop without breaking the captives inside it. Kieran reaches for the resonance breaker before the next copied attack begins. Nira tells him the breaker would hit the captives too, risking the entire foreign network. Kieran takes his hand off the device. That is enough reason to activate it. The breaker releases one short dead zone pulse around his wrist. His 3 familiar soul threads flicker but remain intact. The foreign connection snaps shut before Kieran can identify the source of the new signal. Hollow God recoils as if physically struck. Every essence cylinder dims at once. Kieran shuts the breaker down immediately. Mara says the device worked too well. Severing the foreign link also disrupted the captives feeding through it. They cannot just jam the network until Hollow God dies. Nira says the bond architecture is now part of life support. Kieran hears the admission inside the technical language. Apex built a hostage system around his own power. Hollow God changes tactics, slamming both hands down and sending resonance through the floor itself. Black fractures race under every route the team used during the last exchange. Atlas reads the pattern first and sends one heavy warning pulse. Kieran and Mara cut left while Nira takes the control rail on the opposite side. The floor erupts between them, forcing the group apart without giving Hollow God a clean target. Vex vanishes into a wall shadow before the fracture can close around him. Instead of repeating his old exit, he changes rhythm and appears behind an unused relay. Hollow God follows the wrong disturbance and loses him for 3 precious seconds. That is the first proof the prototype can copy a technique without understanding improvisation. Kieran uses the opening to study the central control ring instead of launching another attack. 6 relay towers surround the empty tank, each tied to one isolation ring above. The master latch needs all 6 towers unlocked before any captive can be released safely. Nira holds the biometric access. Mara holds the physical sequence. Apex cannot copy. Vex can reach the towers. Atlas can read the safe timing, and Kieran can feel the captive network. For once, the solution is cooperation rather than a stronger attack. That leaves one missing piece, Nira. She watches Hollow God recover and still refuses to authorize the first relay. Kieran asks whether keeping it alive matters more to her than keeping control. Nira does not answer immediately. The hesitation is new, so Kieran pushes the question instead of the fight. He asks whether this is the same lesson she learned from the prototype Apex wanted terminated years ago. Nira says that subjects survived only because she refused to shut the system down. Kieran says survival taught her the wrong lesson if control became more important than the life itself. Nira finally admits she still wants survival, but control may now be the thing killing it. That is a crack in her doctrine, not forgiveness and not redemption. Mara hears the difference too, but Hollow God's network reaches for Kieran before anyone can press further. The foreign lattice hooks toward Kieran again without waiting for another physical attack. This time he chooses not to run from the contact. He opens only the outer edge of the soul lattice, keeping the deeper bond closed. Vex recoils while Atlas's thread slams the same warning into Kieran from beside him. Mara sees both companions react and realizes Kieran has changed the boundary on purpose. Kieran sends reassurance to his companions, not permission to the foreign presence. The foreign pressure hits before Kieran can narrow the contact again. Hunger floods him first, followed by memory fragments that are not his. Then hundreds of broken impressions. One fragment shows a forest cage under wet branches. Another shows a lab table beneath white resonance lamps. A third carries the heat of a nest burning somewhere underground. A handler's hand appears in another fragment, reaching through reinforced bars. A contract seal flashes across a viewpoint that cannot look away. Then a dark tunnel replaces everything before the sequence can settle. None belongs to Hollow God alone. They are pieces from the stolen essences inside it. Kieran understands why the vessel cannot tell where it ends. Every instinct inside is screaming mine at the same time. He sends one concept back. Separate does not mean abandon. The response is immediate and violent. Hollow God throws him out of the contact. Kieran crashes against a relay base. His vision whites out on impact. Vex appears beside him before he can stand. Atlas moves closer, but stops short of shielding. Mara keeps Hollow God distracted with controlled shock fire against empty floor. Nira stares at Kieran like he just touched a live star. She asks what he felt. Kieran says people Apex refuse to treat as people. Nira says most stored essences were non-human beasts. Kieran says that is not the correction. She thinks it is. Hollow God screams again. And this time, the sound shakes every cylinder ring. This time, the foreign network hooks directly into Kieran before he can close it. The breaker does not respond. Nira says Convergence has reached autonomous lock. The vessel is using Kieran as an identity anchor. Silver-black lines race from the relay towers toward his wrist. Vex bites through the shadow of one synchronization cable. The physical line snaps, but the autonomous lock does not even flicker. The system has moved beyond local control. Atlas stamps the floor and sends a timing pulse. Mara shouts that all 6 rings just synchronized. Final convergence begins before anyone can reach another local control. Every essence cylinder opens at once. The vault becomes a storm of overlapping soul pressure. Kieran drops to both knees. His 3 soul threads blaze bright enough to cast shadows. On the surface, Ember freezes mid-fight as his distant thread lashes back with a burst of heat. Underground, Vex locks one shoulder against Kieran, while Atlas anchors the floor beside them. Neither companion moves in front of him. They hold position with him instead. Atlas's support frame groans under the shared pressure, but his shell stays out of the impact path. Hollow God's hundreds of signatures pour toward the same center. Nira says the system is seeking one stable pattern. Kieran realizes Apex built the whole trial around him, becoming that pattern. If he resists completely, the captive network may tear apart. If he accepts control, Hollow God becomes exactly what Apex wanted. There is a third choice. Kieran stops trying to control anything. Kieran opens the soul lattice fully, but only toward Ember, Vex, and Atlas. Hollow God remains completely outside the boundary. For the first time, Kieran offers his companions memory instead of instruction. Every complete memory before this traveled from companion to Tamer. Now, the current reverses. Vex jerks first. Atlas's amber eyes widen a heartbeat later. The same silver current reaches both underground companions at once. On the surface, Ember freezes mid-fight as Kieran's memory reaches him too. Mara stares at the silver current and names the old theory at last. Reverse memory bond. His companions see Crownspire's contract ceremony through his eyes. They see his teenage hand pressed against a summoning stone that never answered. They hear the silence before the room started laughing. They feel the name Zero Bond become a joke before Kieran understood what it meant. Vex receives the lonely walk home after Crownspire, including the humiliation Kieran pretended did not matter. The current jumps. Ember sees Kieran stop at his cage, while Atlas feels the hesitation before being chosen. Different memories carry the same truth. Kieran never measured any of them by usefulness. The memories keep moving, but only through the 3 bonds Kieran opened. Kieran sees himself through them now, which is somehow worse. The current circles through promises Kieran made when nobody else was listening. Vex receives the quiet clinic wait. Ember receives the promise that survival matters more than rank. Then Atlas receives the Void Gate memory from Kieran's side. For the first time, he feels the terror inside Kieran's grip. The fear was never about losing a useful fighter. Kieran was terrified of losing Atlas himself. That simple distinction changes how Atlas understands every sacrifice he made. The distinction hits harder than any evolution trigger. Vex receives the memory of Kieran reading his Apex file only after permission. He feels the anger. Kieran kept still, so the pages stayed. Vex's choice. Ember receives Ashwood from the other side of their bond. He feels Kieran terrified the evolution might hurt more than it healed. Then all three receive last night's notebook memory. Atlas does not owe anyone another form. The sentence passes through the network without becoming a command. Atlas's soul thread changes under the weight of everything he just learned. It does not become brighter like Ember's evolution did. Instead, the thread widens across separate points in Atlas's damaged shell. The tortoise looks down at the external brace. For years, every lesson in his body said protection meant becoming the wall. Kieran's memory proves the person he protects never asked for that wall. Vex moves beside Atlas without trying to lead the next choice. The stalker leans one shoulder against the support frame. Ember's distant thread burns beside them from the surface. Protection does not have to mean taking the hit alone. It can mean distributing the load. Atlas stamps one front claw. The 6 isolation rings answer. Mara stares at the floor. Atlas is matching Black Meridian's separated channel rhythm through vibration. Atlas's broken shell still cannot carry one continuous evolution lattice. Mara's scanner confirms the damage is permanent. That original pathway is gone. Atlas does not fight the diagnosis or ask the broken center to become whole. A different pathway begins because he finally stops treating damage as something he must erase. Resonance stops trying to cross Atlas's shattered center. Instead, it gathers inside each surviving shell plate separately. One cracked rear plate lifts half an inch from the body. A second cracked plate rises and holds position beside the first. Kieran thinks the shell is collapsing until Atlas remains perfectly steady beneath it. The external brace unlocks by itself as pressure redistributes around the frame. Ward's repair did not become useless. It gave Atlas enough stability to reach this choice alive. The damaged plates separate instead of fusing. Silver-gold soul thread arcs connect each piece without rebuilding the broken center. Atlas does not grow into a perfect armored fortress. He becomes something stranger than the fortress form every textbook expected. Floating shield plates orbit the tortoise in a wide defensive ring. The original central fracture remains visible across the body underneath. No miracle erases what Voidspire did. The new form builds around the damage. Mara's scanner fails before she can even raise it fully. Rowan's voice asks whether another rank system just died. Kieran says probably, because scanners dying has become a familiar pattern. Atlas rises inside a rotating constellation of separated armor. The name reaches Kieran through the bond before any scanner can classify it. Aegis Riftback. Not stronger because the shell became whole. Stronger because it no longer needs to be one piece. Hollow God charges during the final transformation pulse. Atlas does not step in front of Kieran. 3 floating plates move instead. The first catches the strike at an angle. The second redirects force toward an empty conduit. The third carries leftover impact into the floor. Atlas redirects the full blow across 3 plates instead of absorbing it through his shell. Kieran laughs once from pure disbelief. Rowan calls it the first tank build built around refusing damage. Atlas sends an offended pulse that still feels proud. Hollow God copies the separated plates almost immediately. Dark fragments rise around its body. Nira says the prototype adapted. Kieran says the copy is not complete, because the dark plates move without shared intent. The copied plates move like shields. Atlas's plates move like teammates. Each one responds to shared positional intent through the soul lattice. That difference cannot be stolen from morphology. Vex sees the opening Atlas created before Hollow God can adapt again. He crosses Atlas's moving shield shadows toward Relay Tower 1. Mara slots the master latch sequence into its port. Nira still refuses biometric authorization. Hollow God slams copied plates across the room. Atlas redirects 2 copied plates, while Vex slips through the third plate's shadow. Kieran catches Nira's wrist before another fragment reaches her. She asks why he keeps doing that. He says, because choice only matters if people survive long enough to make one. Nira looks at Hollow God, then at the essence cylinders. Her certainty finally cracks wider than her expression can hide. She unlocks Relay Tower 1. Mara immediately advances the sequence. One entire bank of cylinders closes its transfer valves. The first cylinder bank stabilizes instead of dumping pressure into the vessel. Dozens of borrowed signatures leave Hollow God's active network, and the vessel staggers under the sudden absence. The reaction looks like weakness, but Kieran feels relief underneath it. The vessel is not being wounded. It is becoming less crowded inside. One layer of panic disappears from the foreign connection. Kieran sends the feeling back. That is separation. Hollow God stops for one heartbeat. Nira notices the vessel pause after Kieran names the feeling as separation. Relay Tower 2 sits across an open conduit bridge. Vex cannot use the same shadow route twice without teaching the prototype. Atlas sends one floating plate ahead. The plate creates a moving shadow across the bridge. Vex rides that shadow instead of generating his own path. Hollow God tries to copy it. Hollow God's copy arrives one beat late because Atlas changes the shadow timing. Vex reaches Relay Tower 2 before the copied route can correct itself. Mara activates the master sequence remotely. Nira authorizes the second release with less hesitation than the first. Another cylinder bank goes quiet. Hollow God's left arm shrinks toward a more stable shape. Several extra eye lights close as more overlapping identities leave the vessel. The vessel looks less monstrous as identities stop overlapping. Kieran realizes freeing captives is not killing Hollow God. It is giving Hollow God room to become whatever remains. Nira hears him say it. She says there may be nothing left. Kieran says then nothing gets forced to stay alive as a prison. Relay 3 activates above the central abyss. No bridge connects Relay 3 to the platform where they are standing. Atlas launches one shield plate across the gap. Vex cannot stand on the plate physically. He can stand inside its shadow. The Stalker crosses with it. Hollow God sends a heat burst copied from Ember. Atlas's remaining plates rotate before the copied Ember heat wave reaches them. They split the thermal wave into 4 harmless directions. On the surface, Ember feels Atlas's solution through the widened soul lattice. He understands exactly what Atlas learned. Ember changes tactics against the controlled beasts outside. Instead of overpowering them, he melts only the restraint anchors around their collars. Rowan shouts that the dragon finally discovered precision damage instead of maximum DPS. Ember answers with a roar. Relay 3 unlocks as Ember's outside attack falls into the same rescue rhythm. More essence cylinders stabilize, and several distant soul pressures stop spiking. Mason reports several rescued beasts outside suddenly stopped convulsing. The release is working beyond the vault. Nira watches the rescue metrics settle into ranges her project never reached. She has spent years measuring stability. Now, the first real stability arrives only after Apex stops forcing integration. Kieran does not need to explain the irony. Relay 4 is guarded by Hollow God's body itself. The vessel crouches over it, with copied shadow fibers covering the floor. Vex says no through one blunt pulse. Kieran agrees with Vex immediately. Repeating the same route would teach the prototype too much. They need a different path. Atlas sends 2 plates around the far wall. Their moving shadows cross behind Hollow God without approaching its body. Vex disappears through the first. Vex takes the second moving shadow before Hollow God can predict the pattern. He reaches the rear console without teaching the vessel one repeatable route. Nira authorizes Relay 4, while the vessel turns too slowly to stop. Vex. The 4th cylinder bank disconnects. Hollow God drops to one knee. One clean emotion crosses Kieran's connection. A clean wave of relief crosses the foreign bond without other signatures attached. It is the first feeling that seems to belong to the vessel itself. Kieran answers with the same emotion. Nira sees the exchange on the monitor. She asks whether Hollow God is communicating. Kieran says not in words. She says words are not required for data. Kieran tells her to stop turning everything alive into a dataset. For the first time since Kieran met, Vera has no immediate reply. Relay 5 begins overheating before Vex can reach it. Mara says the old station cannot tolerate the staggered release much longer. Final Convergence was designed for one catastrophic event, not careful rescue. They have minutes before the staggered rescue overloads the ancient station. Hollow God rises again, but the posture no longer looks like an attack. It is walking instead of charging, which makes Atlas hesitate. The vessel comes toward Kieran with both hands visible and open. Atlas's plates rise on reflex before he catches himself. Kieran asks him to wait. Atlas hesitates, then lowers them halfway. Hollow God stops 3 yards away. One large hand opens between Kieran and the last active relay. Several mismatched fingers tremble while the open palm stays facing Kieran. Kieran feels a question through the foreign bond. The question is only one word, but it carries too many possible meanings. Mine? He does not know whether the vessel means the body, the souls, or the pain. Kieran sends back one answer. Yours is whatever remains after nobody is trapped inside. You. Hollow God looks toward Relay 5, then shifts aside without being asked. The movement gives Vex a clear route and feels more like cooperation than surrender. Nira watches the vessel surrender access to its own control tower. That single action destroys the last excuse that Prototype 7 is only equipment. Vex reaches Relay 5 without being challenged. Mara starts the relay sequence while Nira watches the command layer warning appear. The authorization prompt asks Nira to choose whether Apex keeps control. Nira does not move until Hollow God keeps its hand open beside Kieran. Kieran asks what she is waiting for. She says Relay 5 disconnects the Apex command layer. After that, nobody can force Hollow God back into containment. Mara says that is the point. Nira looks at years of research collapsing into one decision. Hollow God keeps its hand open beside Kieran. Nira authorizes Relay 5 and permanently drops the Apex command layer. Every command collar in the vault powers down. The foreign bond changes instantly. No command architecture sits behind the hunger anymore. Only confused living pressure remains. On the surface, controlled beasts collapse instead of attacking. Ember stops his heat before touching any of them. Rowan reports the entire west defense line just went neutral. Then Ring 6 begins failing. Red emergency light floods the convergence vault. Mara says the final isolation relay is fused to the central life support core. Disconnecting it manually will collapse the old fault station. Leaving it active will reconnect every freed channel when emergency power cycles. Kieran asks how long they have. Mara says less than 4 minutes. Rowan says extraction needs at least 7. The timing is terrible. Extraction needs 7 minutes, and the station offers fewer than 4. Nira says there is one emergency bypass. It sits inside the original fault chamber below the vault. Nobody can reach it through the sealed mechanical shaft in time. Vex turns toward the floor. Nira shakes her head. Because the fault chamber has no stable shadows for Vex, Vex cannot phase directly to the wheel, so the final approach has to be physical. Primordial resonance strips phase boundaries completely. That means Vex's broken skill finally has a hard limit. Atlas stamps the floor and listens to 6 separate vibrations through his new plates. The orbiting plates vibrate in 6 separate tones. He can feel the fault chamber through the structure. Kieran asks whether Atlas can guide them without entering it. Atlas sends a clear yes. Mara finds the maintenance drop directly beneath Relay 6. Heat and silver pressure pour through the hatch. Kieran reaches for the ladder. Vex blocks Kieran from taking the maintenance drop alone. The stalker sends one image through the bond. Kieran falling alone. After seeing Kieran's memories, Vex understands exactly where reckless hero mode comes from. Kieran accepts the criticism because Vex is completely right this time. The fault chamber needs 2 people, not another solo sacrifice. Nira steps forward before Mara can offer anyone else. Mara points her weapon at her again. Nira says only she knows the bypass sequence. Kieran believes that part because Nira sounds frightened for the first time. He does not trust the rest. Hollow God touches the floor beside the hatch. A narrow dark shadow appears where none existed before. Vex stares at the shadowless drop until Kieran tells him they are coming back. The vessel is offering a route. It learned shadow travel from Vex. Now it is choosing how to use it. Kieran asks Vex whether the route feels safe. Vex closes the healthy eye. After several seconds, he sends uncertain approval. Atlas sends one steady pulse, and Kieran accepts that is enough. Kieran and Nira step into Hollow God's shadow. The world folds sideways as the maintenance chute drops them into the fault chamber. They emerge inside a spherical chamber wrapped around a glowing fault line. No floor stays level for more than a few yards. 6 manual wheels surround one ancient control pillar. Nira says each wheel must lock at the same pressure phase. Atlas sends timing through Kieran's bond from above. The first pulse comes heavy and slow. Kieran takes wheel 1 while Nira reaches the opposite control bank. Nira takes wheel 2 and calls the first timing interval from memory. The chamber shakes hard enough to split mineral glass from the walls. Black Meridian begins emergency collapse. Mara orders surface extraction immediately. Rowan says everyone is already moving. Ember carries two sedated beasts on a reinforced salvage sled. Vex remains above, holding Hollow God's offered shadow route open. Atlas stays beside the failing relay. 6. His plates distribute falling debris away from Mara and the vessel. Not one plate stays permanently in front. Atlas has turned defense into motion, carrying the ceiling load around the team instead of through himself. Below, Atlas sends the second timing pulse through the failing floor. Kieran turns Will 3 on the exact beat instead of waiting for another signal. Nira locks Will 4 before the fault pressure can reverse again. The fault line brightens until both can barely see. Nira asks why Kieran trusted her enough to come down here. He says he did not. He trusted Atlas's timing and Vex's route. Nira laughs once. Despite everything, she says that distinction is becoming irritatingly consistent. The third timing pulse arrives weaker as Black Meridian begins losing structural coherence. Kieran reaches Will 5 while the floor shifts several inches beneath him. Nira reaches Wheel 6 and finds the final safety lock still engaged. Both controls resist because the original system expects 3 independent operators. The emergency system expects 1 operator with the full contract seal. Kieran has no third operator in the fault chamber with them. Zero Bond fails the ancient authorization completely. Nira's Apex seal can lock only 1 wheel at a time. They need another identity input. Hollow God's foreign connection touches Kieran from above. The signal crossing the soul lattice is no longer hunger. This time, it feels like an offer from Hollow God rather than another demand. Kieran understands before Nira does. The vessel can authorize itself. Nira says Prototype 7 has no legal identity profile. Kieran says neither did he when Crownspire decided he was worthless. He opens the connection toward the control pillar. Hollow God's signal enters without replacing his own. The ancient system registers a third independent soul pattern. Wheel 5 unlocks when Hollow God supplies the missing authorization through the network. Nira stares at the display. Black Meridian finally reads 3 separate identities cooperating by choice. The safety system accepts them precisely because nobody merged into 1 operator. That was Black Meridian's original safety design. Apex spent years trying to defeat the feature that could have saved every prototype. The final timing pulse comes from Atlas. Kieran turns Will 5 on Atlas's final timing pulse. Nira turns Will 6 while Hollow God stabilizes the third authorization. For the first time, all 3 inputs align without one side overpowering the others. Relay 6 disconnects, and every preservation cylinder seals itself at once. Every essence cylinder in the station seals itself. The massive vessel above loses almost all borrowed resonance at once. The fault chamber begins collapsing anyway. Kieran reaches for Nira when the fault chamber begins collapsing around them. She does not move because the Apex archive is still glowing behind the control pillar. She says the shadow route is fading. Kieran says, then move faster. Nira looks toward the control pillar instead. Years of Apex data remain inside the failing archive. Kieran realizes she is considering saving it. He tells her the choice is finally hers without a model. The ceiling splits before Nira can finish calculating whether the archive is worth dying for. Nira leaves the archive and chooses the exit without asking Kieran to approve it. She grabs Kieran's arm as Hollow God's last shadow route opens beneath them. Hollow God's shadow opens under them one last time. They reappear in the convergence vault as Ring 6 tears loose behind them. Mara is already moving toward the extraction lift. Vex keeps 1 shadow path open between falling platforms. Atlas's floating plates catch debris and redirect it into empty gaps. Hollow God stands smaller now. Most borrowed armor and extra eyes gone. Only 1 central body remains under dripping black fluid. Kieran feels no hunger from it. Only exhaustion remains in the vessel's foreign signal after the borrowed identities are separated. Nira looks at the remaining vessel and finally stops using its project number. For the first time, she calls it alive. That is enough for Kieran. Rowan screams overcomes that the station has 90 seconds before structural collapse. Kieran asks Hollow God whether it can move. The vessel takes 1 unsteady step. Vex opens a shadow seam toward the lift. Hollow God looks at the opening, then at the sealed essence cylinders. It refuses to leave them. Kieran understands why Hollow God refuses the escape route before anyone explains it. The vessel will not abandon the souls that were trapped inside it. Mara says the cylinders are already sealed for transport. Atlas sends his orbiting plates beneath the nearest rack. The plates become moving supports instead of shields. Vex stretches shadow pads under 2 more racks. Hollow God lifts the center rack with both arms. Nira takes the final control cart without being asked. Kieran says the boss fight became moving day. Rowan says that sounds on brand. They reach the freight lift with seconds left. Ember's roar echoes from the shaft above. The magma wyvern burns through the jammed upper gate from outside. Heat floods the tunnel without touching the evacuees. Vex guides every moving rack through safe shadow lanes. Atlas keeps the collapsing ceiling off the group through distributed plate angles. Kieran runs beside Hollow God instead of ahead of it. Nira stays with the last cart. Black Meridian drops another 10 feet around them. The freight lift reaches the western extraction tunnel just before power dies. Rowan sees Nira and raises his spear. Mara tells him not now. Nira does not resist when Rowan raises his spear at the extraction tunnel. She simply keeps pushing the cart. Ember lowers his head at Hollow God and growls. Hollow God freezes instead of copying Ember's threat display. Kieran places one hand on Ember's jaw. A shared memory pulse gives Ember the full rescue context before fear turns into aggression. Ember sees the trapped souls, the choice, and the rescue. Ember's growl fades once he understands the vessel helped free the trapped souls. Hollow God mirrors the lowered head awkwardly. Vex makes a sound that might be amusement. Atlas sends one warm pulse through the network. The entire group clears the crater as Black Meridian collapses inward behind them. No explosion follows. Black Meridian folds inward under its own isolation. Failure. The silence afterward feels stranger than any blast would have. Every recovered essence cylinder remains sealed. Mason's teams begin triage before the dust settles. Some preserved souls can return to surviving bodies. Others will need sanctuary cores until compatible restoration becomes possible. No one calls that a clean victory. It is still a rescue. Nira hands Mara her command insignia without negotiation. Rowan asks whether surrender was in the model. Nira says surrender was not in the model, which is the closest thing to an admission. That answer satisfies him more than it should. 3 days later, leaked Apex records force Crownspire to admit Black Meridian existed. Investigators move in, and the Academy's public denials collapse almost immediately. Kieran ignores the press and spends that morning beside Atlas's recovery mat. Ward calls avoiding reporters the healthiest institutional response he has seen all week. Kieran refuses every interview and ceremonial commendation. He accepts unlimited clinic funding because recovery space matters more than a medal. Rowan calls that the first financially intelligent decision Kieran has made in months. Crownspire still cannot agree on classifications for either Vex or Atlas. Kieran stops checking after the second report contradicts the first. The clinic cares more about what their bodies can safely choose next. Atlas begins recovery by learning to move each floating plate without blocking every doorway. Sometimes he still steps forward first. Now, one plate often moves beside a teammate before Atlas moves himself. The team treats that as progress, not perfection. Ember returns to controlled training and finally learns not every wall deserves melting. Vex sleeps in open light for almost 10 minutes one afternoon. Nobody comments, because turning the moment into a test would ruin the choice. Hollow God remains at Ward's protected sanctuary under no contract. Mark. Most stolen essences have been removed from the vessel safely. What remains is one quiet soul pattern nobody can identify. Kieran refuses to name it. Names matter too much to assign before someone chooses one. Nira enters formal custody and gives investigators the Apex archive locations she remembers. She never asks Kieran for forgiveness. Kieran never offers forgiveness because consequences are not another form of control. Choice before control does not mean consequence disappears. Months later, Crownspire finally deletes Zero Bond from Kieran's official record. The Academy offers him a formal Tamer classification instead. Kieran leaves the category blank. At sunset, Kieran leaves the clinic without a mission, deadline, or destination. Ember walks close enough for heat to brush his sleeve, while Vex keeps pace through the street shadows. Atlas follows with separated plates, orbiting lazily, and all three slow when Kieran slows. For several quiet streets, nobody tests a skill, checks a rank, or asks what comes next. Only 3 familiar soul threads circle Kieran's wrist, with one distant, quiet signal from the sanctuary. People still stare when the strange group passes, but Kieran lets them. He realizes this is their first walk together that is not carrying them toward another crisis. He once thought being Zero Bond meant nobody had chosen him. Now, he understands the opposite. No seal owns Ember even after the Academy finally acknowledges his evolution. No contract controls Vex, even after his impossible shadow path becomes documented. No rank decides Atlas's worth. And no system gets to define connection before the people inside it do. For the first time, zero bond means exactly what Kieran wanted. No chains.